Chapter 943. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded his head, staring at the peerless beauty that was so close to him. His eyes became a little blurred. He did not even need to think to know why Tian Wu fell with him. She must have jumped with him. At this moment, the love string in Duan Ling Tian's heart was gently plucked, and it took him a long time to calm down. Has my importance in her heart surpassed her own life? Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself in his heart. At the same time, his gaze when he looked at Feng Tianwu again was filled with gentleness. It was a gentleness that had not appeared for a long time. It was a gentleness that only appeared in front of his two fiancés. Elder brother Duan, what are you looking at? Feng Tianwu originally wanted to ask Duan Ling Tian why the Devil Seal tablet changed. However, when she lifted her head, she realized Duan Ling Tian was staring at her. The gentleness in his eyes seemed to be able to melt her heart completely. At this moment, she felt like crying. Even she did not know why she felt that way. And nothing. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. After retracting his gaze, he forced a smile on his face. Let's go. Let's go up. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian stepped on the Devil Seal tablet and rose into the sky with Feng Tianwu. The flight-prohibiting formation could not stop the Devil Seal tablet from flying. At the bottom of the entrance to Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the young disciples from the 6 major forces landed on the high platform one after another and stood steadily on it. What the hell is this place? He can't even fly in the air. Many of them cursed. There must be some kind of restriction. I guess there's a special inscription formation that's shrouding this area, causing us to be unable to fly. I've seen records of something similar to an inscription formation in an ancient book. This inscription formation seems to be called the Flight-Prohibiting Formation. Flight-Prohibiting Formation? What a domineering inscription formation. It directly took away our right to fly. The young disciples of the various forces discussed animatedly, and many of them began to look around. Apart from the stone stairs on this side, the other 3 sides are all pitch-black bottomless abyss. You can't fly here. Once you fall, you'll definitely die. Isn't that so? Just now, 3 people fell down. I'm afraid they won't be able to escape death. What? Did someone fall? Yes. Which 3 people? You must have an impression of 2 of them. Duan Ling Tian from 5 Element Sect and that peerless beauty from Blade Sect. There's also a young disciple from Skywolf Fort. He's dressed in white and has an extraordinary bearing. In a short moment, many young disciples of the various powers found out that Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tianwu, and Zi Shang had fallen into the bottomless abyss. Duan Ling Tian fell? Hu Fei came in later. Unlike the other 5 Element Sect's disciples, he only found out that Duan Ling Tian had fallen into the bottomless abyss at the side of the high platform. Looks like even God is helping me. However, it's a pity for the 4 9th-level concept fragments in Duan Ling Tian's hands, Hu Fei muttered to himself. His face was filled with pity when he reached the end of his sentence. Ha! After Empyrean Temple's Xian Bei and emotion-severing sects Zhang Yan heard that Duan Ling Tian had fallen into the bottomless abyss, they stood at the side of the high platform and looked down. In their eyes, the bottomless abyss was like a giant beast with its mouth wide open. Once one entered it, it would be difficult for one to come out again. Duan Ling Tian, looks like the agreement between you and me is going to be voided. Xian Bei clasped his hands together and muttered. What a pity. A gleam flashed across Zhang Yan's eyes. His face was still cold as though Duan Ling Tian's death could not cause any ripples in his heart. He only felt that it was a pity. That Duan Ling Tian is dead? When the group of Sun Moon Sect's disciples heard that Duan Ling Tian had fallen into the bottomless abyss, their eyes lit up immediately. Their faces were filled with joy. Senior brother Ling Tian, apart from Hu Fei, most of the 5 Element Sect's disciples stood at the side of the high platform. Their eyes were filled with sadness and pity as they looked at the bottomless abyss. What a pity. That Duan Ling Tian is dead. Nan Gongyi sighed. Not necessarily. Nan Gongchen shook his head. Ha! Nan Gongyi looked puzzled as he looked at Nan Gongchen curiously. Why do you say so? He doesn't look like someone who has a short life. Nan Gongchen's answer was direct, simple, and straightforward. The corner of Nangong Yi's mouth twitched. For a moment, he was rendered speechless. Junior sister Feng has fallen in as well? Many of Blade Sect's disciples sighed. That peerless beauty had perished just like that? God was jealous of her talent. They're both dead. It's good that they're dead. It's good that they're dead. Lian Xiong stood at the side with a delighted smile on his face. He no longer dared to go against Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. However, when he knew that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had both fallen into the bottomless abyss and were definitely dead, he could not help but feel delighted. God's will. God's will. The smile on Lian Xiong's face grew even wider. In his opinion, God was helping him. However, his smile quickly froze. A series of surprised cheers resonated in his ears. It's senior brother Ling Tian. Senior brother Ling Tian is here. And that female disciple from Blade Sect as well. They're here together. Ha ha ha. Senior brother Ling Tian is fine. Senior brother Ling Tian is fine. The eyes of the Five Element Sect's disciples who were looking down from the side of the high platform lit up as they cried out in surprise. At this moment, their eyes were fixed on the two figures that were rising rapidly from the bottomless abyss. When Huang Dainiu found out about the flight-prohibiting formation, his heart sank completely. He knew that Duan Lingtian who had fallen into the bottomless abyss would definitely die. Duan Lingtian. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of him again, his eyes that were filled with disappointment suddenly lit up. He greeted Duan Lingtian excitedly. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong stood at the side. Originally, they felt the same as Huang Dainiu. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu coming up, the gloominess on their faces disappeared and was replaced with a sincere smile. They're not dead. They're not dead. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong looked at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian is not dead? Xian Bei's eyes lit up. A rare smile crept up the corner of his mouth. Duan Lingtian, you really didn't disappoint me. Zhang Yan's eyes were filled with surprise. How did he get up here? After my test, I found out that there's almost no air resistance in the area covered by the flight-prohibiting formation. Zhang Yan, who had investigated the current situation, knew that there was no air resistance in this area, other than the fact that it was impossible to fly in this area. For this reason, it was almost impossible to rely on the air resistance to create a recoil force to return to the high platform from the bottomless abyss. After a while, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a purple figure and a red figure rose up from the side of the high platform and appeared before their eyes. It was a young man in purple and a young woman in red. The man was handsome while the woman was beautiful. When they stood together, they looked like a golden couple. Senior brother Ling Tian and this Blade Sect's female disciple are really a match made in heaven. They're a perfect match. Not only that, they both have monstrous martial Dao innate talent. They're really a match made in heaven. Perhaps, our Five Element Sect can consider forming a marriage alliance with the Blade Sect. Many of the Five Element Sect's disciples were discussing animatedly. When their eyes landed on the young man and woman standing on the stone tablet with a missing corner, there was a hint of ambiguity in their eyes. The voices of these Five Element Sect's disciples clearly entered the ears of Duan Lingtian who had just brought Feng Tianwu up. It made Duan Lingtian feel a little awkward. As for Feng Tianwu, her beautiful face had long turned crimson red. It was so red that it looked as though blood would drip out of it at any moment. It was so charming that it made people want to go up and give her a kiss. Duan Lingtian, I knew that your life won't be that short, you brat. Huang Dainiu laughed as he scolded. Although Huang Dainiu's tone was rude, Duan Lingtian could see his concern for him from his reddened eyes. He could not help but feel warm in his heart. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong also heaved a sigh of relief. How's this possible? When Hu Fei saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of him again, his face turned grave. His heart that had just risen to heaven fell back to hell in just a blink of an eye. That's impossible. That's impossible. He can actually fly within the range of the flight restriction array? Hu Fei kept shaking his head. He was unwilling to believe that this was real. At the same time, he began to size up Duan Lingtian and the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. In the end, his eyes landed on the stone tablet with a missing corner. Don't tell me it's this stone tablet? Hu Fei's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. At the same time, endless jealousy could be seen in the depth of his eyes. This Duan Lingtian. How can he take all the benefits? Sigh. When Lian Xiong saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, the smile on his face disappeared completely. Apart from feeling helpless, there was only helplessness in his heart. Isn't this place covered by the flight-prohibiting formation? Why are Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu still able to fly? Soon, someone cried out in alarm. Instantly, the attention of everyone started to move, and in the end, it descended onto the stone tablet that was missing a corner beneath Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's feet, and their eyes lit up. It's this stone tablet. What are the words carved on this stone tablet? I can't recognize any of them. This stone tablet can actually fly in the flight-prohibiting formation. It's definitely not something simple. The eyes on the stone tablet with a missing corner under Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's feet were filled with eagerness and desire. Many people's eyes gleamed with greed as though they wanted to take the stone tablet with a missing corner for themselves. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also brought Feng Tianwu back to the high platform. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he put away the stone tablet with a missing corner, which was the Devil Seal tablet. Duan Lingtian, hand over the 4 9th level concept fragments and the stone tablet. Chapter 944. Ha! Duan Lingtian, who had just landed on the high platform with Feng Tianwu, was immediately surrounded by a group of people. He raised his eyebrows, but his expression remained calm. Duan Lingtian glanced at his surroundings nonchalantly. He immediately recognized the people surrounding him. They were the 17 disciples of Sun Moon Sect and the 19 disciples of Sky Wolf Fort. There were a total of 36 people. The opening of Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time was agreed upon by all the major forces. Each force could only bring 20 young disciples to share the loot. For this reason, each force only brought 20 young disciples. Out of the 20 disciples of Sun Moon Sect, one of them was killed by Duan Lingtian outside. There were still 19 of them left. At this moment, other than the 2 black-clad young men who were standing in the distance leisurely, the other 17 disciples of Sun Moon Sect had surrounded him. Each and every one of them was staring at him with hatred in their eyes. As for Sky Wolf Fort side, other than Zi Decease who had fallen into the bottomless abyss, the other 19 disciples, including Yi Ling, had surrounded him one by one. Unlike the hatred in the eyes of the 17 disciples of Sun Moon Sect, these 19 disciples of Sky Wolf Fort were staring at him with greed. It was as though he was some kind of treasure. Of course, he was not a treasure himself. It was just that he had a treasure in his hands. 4 9th level concept fragments. It was a stone tablet that allowed one to fly in the flight restriction formation. It was enough to attract the attention of most people. Hu Lin, are we really not going? One of the 2 Sun Moon Sect's disciples who were standing in the distance frowned. This is not good, right? Lu Kai is our junior brother after all. It's our duty to avenge him. What? Do you want to die as well? The other person asked nonchalantly with a smirk on his face. Die? You mean Duan Lingtian can deal with them? The former sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered. But, is this possible? Those are the 36 elites among the younger generation in Sun Moon Sect and Sky Wolf Fort. Even if all the people from 5 Element Sect were to go, I'm afraid they might not be a match for them, right? The former added. Zhang Ping, you are wrong. Hu Lin's eyes narrowed as a trace of fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. He muttered, that Duan Lingtian is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Do you really think that he could kill Lu Kai with a single punch just because his strength is slightly stronger than Lu Kai? I can see that. When this Duan Lingtian killed Lu Kai, he didn't use a spiritual weapon, but he still had a lot of energy left. 36 people. Although it's a lot of people, it's still wishful thinking for them to deal with this Duan Lingtian. Hu Lin's tone was solemn. Is he really that scary? When Zhang Ping heard this, his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by 36 disciples of Sun Moon Sect and Sky Wolf Fort. Whether it's that scary or not, you'll know once you continue watching. Hu Lin said calmly, I believe that when the time comes, you will be glad that you managed to keep your life. Humph. This bunch of idiots. How dare they not listen to me? They deserve to die. When Hu Lin reached the end of his sentence, the idiots that he was talking about were none other than the 17 Sun Moon sect's disciples who were blinded by hatred. Before the 17 Sun Moon sect's disciples surrounded Duan Ling Tian, they had invited him to join them, but he had rejected them. Not only that, when he voiced his concerns, the 17 Sun Moon sect's disciples even called him a coward. They even said that he did not deserve to be the chief eldest senior brother of the current generation in Sun Moon sect. What are all of you doing? When they saw that Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu were surrounded, many of the Five Element sect's disciples had a drastic change in expression. Some of them had a murderous gleam in their eyes as they stared at the group of Sun Moon sect and Sky Wolf Fort's disciples with hostility. Duan Ling Tian, as long as you hand over the 4 9th level concept fragments and that stone tablet earlier, we'll let you go. Among the group of Sky Wolf Fort's disciples, Yi Ling, who was Duan Ling Tian's old acquaintance and the former strongest person among the younger generation in the Great Qing dynasty, glared at Duan Ling Tian coldly as she shouted in a deep voice. Yi Ling. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as a mocking smile crept up the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the first thought that popped up in his mind was none other than Yi Ling and the group of Sky Wolf Fort's and Sun Moon sect's disciples' heads being kicked by donkeys. Did they think that they could deal with him just because they had more people? However, Duan Ling Tian did not know about this at all. The group of Sky Wolf Fort's disciples who came later did not know that he had killed a 9th level Void Interpretation Sun Moon sect's disciple who had comprehended the 9th level Void Interpretation concept with just one punch. Otherwise, they would not have agreed to the Sun Moon sect's disciple's request and colluded with the Sun Moon sect's disciple to deal with him. As for the group of Sun Moon sect's disciples, most of them were blinded by hatred. The Sun Moon sect was different from the other forces. The disciples in the sect were basically taken in since they were young and had undergone a series of brainwashing education. For the sake of the Sun Moon sect's benefit, they would do anything regardless of the gains and losses. To put it simply, most of the Sun Moon sect's disciples were a bunch of lunatics. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Hu Lin, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Sun Moon sect, had not been brainwashed by the Sun Moon sect even though he was smart since he was young. A bunch of lunatics. Nan Gongyi shook his head and stood at the side with a calm expression. He was not worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety at all. A bunch of people who have a death wish. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong stood at the other side. They were not nervous at all. It was as if they were unconcerned about this matter. Of course, the reason they were so calm was because they trusted Duan Ling Tian's strength. The Sky Wolf Fort's disciples are still all right since they don't know about Duan Ling Tian's strength. However, that group of Sun Moon sect's disciples still dare to go against Duan Ling Tian even though they know about Duan Ling Tian's strength? Is there something wrong with their heads? Tian Zhan's eyes widened as he glanced at Tan Huan who was next to him and voiced out the doubts in his heart. Look at the eyes of those 17 Sun Moon sect's disciples. It's different from the eyes of the other 19 Sky Wolf Fort's disciples. The eyes of the Sun Moon sect's disciples are filled with hatred. The eyes of the Sky Wolf Fort's disciples are filled with greed. Tan Huan was very observant and easily noticed some clues. The former must be trying to avenge Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect's disciple who was killed by Duan Ling Tian earlier. The latter must be bewitched by the Sun Moon sect's disciples and wants to snatch the treasures on Duan Ling Tian. It seems like the Sky Wolf Fort's disciples are being used by the Sun Moon sect's disciples. After observing for a while, Tian Zhen nodded his head in agreement with Tan Huan's words. Senior Brother Yen, should we join? At this moment, an emotion-severing sect's disciple looked at Zhang Yan and asked with a burning gaze. The people from emotion-severing sect came with the people from Sky Wolf Fort. Similarly, they did not witness the scene of Duan Ling Tian killing Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect's disciple, with just one punch. They did not know about Duan Ling Tian's strength. At the same time, the other 18 emotion-severing sect's disciples, other than Qi Feng and Qin Lian, who were Duan Ling Tian's old acquaintances, were all staring at Duan Ling Tian with greed in their eyes. Qi Feng and Qin Lian were the people who ranked 3rd and 4th respectively in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that was held at Sky Wolf Fort a few months ago. Later on, they followed Pei An, the sect leader of Emotion-Severing sect, to the Emotion-Severing sect. This time, The opening of Emperor Wu's secret treasure had caused their strength to increase tremendously after being groomed by the emotion-severing sect. All of them were entrusted with the heavy responsibility of searching and snatching the profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's secret treasure for the emotion-severing sect. All of you can go ahead if you don't want to die. Zhang Yan's face was cold as he said in a neutral tone. Humph! At this moment, a person walked out of the emotion-severing sect. It was a young man who was close to 40 years old who wore a gray robe. He glanced at Zhang Yan coldly and said sarcastically, Zhang Yan, as the sect leader's direct disciple, you're really getting more and more cowardly. If the sect's old ancestors of the past knew that the emotion-severing sect's disciple who has successfully cultivated the supreme emotion-forgetting technique is actually so cowardly, I'm afraid they'd be so angry that they'd throw up 3 liters of blood even in the netherworld. When the gray-clad young man reached the end of his sentence, the mockery on his face became even more obvious. There was even a hint of jealousy and hatred in the depth of his eyes. Anyone with a discerning eye could see with just a glance that he did not get along with Zhang Yan. Go ahead if you're not afraid of dying. Zhang Yan did not even look at the gray-clad young man as he said nonchalantly, however, I still have to remind you. If you die, you can only blame it on your bad luck. The sect won't stand up for you. Of course, I'm not as cowardly as you are. The gray-clad young man's face turned grave when he was ignored by Zhang Yan. He snorted coldly. Subsequently, he called out to the other emotion-severing sect's disciples. Fellow senior brothers, follow me if you want to share the loot with the Sun Moon sect and Sky Wolf Fort's disciples. The moment the gray-clad young man's words left his mouth, he had already flown out and joined the ranks of the Sun Moon sect and Sky Wolf Fort's disciples. His eyes were filled with greed as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Wei, wait for me. Immediately, another emotion-severing sect's disciple flew out as well. Senior Brother Wei is a 9th-level void interpretation powerhouse who has comprehended the 1st-level void transformation concept. I don't think it'll be difficult for him to kill that Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, the emotion-severing sect's disciples followed suit one after another. After a short while, only Zhang Yan, Qi Feng, Qin Lian, and 5 other emotion-severing sect's disciples remained. 12 emotion-severing sect's disciples, including the gray-clad young man, joined the encirclement and stared at Duan Lingtian with greed in their eyes. How lively! Duan Lingtian was not afraid when he saw the group of people around him had shrunk from 36 to 48. Instead, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Tian Wu, leave first. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and said with a smile. When Feng Tianwu saw the confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes, she immediately dismissed the thought of helping Duan Lingtian and nodded sensibly. Subsequently, she strode out of the encirclement. The group of Sky Wolf Fort's disciples who had formed the encirclement made way for her. Their target was Duan Lingtian, not Feng Tianwu. Chapter 945. Surrounded by the 48 young disciples from the 3 major forces, Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face. Even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him, his expression would not change. Humph! Duan Lingtian, you're about to die, and you can still smile. Yiling sneered. Her eyes gleamed with a ruthless gleam. Are you so sure that the person who will die will be me? Upon hearing Yiling's words, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even brighter. His tone was indifferent as though he did not care about the crisis in front of him at all. In the distance, a group of 5 Element Sect's disciples looked at the group of Sun Moon Sect, Sky Wolf Fort, and Emotion-Severing Sect's disciples who had surrounded Duan Lingtian. Their faces were filled with mockery, mocking them for overestimating themselves. They're really seeking death. Do they really think they can kill Duan Lingtian just because they have more people? Many of the Empyrean Temple and Blade Sect's disciples had disdain written all over their faces. They looked down on the Sun Moon Sect, Sky Wolf Fort, and Emotion-Severing Sect's disciples who had surrounded Duan Lingtian. They had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength with their own eyes. A 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th-level void interpretation concept and wielded a Grade 2 spirit weapon was instantly killed by him with just one punch. Until now, they could still feel chills running down their spines when they recalled the scene. Duan Lingtian's strength was just too terrifying. Until now, Nobody knew how strong Duan Lingtian's true strength was. Xian Bei stood by the side. His calm gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as though he was trying to see through Duan Lingtian. Humph! What a bluff! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Ling sneered again. Then she shouted, "Attack!" Following Yi Ling's order, the 48 young disciples from the three major forces, including herself, flew out one after another and pounced on Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by them. The moment they made a move, they utilized their spirit weapons. All of their origin energy exploded, and their concepts followed like shadows as they charged towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing aura. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rained down on Duan Lingtian. Due to the fact that the air resistance in this area had been completely removed by the flight-prohibiting formation, although the attacks of the 48 young powerhouses were fierce, they did not cause any sound of wind whistling or air exploding. The several thousand silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were originally hovering above the 48 young powerhouses in a circle were also dashing toward the encirclement. Thousands of ancient horned dragon silhouettes charged out, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner. Senior brother Lingtian. Although they were confident in Duan Lingtian, many of the Five Element Sect's disciples were still worried when they saw Duan Lingtian's figure being drowned by the 48 young powerhouses from the three major forces in just a blink of an eye. They broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. In the sky, the several thousand silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were squeezed together gave the onlookers a visual shock. It was as though they were experiencing a visual feast. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu stood by the side with a worried expression on her beautiful face. Duan Lingtian, you can do it. Huang Daniu waved his fist and said with a solemn expression. Very soon, the faces of the onlookers froze. Their eyes narrowed almost at the same time. Oh my God! What did they just see? The 48 young powerhouses who were charging towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner gathered together and drowned Duan Lingtian's figure. At the same time, their figures also came to a halt in the air. Following that, the onlookers only saw a flash in front of their eyes as though a sword light had flashed past. Following that, everyone was shocked to see that the 48 young men who were charging towards Duan Lingtian suddenly came to a halt in the air and were cut into two pieces one by one. Some of their heads were separated from their bodies, some of their upper and lower bodies were separated, some of their legs were chopped off, and many of them even had half of their heads and feet chopped off. Blood splattered all over the high platform as though it had gathered into a river. Blood flowed like a river. Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of severed bodies fell on the high platform like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Blood splattered on the blood river like beautiful bloody roses. Ugh! Ugh! At the same time, shrill screams came from the mouths of the young powerhouses whose legs and feet were chopped off. Following that, they fell to the ground one by one and kept rolling around in pain. Not long after, their bodies were covered in blood. As for the other young powerhouses, all of them had turned into severed bodies. Their lives had completely withered away, and they had paid the price for their reckless actions with their lives. Wretch! Wretch! The bloody scene caused many of the young disciples from the various forces to turn pale and vomit. Some of the female disciples, in particular, were so frightened that they kept vomiting. They hurriedly closed their eyes, not daring to look at the bloody scene again. Although they had more or less killed people before, they had never experienced such a scene before. To them, the scene earlier was simply purgatory on earth. You overestimate yourselves. At the same time, a cold voice resonated in the air. After the 48 young powerhouses from the three major forces were killed and crippled, Duan Lingtian, who was standing on the Devil Seal tablet and rising into the sky, spoke indifferently. His voice was filled with indifference. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the 13 young powerhouses who were lucky enough to survive with their legs and feet crippled. His eyes were filled with merciless coldness. Spare my life! Spare my life! Duan Lingtian, I was blind. Please don't hold a grudge against me. Please forgive me. Senior brother Yen, save me. Please save me. Among the 13 young powerhouses, other than the Sun Moon Sect's disciples who were unafraid of death, the disciples from Skywolf Fort and Emotion Severing Sect continued to beg for mercy. Some of the Emotion Severing Sect's disciples even begged Zhang Yan for help. There were a total of 8 emotion-severing sex disciples, including Zhang Yan, Qi Feng, and Qin Lian. Senior brother Yan, one of the emotion-severing sex disciples, looked at Zhang Yan with a pained expression. It was obvious that he wanted to persuade Zhang Yan to save his fellow disciples who were crippled. Say no more. No matter who it is, they'll have to pay the price for their choices. Besides, even if I were to make a move, I might not be able to stop Duan Lingtian from killing them. Zhang Yan's voice was cold as he interrupted the emotion-severing sex disciple's words. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with dread in his eyes. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to become so terrifying after just a few months. With just one sword, he did not even mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon, but he had already killed 35 people and crippled 13. The speed of that sword was so fast that even he found it difficult to capture it. Initially, I thought that after cultivating the supreme emotion-forgetting technique and mastering the initial mastery of ice and fire, I've already left Duan Lingtian in the dust. However, it seems like Duan Lingtian's strength is not inferior to mine. Zhang Yan's eyes flashed. A thick battle intent rose from the depths of his eyes. Naturally, he did not make a move even though the battle intent rose in his heart. This was because he knew that now was not the time to make a move. As for the emotion-severing sex disciples who were crippled, he did not bother about them at all. In his opinion, everyone had to pay the price for their own choices. If there's a next life, remember this. There are some things that it's best to consider if you have the strength to do so before trying to get your hands on them. Duan Lingtian stood on the Devil Seal tablet. His purple robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His cold gaze swept across the 13 young powerhouses who were lying on the ground as he slowly lifted the sword in his hand. Spare my life! Spare my life! As though they were aware of the impending danger, the surviving Skywolf Fort and emotion-severing sex disciples knelt on the ground and kowtowed as they begged for mercy. Their voices were filled with fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. There are some things that once you've made a choice, it's hard to turn back. There are some things that you have to pay the price for once you've done them. Duan Lingtian's voice was cold as he enunciated each and every word clearly. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, the sword in his hand turned into a sword flower that bloomed dazzlingly. At the same time, the spectators could clearly see blood blossoming from the throats of the 13 young disciples from Sun Moon Sect, Skywolf Fort, and Emotion-Severing Sect. Boom, 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 boom. 13 corpses fell to the ground one after another. They were completely silent. For a moment, the scene returned to its previous tranquility. The spectators' attention shifted to the purple figure standing above the river of blood and the mountain of corpses. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread that came from the bottom of their hearts. Drip, drip. The purple-clad young man stood with a sword in his hand that was still dripping blood. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Many people felt a chill run down their spines when they heard this voice. God of Slaughter. At this moment, many people present had the same thought as they looked at the purple-clad young man standing on the stone tablet with a chipped corner. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian was simply a god of slaughter. 48 young disciples from the 3 major forces were slaughtered in less than 10 breaths. Not a single one of them was left alive. They knew that even if they had Duan Lingtian's strength, they might not be able to achieve this. They were not afraid of killing. However, it was difficult for them to kill so many people with just 2 swords and create hundreds of corpses. In a fit of rage, blood flowed like a river. It was nothing more than this. Many of the spectators were frightened and could not calm down for a long time. This is too scary. This Duan Lingtian is too scary. The Blade Sex disciple, Lian Xiong, who had attacked Duan Lingtian earlier and whose sword was close to Duan Lingtian's glabella, turned pale. His eyes were filled with extreme fear. At this moment, other than fear, there was only joy in his heart. He was glad that Feng Tianwu had made her move in time and severed his arm. Otherwise he would have died. Ha! Hu Fei, who was originally standing in the corner with a pale face, was stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian unleashing his invincible strength. Horror dawned on his face immediately. He noticed that after Duan Lingtian killed the 48 young powerhouses from the 3 major forces, his gaze had shifted to him. His eyes were filled with killing intent as though he was about to devour him. No, no. Chapter 946. The Devil Seal tablet under Duan Lingtian's feet moved and brought him to Hu Fei in just a blink of an eye. He hovered in the air in front of Hu Fei. Hu Fei. Duan Lingtian looked down at Hu Fei with a cold killing intent in his eyes. Duan Lingtian. Why you can't kill me? You can't kill me. Horror dawned on Hu Fei's face when he saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of him in just a blink of an eye. His voice was filled with anxiety. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill him before he could finish his sentence. I can't kill you? Upon hearing Hu Fei's words, Duan Lingtian smirked. What's the reason? He had long wanted to kill Hu Fei. Previously, the threat that Zishang posed to him made him realize the importance of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. That year, at the peak of Dubhe Peak in 7-Star Sword Sect, when he had the duel with Zishang in the promise of 2 years, if he had killed Zishang, none of the things related to Zishang would have happened. Hu Fei gave him an extremely oppressive sense of threat. He could faintly sense that as long as Hu Fei was still alive, he would definitely become the second Zishang in the future. When they were outside, the vicious gaze that Hu Fei gave him made him realize that Hu Fei must be eliminated. If he did not eliminate him, he would definitely be a huge disaster in the future. At this moment, Duan Lingtian stood on the Devil Seal tablet and hovered in the air as he looked down at Hu Fei. Hu Fei's life was in the palm of his hand. As long as he waved the sword in his hand, he could instantly take Hu Fei's life. Reason. When Hu Fei heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly said, I'm the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. If you kill me, my master will definitely not let you go. He'll definitely not let you go. That's your reason? Duan Lingtian initially thought that Hu Fei would come up with some new reason. Who would have thought that he would bring up Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, and use him as a shield? He had to admit that he was very disappointed. When he planned to kill Hu Fei, did he not consider that he would offend Cha Bai? Of course he did. But he was not afraid. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was indifferent to his reason, Hu Fei's face turned green and pale. In the end, he kneeled on the ground and kowtowed in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, spare me. Please spare me. Hu Fei kowtowed as he begged for mercy. I was blind in the past and offended you. As long as you don't kill me today, I promise I won't go against you in the future. Spare me. Please spare me. Hu Fei kept kowtowing. After a while, his forehead was stained with blood, and his face was filled with fear. It had to be said that Hu Fei's actions had shocked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had never expected that at the moment of life and death, Hu Fei would completely abandon his dignity and kowtow to his former enemy and beg for mercy. Perhaps, I've overestimated him. How can a person who betrays his master who saved his life and nurtured him possibly have any backbone? However, when he thought about Hu Fei's despicable past, Duan Lingtian felt relieved again. As the saying went, a dog can never change its habit of eating *t. This saying was referring to people like Hu Fei. This Hu Fei has really brought shame to Fire Peak and our 5-element sect, Huang Dainiu said with a disgusted look on his face. Other than a Fire Peak disciple who had a complicated look in his eyes, the other 5-element sect's disciples looked at Hu Fei with disdain. The direct disciple of our 5-element sect's Peak Master of Fire Peak only has this much backbone? Just like what senior brother Dainiu said, he has really embarrassed Fire Peak and our 5-element sect. If Peak Master Cha Bai sees this, I'm afraid he would be so angry that he would slap him to death right. Embarrassing. This is too embarrassing. Each and every one of the 5-element sect's disciples looked at Hu Fei and commented on him with disdain. Even the disciples from the other forces were looking at Hu Fei with disdain in their eyes. I can't believe that there's such a cowardly disciple in the 5-element sect. I think he's the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak in the 5-element sect. How blind must the Peak Master of Fire Peak be to accept such a disgraceful disciple? The 5-element sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian, has profound strength and is iron-willed. He's revered. However, this 5-element sect's disciple, Hu Fei, is a complete coward. He's really despicable. The disciples from the other forces were discussing among themselves. Their words were filled with disdain toward Hu Fei. Some of them even compared him to Duan Ling Tian, forming a stark contrast. The discussions around him were not soft. They entered Hu Fei's ears clearly, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions and continued to kowtow to Duan Ling Tian as though he did not hear anything. Duan Ling Tian, please spare me. I beg you. I beg you. You're a magnanimous person. You're a magnanimous person. Please spare me. Please spare me. Hu Fei lowered his head and continued to kowtow to beg for mercy. However, his eyes were filled with extreme shame, anger, and hatred. He swore in his heart, that's right. As long as he could survive, he would definitely make Duan Ling Tian pay him back tenfold or even 100-fold for what he had done today. If Peak Master Cha Bai sees you kowtowing and begging for mercy in front of me like a coward, I'm afraid I don't even have to lift a finger. He'll personally kill you, right? Duan Ling Tian raised the sword in his hand. His eyes narrowed as he said nonchalantly. When Hu Fei saw Duan Ling Tian raising his sword from the corner of his eyes and was about to kill him, horror dawned on his face. He quickly stopped kowtowing and begged for mercy. As though he realized that he was about to face a great disaster, he shifted his gaze to a 5-element Sex Fire Peak disciple who was standing nearby. He sent a voice transmission into the disciple's ears. If you do as I say, I don't believe that the strongest young powerhouses from all the major forces can't kill him even if they join forces. After the voice transmission, Hu Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian and shouted, Duan Ling Tian, I'll wait for you on the road to hell. Duan Ling Tian did not expect that Hu Fei would stop kowtowing and begging for mercy at the last moment of life and death. His dignity and backbone seemed to have been awakened in an instant. Then, I'm afraid you won't be able to wait any longer. Soon, Duan Ling Tian's face turned cold. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed it down. With just one slash, he ended Hu Fei's life. He had no strength to resist at all. Boom! It was only when Hu Fei's body fell to the ground that Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He knew very well that he had just dealt with a potential threat. However, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian did not notice it at all. Among the group of 5-element sex disciples, there was a Fire Peaks disciple who was staring at Hu Fei's body. His eyes were filled with grief and indignation. However, he gritted his teeth and did not reveal his emotions. When the group of 5-element sex disciples saw that Hu Fei had turned into a corpse, they could not help but sigh. However, none of them felt pity for Hu Fei. When Hu Fei was still in 5-element sect, he already had a bad reputation. He was known as an ingrate. It was apparent that Hu Fei's absurd act of betraying his master who had saved his life and the Wood Peak who had nurtured him to join Fire Peak was still something that many of the 5-element sex disciples still found hard to let go of. Duan Ling Tian killed Hu Fei with just a wave of his hand. Many of the young disciples from the other 4 major forces were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. They were afraid that Duan Ling Tian would make a move on them. The decisiveness of Duan Ling Tian's attack caused fear to rise from the bottom of their hearts. Both of you are very smart. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, after Duan Ling Tian killed Hu Fei, he stared at the 2 black-clad young men who were standing alone at the side. They were the 2 surviving young disciples of Sun Moon sect. The reason why these 2 Sun Moon sect disciples were still alive was because they did not participate in the encirclement of Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, they would have definitely died. In the distance, the Sun Moon sect disciples who were horrified when they saw Duan Ling Tian looking at them heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. What do you think now? Hu Lin, the strongest person among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect, took a deep breath and asked the person next to him. Zhang Ping, the second strongest person among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect, who was standing next to him, broke out in cold sweat. When he heard Hu Lin's words, he could not help but smile wryly. Fortunately, I listened to you. Hu Lin, I owe you my life. In fact, he originally planned to join forces with the other Sun Moon sect disciples to deal with Duan Ling Tian to avenge Lu Kai. At the critical moment, it was Hu Lin who stopped him. When he recalled the technique that Duan Ling Tian cast earlier, cold sweat kept breaking out on his forehead. More and more of it was dripping down like rain. Duan Lingtian. I'm looking forward to our battle more and more now. After we get out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, how about we have a battle? Xian Bei, the strongest person among the younger generation in Empyrean Temple, who had been standing quietly at the side, stared at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, I'm more than happy to oblige. Duan Lingtian shrugged nonchalantly before adding, however, we don't necessarily have to wait until we get out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As long as you find something that interests me in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, we'll have to fight. What? You want to snatch something from me? When Xian Bei heard Duan Lingtian's words, his eyes narrowed. Of course. As long as you have something that interests me, I'll snatch it from you. Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly. All right. I'll wait and see then. Xian Bei took a deep breath and said with a face full of anticipation. Let's go. At this moment, Zhang Yan's voice resonated from afar. Subsequently, Zhang Yan led Qi Feng, Qin Lian, and the other 6 emotion-severing sex disciples down the stone stairs at the side of the stone platform and walked towards the dark bottomless abyss. Follow them. At the same time, Xian Bei called out to the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples and followed them. The 2 remaining young disciples of the Sun-Moon sect strode out and followed behind the group of young disciples from the Empyrean Temple. They walked down the stone stairs. Sun-Moon sect is really miserable. Out of the 20 young disciples, one of them was killed by senior brother Ling Tian outside. Then, senior brother Ling Tian killed 17 of them here. Now, only 2 of them are left. In my opinion, Sky Wolf Fort is the unlucky one. Chapter 947. That's right. The most unlucky one is still that Sky Wolf Fort. 20 disciples from Sky Wolf Fort came. First, there was an unlucky guy who overestimated himself and launched a sneak attack on senior brother Ling Tian, causing him to lose his footing and fall into the bottomless abyss. There was no way he could survive. The remaining 19 disciples were also killed because they coveted the treasure in senior brother Ling Tian's hand. If the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort knew about this, I'm afraid they would be so angry that they would vomit 3 liters of blood. Of course, a total of 20 people from Skywolf Fort came, and they were all killed before they even entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. If they knew about this, they would definitely be pissed to death. The group of 5 element sex disciples discussed animatedly with each other. When they looked at the purple-clad young man who was slowly descending after putting away the stone tablet with a missing corner, all of their eyes were filled with reverence. Senior brother Ling Tian is too strong. That's right. Even though I have confidence in him, when I saw him being surrounded by 48 young powerhouses, I still couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for him. Me too. However, I didn't expect that senior brother Ling Tian would only use 1 sword to kill more than half of the 48 young powerhouses. Even though the remaining half didn't die, they were all crippled and no longer had the strength to fight. I've decided. This time, I'll follow senior brother Ling Tian in this trip to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Senior brother Ling Tian will eat the meat, and I'll follow him. I only need to drink the soup. You're pretty smart, kid. Duan Lingtian had just put away the Devil Seal tablet and landed beside Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong when he heard these words. He could not help but smile wryly. The group of Blade Sex disciples stood quietly at the side. Their eyes were also filled with reverence when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, could it be that I'm destined to be stepped on by you forever and never be able to surpass you? The gaze of a Saber Gate disciple landed on Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. It was precisely Long Yun. Long Yun, the Saber Young Master that was one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, had taken the Vice Sect Master of the Saber Sect, Saber 5, as his master by chance, and he was able to advance by leaps and bounds in his path of cultivation. Later on, he even became eminent in the genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and competed with the young experts of the empires and dynasties all along the way to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Presently, he had already followed Saber 5 back to the House of Sabers in the Blade Sect and had officially become a disciple of the House of Sabers. This time, he was one of the 20 young disciples from Blade Sect who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Who would have imagined that the young man that revealed his extraordinary talent during the martial competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great sects a few years ago would have already grown to such an extent? Long Yun sighed and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in his heart. Let's go. When he saw that everyone's eyes were still on him, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and called out to them. Then, he took the lead and walked down the stone stairs at the side of the high platform. The moment Duan Lingtian made his move, Feng Tianwu followed closely behind him. Behind them were Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. Instantly, the group of 5 Element Sect and Blade Sect's disciples followed one by one. The 5 Element Sect's disciples were led by Duan Lingtian. The Blade Sect's disciples were led by Feng Tianwu. The 2 brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, followed behind. Their eyes were filled with a complicated expression as they looked at the purple-clad young man who was the leader. Once upon a time, the 2 brothers were the most dazzling young disciples of the 5 Element Sect. However, ever since Duan Lingtian appeared, he had snatched away all the glory that originally belonged to them. If we don't work hard, I'm afraid we'll never be able to surpass him in this lifetime. Nangong Yi smiled wryly. Although Duan Lingtian had snatched away the glory that originally belonged to him, he did not feel any dissatisfaction toward Duan Lingtian because of this. This was because Duan Lingtian had used his own strength to snatch away his glory. He did not use any underhanded means. Perhaps he had lost. However, he had lost wholeheartedly. In his opinion, if he wanted to reclaim his glory, he would have to surpass Duan Lingtian. At that time, the glory that originally belonged to him would naturally return as well. I will surpass him. Nangong Chen was still as taciturn as before. He was a man of few words. However, there was a hint of determination in his tone. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying light. It was apparent that the 2 brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, felt a great pressure because of Duan Lingtian's sudden rise. This pressure was something that they had never encountered before. At this moment, their martial Dao heart had been tempered to be even purer. At the same time, they had a common goal. They wanted to surpass Duan Lingtian. Between the 2 of us, whoever surpasses him first will be the big brother in the future. You don't have any objections, right? Nangong Yi looked at Nangong Chen and raised an eyebrow. He wanted to make a bet with Nangong Chen. Then you'll have to wait to call me big brother. Nangong Chen's expression was cold as he said coolly. Just you wait. Nangong Yi muttered as his eyes gleamed. Currently, he was not as strong as Nangong Chen. Naturally, he knew this very well. The reason he made such a bet with Nangong Chen was to motivate himself to surpass Duan Lingtian head-on. Where would the motivation come from if there was no pressure? Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what had happened between the 2 brothers. He also did not know that Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi were using him as a benchmark to surpass their goal. It's getting darker. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu led the way as they led the group of 5 Element Sect and Blade Sect's disciples down the stone staircase. In front of them, the figures of the Empyrean Temple's disciples led by Xian Bei and the 2 Sun Moon Sect's disciples gradually disappeared before their eyes, leaving behind only darkness. At some point in time, flames rose up. It was Feng Tianwu's body that rose explosively, illuminating the surroundings. However, there was a limit to the illumination. However, after the flames on Feng Tianwu's body lit up the surroundings, a ball of flames also rose from the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples. It was obvious that they were inspired by Feng Tianwu. After a while, a ball of flames also rose in front of the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples and the 2 Sun Moon Sect's disciples. That was where the group of Emotion Severing Sect, led by Zhang Yan, was. With the Emotion Severing Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Sun Moon Sect's disciples leading the way, the 5 Element Sect and Blade Sect's disciples could not help but heave a sigh of relief as they followed behind at a moderate pace. How long is this stone staircase? An hour later, the stone staircase was still the same. They still did not reach the end. Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes. A hint of doubt could be seen on his face. The Emotion-Severing Sect's people are turning. One of the 5 Element Sect's disciples exclaimed, waking Duan Lingtian up with a start. When Duan Lingtian heard it, he lifted his head and looked over. However, he noticed that the ball of flames in front of him was moving to the left. As for what was going on, it was impossible for him to see it clearly because they were too far away. After a while, the emotion-severing sex people moved to the bottom left of Duanling Tian and the others' line of sight. After a while, the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples and the two Sun-Moon sex disciples also turned to the left and followed them. As they moved closer, Duanling Tian could see the end of the stone staircase through the flames that rose from Feng Tianwu's body. Of course, it was only the end of the stone staircase in this direction. The stone staircase in front of them suddenly turned and led to the bottom left, opening up a new unknown path. Don't tell me there's no end to this stone staircase? Duanling Tian and the others turned to the left and continued to walk down. Huang Daniu could not help but frown. We've been walking for more than an hour. They're speeding up. Before Huang Daniu could finish his sentence, he noticed that the ball of flames from the emotion-severing sex people had suddenly sped up and flew forward. The Empyrean Temple's flames also sped up. Follow them. Duanling Tian raised his eyebrows. He called out to the others and flew after them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The five-element sex and blade sex disciples immediately followed them. On top of the magnificent door that led to the exit of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the upper echelons of the six major forces stood outside a layer of gray light shield. Their eyes were fixed on the gray light shield, trying to see through it and see what was going on inside. Early on, when Duanling Tian was the first to pass through the gray light shield and arrive at the high platform, the gray light shield had become even darker, causing the people outside to be unable to see the situation inside clearly. So after Duanling Tian entered, the people outside were completely unaware of what had happened inside. Sword 13, Saber 5. I originally thought that Duanling Tian would join your blade sect, yet I never imagined that he would join the five-element sect in the end. The vice-fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan, looked at the two middle-aged men nearby, and a wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on his face. Saber 5's face sank when he heard Ning Kan, and he said angrily, "Ning Kan, you still have the nerve to say that? If it wasn't for your Skywolf Fort interfering that day, how could Duanling Tian have suddenly gone missing?" Sword 13's expression was extremely unsightly as well. Ning Kan's words were undoubtedly rubbing salt on the wounds of their blade sect. If it wasn't for the Skywolf Fort interfering that day with the intention of taking away Duanling Tian, how could the subsequent events have occurred? How could Duanling Tian have gone missing? Humph. All of you listen up. Once the group of little fellows come out from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, us two old fellows will have to make a trip to your Skywolf Fort and ask Azure Wolf to give us an explanation. Meanwhile, the sect master of the blade sect grunted coldly, and his gaze that was like a blade flashed past the five vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort. If Green Wolf can't give us a satisfactory explanation, I'm going to have to move my old bones a little. The sect master of the sword sect spoke with a low voice. They were already aware of the incident from a few months ago, but they didn't take it to heart at that time. As far as they were concerned at that time, there was utterly no need for them to shed all pretenses with the Skywolf Fort for a quasi-sword sect disciple that hadn't even joined the sect. But never had they imagined that it was this quasi-sword sect disciple that they didn't take seriously that possessed natural talent and comprehension ability that shocked even them. He wasn't even 30 years old, yet he killed a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who used a grade 2 spirit weapon and had comprehended 9th-level void interpretation concept with just a punch. Chapter 948. It was precisely because of the Skywolf Fort that such a young powerhouse who could be considered as a peerless monster did not manage to join their blade sect and become their disciple. How could they not be angry? Upon hearing the words of the two sect leaders of blade sect, the five vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort merely frowned. However, they were not bothered by it at all. If the two old fellows from blade sect could deal with the fort master of Skywolf Fort, their Skywolf Fort would not have been able to survive until now. The four major forces in the southern of the northern desert were evenly matched. None of the forces dared to declare war on another force. Unless they could guarantee that their own powerhouses would not be harmed, they would still be annihilated by the other two forces even if they managed to annihilate another force. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The group of five-element sect senior officials, led by Guochong and Chi Yu, stood quietly at the side. Looks like our five-element sect is pretty lucky. Guachong, the sect leader of Five Element sect, could vaguely hear something from the conversation between the Blade sect and Skywolf Fort senior officials. He could not help but laugh. Only now did he know that Duan Ling Tian was preparing to join the Blade sect. It was all because of the trouble caused by the Skywolf Fort that Duan Ling Tian managed to come to the eastern district of the Northern Desert by chance and join their Five Element sect. This is the fate between our Five Element sect and him. Qi Yu's eyes gleamed as a gentle smile crept up the corner of his mouth. The him that Qi Yu was referring to was naturally Duan Ling Tian. I hope that Duan Ling Tian can surprise us. However, it doesn't matter even if they don't find the profundity fragment. With the 9th level advanced water concept and 9th level advanced fire concept that you've comprehended, it's only a matter of time before you make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. Guachong looked at Qi Yu. His eyes gleamed brightly like the stars in the sky. Don't count on me. Qi Yu shook his head. You should know that even if I really make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage, I won't continue to stay in the Northern Desert. You should know what I yearn for. If it wasn't for the accident that happened 20 years ago, perhaps I wouldn't be in the Northern Desert now. When Qi Yu reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with yearning as he looked toward the north. I thought you've already given up on leaving the Northern Desert and going to the central district of the Cloud Continent. I can't believe that you still want to go there. Guachong smiled bitterly. There was a hint of helplessness between his brows. There are some things that will never change. Qi Yu muttered. After 10 hours, Duan Ling Tian and the others finally reached the end of the stone staircase at the side of the high platform. The 10,000 element sects as well as the Skywolf sect as well as the Black the platform was surrounded by black fog, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Sect. The young disciples from the various sects had a confused expression on their faces. Duan Ling Tian's sect stood on the fort. He extended his spiritual energy in an attempt to spy on the situation behind the black fog. However, he discovered that there was an inscription formation that prevented his spiritual energy from getting closer. Welcome, young people from entrance number 2. All of a sudden, an old voice resonated from all directions. It clearly entered the ears of everyone, including Duan Ling Tian's sect. At once, everyone felt as though they were struck by lightning. Duan Ling Tian's sect was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. After looking around for a while, he confirmed it. It's the Polyphony Formation. The Polyphony Formation was an inscription formation that was similar to the voice transmission Jade Slip. Once the Polyphony Formation was set up, one would be able to condense one's voice into it. Once the Polyphony Formation was triggered, the voice would spread out and enter the ears of the people nearby. The owner of the voice earlier. Is he the powerhouse from Emperor Wu who left behind this Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Duan Ling Tian's sect took a deep breath. He could vaguely guess the identity of the other party. Who's there? Stop pretending to be mysterious. Show yourself if you're so capable. Many young disciples from various forces who were so frightened that their faces turned pale looked around and shouted hysterically. They wanted to use their voices to hide the fear in their hearts. There's no need to shout anymore. Other than us, there's no one else here. Hu Lin, the Sun Moon sect's disciple, said nonchalantly. Although his voice was not loud, it contained origin energy that overpowered the hysterical roars of the disciples from various forces. Ha! At once, the young disciples from various forces quieted down. Their eyes shifted to Hu Lin in unison. What did you say? You said that other than us, there's no one else here? The disciples from various forces looked at Hu Lin skeptically. It was obvious that they did not believe his words. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask Duan Ling Tian. I think he knows better than me what happened earlier. In the face of so many people's skeptical gazes, Hu Lin shrugged and looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he wanted Duan Ling Tian to clean up this mess. As the group of young disciples from the 4 major forces, 5 Element Sect, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect, looked at him, Duan Ling Tian became the center of attention. Duan Ling Tian looked at Hu Lin deeply. He did not expect this Sun Moon Sect's disciple to have such an amazing observation skill. He knew that the reason why Hu Lin said that was definitely because he saw the realization on his face just now and saw something from it. After catching his breath, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the group of young disciples and glanced at them one by one. He's right. Other than us, there's no one else here. The young disciples from the four major forces might not believe Hu Lin's words. However, they did not dare to question Duan Lingtian's words. If there's no one else here, then what was that voice earlier? That's right, we all heard it clearly. It was an old voice. It was obviously an old man talking to us. That old man seemed to be welcoming us. Although the young disciples from the four major forces did not dare to question Duan Lingtian, they still could not help but whisper to each other and voice out their doubts. Old man? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Do you think there's an old man who can enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure through the inscription formation at the entrance that tests one's age? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. At this moment, Duan Lingtian continued. The voice earlier came from an inscription formation called the Polyphony Formation. The Polyphony Formation's principle is similar to the voice transmission Jade Slip. The latter requires a martial artist to use his origin energy to trigger it, and it can only be transmitted to one person's ear. The former, on the other hand, has many ways to trigger it. It can transmit the voice like a normal person speaking. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking in one breath, he added, although this polyphony formation isn't a complicated inscription formation, the spiritual energy it requires is extremely high. At the very least, it requires a spiritual energy above the martial emperor stage to be able to successfully inscribe and set it up. Polyphony formation? An inscription formation that can only be inscribed and set up by an Emperor Wu's inscription master? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the young disciples from the four major forces, including Feng Tianwu, Xian Bei, and Zhang Yan, were shocked. They were stunned and could not regain their senses for a long time. You know about the polyphony formation? Before the young disciples from the four major forces could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the Sun Moon Sect's disciple, Hu Lin, and asked curiously. I've read about it in an ancient book before. Hu Lin nodded. At this moment, the young disciples from the four major forces regained their senses one by one. Since the polyphony formation is an inscription formation left behind by an Emperor Wu's inscription master, could the voice earlier be his voice? I guess it's very likely that he's the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left this Emperor Wu's secret treasure behind. No wonder he said we're welcome. The young disciples from the four major forces discussed among themselves. Soon they came to an answer. The owner of the voice earlier was the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left this Emperor Wu's secret treasure behind. Welcome, young people from entrance number 2. Just as everyone was in a state of panic, that old and aged voice once again sounded from all directions, clearly entering the ears of everyone present. This time, everyone who was mentally prepared did not lose their composure like before. However, among the various forces, there were still some female disciples who were more timid. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Their delicate bodies trembled slightly and were on the verge of collapsing. Entrance number 2? This time, many people began to chew on the words. They confirmed one thing from the words of the Emperor Wu powerhouse. That Emperor Wu powerhouse said that we're the young people from entrance number 2? Don't tell me there are other young people from entrance number 1, entrance number 3, entrance number 4, and entrance number 5 in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Huang Dania's eyes widened as he questioned with a horrified expression on his face. When Huang Dania's voice entered the ears of the young disciples from the major forces, most of them felt as though they were struck by lightning. Initially, they thought they were the only ones who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Moreover, many of them were killed by Duan Lingtian earlier. Therefore, they should be able to obtain a lot of benefits from it. However, they realized that the young disciples from the 6 major forces were not the only ones who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Apart from the entrance that they came from, there were other entrances to this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This could be deduced from the words of the Emperor Wu powerhouse earlier. What should we do? There are actually other entrances to this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. I wonder how strong are the young powerhouses who came from other entrances? There shouldn't be any young powerhouses from second-rate forces who came in, right? One of the Blade Sect's disciples gasped as he muttered to himself. His voice was not loud and did not contain any origin energy. However, It was exceptionally clear in the deathly silent atmosphere. Everyone heard what he said. Chapter 949. That was right. Since there might be other entrances to this Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they would definitely be discovered by other people as well. Once they were discovered, the news would definitely spread. At that time, the other forces near the entrance would definitely send in young disciples below the age of 40 to search for the treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure would tempt even the second-rate forces. The second-rate forces were much more powerful than the third-rate forces they were in. They even had martial monarch powerhouses in their ranks. In such a force, there would definitely be no lack of talented young disciples with monstrous comprehension. The overall strength of those young disciples would definitely surpass them. After all, they were only disciples from third-rate forces at most. Not only that, this time, it was not just the young disciples from the second-rate forces who came in. Even if it was the young disciples from the other third-rate forces who came in from the other entrances, they would still feel pressured. This was because it meant that there would be another group of people who would want to share the loot with them. The young disciples from the second-rate forces were generally stronger than them. If they encountered them, they would only be tortured. They would not be able to win or win. In the end, they would only end up empty-handed. Not only that, they might not even end up empty-handed. Who knew if there would be a ruthless person among the young disciples from the second-rate forces who would kill them indiscriminately the moment they saw them? The moment they thought of this, most of the disciples from the various forces felt pressured. Perhaps, among the group of disciples from our five-element sect, only senior brother Ling Tian is not afraid of the young disciples from the second-rate forces. Even senior brother Chen, senior brother Yi, and senior brother Daniu would be at a disadvantage if they encounter the outstanding young disciples from the second-rate forces. One of the five-element sect's disciples took a deep breath. His gaze first landed on Duan Ling Tian before it swept past Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, and Huang Daniu. The other five-element sect's disciples agreed with this five-element sect's disciple. They had seen senior brother Ling Tian's strength before. They believed that even the outstanding young disciples from the second-rate forces might not be a match for their senior brother Ling Tian. What are you afraid of? Anyway, I've already decided that I'll follow senior brother Ling Tian in this trip to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. With senior brother Ling Tian around, even if we can't get too many treasures, we can at least keep our lives. Very soon, some of the five-element sect's disciples locked their gazes on Duan Ling Tian as they spoke with a determined look on their faces. I also want to follow senior brother Ling Tian. Although the treasures in Emperor Wu's secret treasure are good, they are far less important than my own life. Of course, if the treasure is gone, at most it will be a pity for a while. But if you lose your life, then you will have nothing left. Life is more important than anything else. I've decided that I will also follow senior brother Ling Tian. The group of five-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. At the same time, they looked at the purple-clad young man nearby, Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was standing there and looking around as though he was observing something. At the same time, other than the two remaining disciples from Sun Moon sect, the group of Blade sect's disciples began to approach Feng Tianwu, wanting to seek protection from Feng Tianwu. The Empyrean Temple's disciples also followed Xian Bei, the strongest person among the younger generation in Empyrean Temple. Right now, there were only 8 people left from the emotion-severing sect. Zhang Yan stood there with a calm expression on his face. His mood was not affected at all by the fact that there were other entrances to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Qi Feng, Qin Ran, and the other 5 emotion-severing sect's disciples followed Zhang Yan closely. Zhang Yan was not afraid, but it did not mean that they were not afraid as well. Elder brother Duan. When Feng Tianwu saw Duan Ling Tian frowning, a hint of doubt appeared on her delicate face. She vaguely realized that her elder brother Duan might have noticed something. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, who were not far away, also noticed that something was amiss. Duan Ling Tian, what's wrong? Huang Daniu asked loudly. There was a hint of urgency in his tone. Huang Daniu's voice was like a clap of thunder. At once, it attracted the attention of the young disciples from various forces. Their eyes fell on Duan Ling Tian in unison. The rest of us. I'm afraid we'll have to walk on our own in the future. Duan Lingtian's furrowed brows relaxed as he said slowly. Ha! The moment they heard Duan Lingtian's words, everyone was confused. They could not make heads or tails of it. At this moment, the old voice continued to sound. Little fellows who came from entrance number 2. As long as you enter the surrounding black fog, you'll be able to enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure in no time. In Emperor Wu's secret treasure, there's a lot of wealth that I've accumulated throughout my life. The most precious thing is none other than the 5 monarch stage profundity fragments. On top of that, there's a palace in the center of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure that I left behind. That's where I'll be resting when I die. The wealth that I've accumulated throughout my life has been scattered all over the Emperor Wu's secret realm. You'll have to search for it yourself if you want to obtain it. The only thing you'll be able to obtain from the place where I'll be resting is the 2 monarch stage profundity fragments, and the Emperor stage profundity fragment in my body. The old voice stopped abruptly when it reached this point. At this moment, all the young disciples from various forces, including Duan Lingtian, were stunned. Their eyes narrowed as they shone brightly. 8 profundity fragments? Did I hear that right? Huang Daniu sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered to himself in disbelief. You didn't hear it wrong. It's indeed 8 profundity fragments. 7 monarch stage profundity fragments and 1 emperor stage profundity fragment. Zhang Shouyong shook his head and said blankly. At this moment, he looked like he had lost his soul. Nobody knew where his heart had flown to. Emperor stage profundity fragment? What's that? Feng Tianwu frowned. Her beautiful face was filled with confusion. The profundities that martial monarch powerhouses master are usually the monarch stage profundity. If a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse wants to break through to the Emperor Wu stage, he must first comprehend the Emperor stage profundity. The Emperor stage profundity is the pass for a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse to enter the Emperor Wu stage. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's question, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu as he replied to Feng Tianwu. The significance of the Emperor stage profundity to a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse was similar to the significance of the void transformation concept to a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist, and the significance of the monarch stage profundity to a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist. If he didn't comprehend it, it would be difficult for him to break through to the next realm. If a 9th-level void transformation powerhouse hasn't comprehended the monarch stage profundity, it's impossible for him to break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. In that case, if a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse hasn't comprehended the emperor stage profundity, it's impossible for him to break through to the Emperor Wu stage and become an Emperor Wu powerhouse. Duan Lingtian explained word by word. Naturally, he had obtained this information from the rebirth martial emperor's memories. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's words caused an uproar. When the people present heard about the Emperor stage profundity fragment in the message left behind by the Emperor Wu powerhouse, they guessed that it was related to the Emperor Wu powerhouse. However, when they found out about the Emperor stage profundity fragment's specific function, they could not help but gasp. Then, does this mean that the Emperor stage profundity fragment is more precious than the Monarch stage profundity fragment? Huang Daniu's breathing quickened as he panted heavily. His chest rose and fell like a bellows, and he could not calm down for a long time. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded and said solemnly, the difficulty of a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse to break through to the Emperor Wu stage is more than 100 times harder than a 9th-level void transformation martial artist to break through to the martial monarch stage. The reason for this is that it's difficult for them to comprehend the Emperor stage profundity. However, if there's an Emperor stage profundity fragment that's suitable for them, they can use it to comprehend the Emperor stage profundity and achieve the cultivation base of the Emperor Wu stage, becoming an Emperor Wu powerhouse. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but feel excited. His eyes shone brightly. The Emperor stage profundity fragment. He had to admit that he was tempted. The message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse said that as long as we enter the surrounding black fog, we'll enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. A disciple from an unknown force said. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone's eyes fell on the black fog surrounding the platform they were on. Let's go! Zhang Yan ordered. He led Qi Feng, Qin Lian, and the other 5 emotion-severing sex disciples and flew into the black fog surrounding the platform. In just a blink of an eye, the 8 emotion-severing sex disciples, including Zhang Yan, disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian, I'll go in first as well. At this moment, Xian Bei nodded at Duan Lingtian. After greeting Duan Lingtian, he flew into the surrounding black fog. Behind him, the 19 Empyrean Temple's disciples, including O Chen, followed like shadows. After the 2 Sun-Moon sex disciples nodded at Duan Lingtian in a friendly manner, they also flew into the black fog. Duan Lingtian, you've killed so many Sun-Moon sex disciples. However, these 2 fellows don't seem to hate you at all. Not only that, but they even greeted you in such a friendly manner. Huang Daniu looked in the direction where the 2 Sun-Moon sex disciples left. He could not help but feel surprised. They're smart people. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I admit that. If they weren't smart, I'm afraid they would have been cut into 2 or 3 pieces like the other Sun-Moon sex disciples. When Huang Daniu recalled the scene where Duan Lingtian made his move on the high platform earlier, he could still feel chills running down his spine. Who would have thought that Duan Lingtian, who was usually gentle and humble, would have such a bloodthirsty side to him? At that time, Duan Lingtian was like an Asura who had crawled out of purgatory. In a fit of rage, blood flowed like a river and bodies piled up like a mountain. Elder brother Duan, let's go in together. Chapter 950. Perhaps. We can't go in together. Duan Lingtian shook his head in the face of Feng Tianwu's greeting. Why? Feng Tianwu was stunned. Her beautiful face was filled with puzzlement. The group of 5 element sex disciples and blade sex disciples, including Huang Daniu, also looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression. They did not know what Duan Lingtian meant by his words. I've investigated the surrounding black fog. There are numerous illusory inscription formations within it, and the number of them is beyond my imagination. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at the surrounding black fog with dread. He muttered, there's only one function of these inscription formations. It's to separate the people who enter and scatter them in every corner of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As someone who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, it was only natural that he knew the meaning of the inscription formations in the black fog. This was because there were similar inscription formations in some of the games that the reincarnation Emperor Wu played in the past. The main purpose was to separate the people who were gathered together and scatter them in different places to undergo the cruel test of survival. The weak were prey to the strong, and only the fittest would survive. Only those who survived in the end would be rewarded. Oh, I see. Feng Tianwu finally understood. Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled wryly. Originally, I wanted to stay by your side to be more secure. But now, it seems like my plan is going to be ruined. Whoosh, whoosh. The moment Huang Daniu's words left his mouth, 2 figures flew out like the wind and entered the black fog around the platform in a flash. Their figures disappeared. It's Senior Brother Chen and Senior Brother Yi. One of the 5 element sex disciples exclaimed. Let's go. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and strode out toward the black fog around the platform. He was ready to enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong followed him. Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered something. The group of 5 element sect disciples and saber sect disciples did not seem to believe Xiao Chen. They just followed the 5 of them, making Xiao Chen feel helpless. These fellows. Did they really think that I was lying to them? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, he did not say much. As long as a group of people entered the black fog, they would naturally know that everything he said was true. After a short while, the group of people led by Duan Lingtian walked toward the black fog surrounding the platform in a mighty manner. Duan Lingtian was the first to enter the black fog, and his figure disappeared. Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong followed closely behind. Behind the 4 of them, the group of disciples from 5 element sect and blade sect followed suit. All of them entered the black fog, completely disappearing from sight. For a moment, the vast platform that was surrounded by black fog became empty and devoid of human habitation. After Duan Lingtian entered the black fog, he only saw a flash before his eyes. Then, he discovered that he was alone on a vast grassland. The grassland was beautiful and lush with greenery. It stretched as far as the eye could see. Head northwest. At the end of the grassland, you'll find the entrance to the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At the same time, an old voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. It was none other than the message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It seems like the inscription formations in the black fog that can create illusions are more or less accompanied by some polyphony formations. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although Duan Lingtian knew that everything before his eyes was an illusion, he also knew that he had to follow the message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse. Only then would he be able to enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At this moment, he, who was in the illusion, was destined to part ways with the others and go his own way. I should be able to fly here, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment the thought left his mind, he tried to step into the air. With a leap, his entire body rose into the air. As expected. After discovering that this place was not shrouded by the flight-prohibiting formation, Duan Lingtian could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Although it was not a problem for him to run across such a vast grassland, it was much more strenuous than flying. As expected of the illusion created by the inscription formation inscribed and set up by the Emperor Wu powerhouse. It's really sturdy. When Duan Lingtian flew out, he could not help but extend his spiritual energy out in an attempt to shake the illusion that he was in. However, in the end, he discovered that the illusion did not budge at all. He was already mentally prepared for this, so he was not surprised. That was an inscription formation set up by the Emperor Wu powerhouse. If he could really shake it, he would be shocked instead. There shouldn't be any test in this illusion, right? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he muttered to himself. Soon after flying out for a short while, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Looks like I really jinxed it. There's actually some offensive inscription formations mixed in with this inscription formation that created the illusion. Almost at the same time Duan Lingtian smiled wryly, a gust of violent wind suddenly rose in the air that he flew past. The vast violent wind swept across the sky and swept towards Duan Lingtian. The violent wind raged, and the corporeal green wind blades followed like shadows as they swept towards him from all directions. It was as though they wanted to tear him into pieces. Whoosh! After his spiritual energy stretched out and sensed the strength of these violent winds and wind blades, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. The strength of these violent winds and wind blades was at most comparable to a 5th or 6th level void transformation stage martial artist that had comprehended 5th or 6th level intermediate wind concept, and they were unable to form any threat to him. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as he punched out with his full strength, and it was like a rock shattering the heavens. Bang! 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 Instantly, a wave of explosive sounds that were like thunderclaps resounded out without end, and it flashed through the sky and shook the hearts of others. Bang! An enormous bang exploded out, and it was Duan Lingtian's punch that contained the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons that collided with the violent winds and wind blades that followed the violent winds like a cannonball. The strength of a first-level void transformation stage martial artist when his origin energy exploded out was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Second-level advanced wind concept was comparable to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. When 3 9th-level void interpretation concepts were combined together, it was similarly the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. When such a formidable force swept out, it easily crushed the violent winds and wind blades, causing them to completely vanish before Duan Lingtian. Bang! 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 After crushing the violent winds and wind blades that covered the sky, the force that gushed out from Duan Lingtian's fist didn't reduce in the slightest as it tore through the sky, and it once again gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing explosions. When the force completely vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes, the surrounding space finally returned to calm. Satisfying! Duan Lingtian, who swung out a punch with his full strength, spat out a mouthful of foul air to his heart's content. He didn't hold back in the slightest in the punch from before, and his origin energy exploded out as 4 types of concepts followed him like shadows, causing the hot blood in his entire body to boil. Let's go! After catching his breath, Duan Lingtian continued to fly towards the direction that Emperor Wu's powerhouse left behind, which was the northwest direction, and he headed towards the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian was continuously disturbed by some offensive inscription formations. However, before his domineering strength, the energy that stretched out from those inscription formations was completely destroyed by his punch. There was no surprise at all. Duan Ling Tian, who had comprehended 3 9th-level void interpretation concepts, 1 2nd-level void transformation concept, and his cultivation base had broken through to the 1st-level void transformation stage. He was simply like an invincible ferocious beast that rampaged all the way in this illusory realm. I wonder how the others are doing. 10 days later, Duan Ling Tian still hadn't entered the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure, and he couldn't help but think of the others because he was bored. He knew that the others must be in the same situation and experience as he was. The purpose of this inscription formation's existence is to put me in a corner of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. I've been traveling at full speed for 10 days, but I still haven't arrived at my destination. Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile wryly when he thought of this. However, he also knew that he had no other choice but to travel obediently. Only then would he be able to enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The northern desert, starting from the central area all the way to the northern area, formed 2 different worlds from the western, southern, and eastern areas of the northern desert. In the latter area, the third-rate forces could be considered as the strongest. In the former area, which was the central area and northern area of the northern desert, there were 3 powerful forces. They were also the 3 giants of the northern desert. These 3 colossi were all second-rate forces without exception. All the second-rate forces on Cloud Continent were forces that had as many experts as the clouds. Most importantly, they had martial monarchs holding down the fort, and it was far from something a third-rate force could compare to. There was a Hungduan mountain range at the border between the central area and northern area of the northern desert. It was uninhabited all year round, and very few people came here. However, there were many people here today. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Swift figures came from the north and flew across the sky. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived above the Hungduan mountain range. There were a total of 11 people in total. The person in the lead was an old man with a cold expression and a thin body. The old man was dressed in gray, and when he flew across the sky, a gust of wind began to flow in front of him. One could see how profound the old man's cultivation base was. Behind the old man in gray, there were 8 young men and 2 young women. They all had one thing in common, and that was they did not look more than 40 years old. Supreme Elder, are we late? Behind the old man in gray, a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes who was dressed in green could not help but ask. He was carrying a sheathed long sword on his back. It's only a few hours. It's all right. The old man in gray shook his head. He did not seem to care at all. After a while, the old man in gray dove down and brought the 10 young men and women into the Hungduan mountain range. They landed in the sky above a valley. Chapter 951. We thought you wouldn't come, old fart. When the gray-clad old man appeared with 10 young men and women, the 2 old men in the sky above the valley reacted. One of them looked at the gray-clad old man and said nonchalantly, "Humph. Since you 2 old farts are here, why wouldn't I be here?" The gray-clad old man snorted and looked down at the valley. The ground in the middle of the valley was covered by a deep gray light shield, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. "All of you go in." The gray-clad old man's cloudy eyes lit up, and his voice was majestic. "Yes." As soon as the gray-clad old man finished speaking, the 10 young men and women flew out and fell toward the gray light shield. In the next moment, 7 young men and 2 young women passed through the gray light shield and disappeared before the eyes of the 3 old men. Only a young man who looked to be in his 40s was left. He landed on the gray light shield and was completely blocked. At the same time, the gray light shield trembled. You hid your real age." The gray-clad old man's expression changed drastically when he saw this. The other 2 old men could not help but frown. Before the young man could react, the air around his body swayed as though it had been sucked away. Bang! A loud sound reverberated, and the young man's body exploded without any warning. He turned into a rain of blood and completely disappeared from this world. A man over the age of 40 wants to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure. How naive. One of the other two old men could not help but sneer. In the sky above the vast plain, whoosh, a bolt of purple lightning streaked across the sky, heading towards the northwest direction. It's almost been a month, and we still haven't reached the end of this plain? The person who was traveling in the sky above the plain was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows were tightly knitted together, and a hint of confusion could be seen on his face. With my speed, such a long time is enough for me to return to the five-element sect in the southern of the northern desert. The real Emperor Wu's secret treasure hasn't arrived yet. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. How big is the Emperor Wu's secret treasure that the Emperor Wu powerhouse opened? It can't be bigger than the northern desert, right? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian was a little scared. The Martial Emperor's secret treasure was an underground project. It was located in the underground of the northern desert. If it covered a larger area than the northern desert, it would undoubtedly be spread all over the northern desert. Once it collapsed, the entire northern desert would experience a huge earthquake. 3 days later. Is that the end of the grassland? Duan Lingtian, who was running all the way and gradually became a little numb, saw the black fog that appeared in the distance in front of him with just a glance. It separated the grassland. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he saw the black fog. He knew that he had reached the end of the grassland. As long as he entered the black fog, he would arrive at the real Emperor Wu's secret realm. Whirlwind. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian increased his speed. It was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind that blew into the black fog. After entering the black fog, Duan Lingtian's vision turned black. After flying for a while, a small light spot appeared in the pitch-black environment. Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Lingtian knew that the small light spot must be the entrance to the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. What he needed to do now was to pass through it and arrive at the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Ordinary pills and spirit weapons are not attractive to me at all. The small light spot continued to enlarge in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, unless there's some special treasure, I'm only interested in the profundity fragment. As soon as the thought left his mind, Duan Lingtian arrived at the entrance to the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was a cave entrance that could accommodate one person. The other side of the cave entrance was as bright as day. Enter! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian flew through the cave entrance. Almost at the same time, the message from the Emperor Wu powerhouse entered Duan Lingtian's ears again. Remember this place. Apart from being the entrance to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, this place is also the exit for you to leave the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. When you pass through the cave entrance, the inscription formation at the cave entrance will record your aura. From this moment onward, only you can enter and exit this cave entrance. The message from the Emperor Wu powerhouse came to an abrupt end at this point. I'm the only one who can enter and exit this cave entrance? Duan Lingtian could not help but turn around to look at the cave entrance behind him. The other side of the cave entrance was gray, and it seemed to have merged with the surrounding cave walls. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to discover its existence at all. After searching through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian soon found out the principle of the inscription formation. It was similar to a spatial ring that had recognized its owner. Unless the owner died, it would not recognize a second owner. However, the inscription formation that covered the cave entrance was slightly different. Even if the owner died, it would not allow a second person to enter and exit. In other words, after I obtain enough benefits from the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I can only leave through this cave entrance. It's the same for the others. Each of them has their own cave entrance, and I can only leave from there. Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized what was going on. After he realized what was going on, he began to look at his surroundings. All he saw was an empty cave. It was as though someone had forcefully hollowed it out. Although this was an underground cave, there was no lack of light. It was as though it was daytime. There should be an inscription formation that was inscribed and set up using the luminous pearl as the material. Duan Lingtian could easily guess the reason. The cave was huge. The surface area was as big as a standard football field on Earth where Duan Ling Tian lived in his previous life. There were a total of 4 exits that led to 4 different directions. Duan Ling Tian searched the cave for a while. After he did not find any treasures, he randomly chose an exit and flew out. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian found himself in another cave. The difference between this cave and the previous one was like the difference between a hall and a room. There were only 4 exits in the previous cave. However, standing in this cave, Duan Ling Tian could see more than 10 different exits that led to more than 10 different places. This place. It's like a maze. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled wryly. Then, he randomly chose an exit and flew out. Duan Ling Tian did not stop as he traveled. After an hour, not only did Duan Ling Tian not find any treasures, he did not even see a shadow of a person. Moreover, he did not encounter any danger. There's no offensive inscription formation? Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, Duan Ling Tian flew into a bigger cave. This cavern looked like an empty training ground. Duan Ling Tian stood inside and looked around the cavern. For a moment, he felt that he was so tiny. Ha! Suddenly, as though he noticed something, Duan Ling Tian lifted his head and looked at the top of the cave in the middle. There was an exquisite box that was embedded there. Half of it was exposed. I finally found it. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Although he was not sure if he would be interested in the item in the exquisite box, it was still the first treasure he found after entering the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This was a good start. Whirlwind. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian flew out with the intention of taking the exquisite box. However, as soon as he was in mid-air, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically as though he had noticed something. He moved his body and retreated in a hurry. He turned into a purple lightning and returned to the place where he was standing earlier. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, a khaki-colored lightning flashed across the sky and pierced through the air where Duan Ling Tian was standing. It set off a series of ear-piercing whistling sounds. In the end, the khaki-colored lightning landed on the ground and disappeared. All that was left was a bottomless hole that looked like it was pierced by a sharp arrow. Duan Ling Tian gasped, and he broke out in cold sweat from fright. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, his head would have been pierced through. Rumble! 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 Just when Duan Ling Tian was still in shock, a series of loud noises resonated in his ears. At the same time, he felt the ground beneath his feet tremble. The entire cave began to shake as though the ground was shaking. T. Extending his spiritual energy, Duan Ling Tian immediately noticed that the aura of many inscription formations around him began to fluctuate violently. It was obvious that they had been activated. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed when he noticed this. After a while, waves of vast khaki-colored energy rose from the ground all over the cave. It gradually solidified and transformed into khaki-colored puppets. Not long after, hundreds of khaki-colored puppets appeared. Their eyes flickered with a khaki-colored flame. They immediately looked at Duan Ling Tian and locked onto Duan Ling Tian. How extravagant! Duan Ling Tian could not help but click his tongue when he saw the hundreds of khaki-colored puppets that appeared before him. Through the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he knew. Each of the khaki-colored puppets before him had an earth concept fragment in their bodies. That was one of the sources of their energy. Naturally, their energy did not only consist of earth concept but also origin energy. In their bodies, there were more or less inscription formations formed by origin stones that provided them with origin energy. It allowed them to fuse the earth concept and origin energy together like ordinary martial artists to fight their enemies. These puppets are different from the earth puppets I encountered in the Sword Monarch's treasure. It's difficult for the latter to use the energy of the earth concept fragment embedded in their bodies. However, the former can completely unleash the energy of the earth concept fragment embedded in their bodies. Duan Ling Tian looked solemnly at the hundreds of puppets that surrounded him. He knew very well that he was facing a group of people whose strength was not inferior to a void transformation martial artist. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Chapter 952. Boom. Soon after, One of the khaki puppets stomped on the ground and dashed towards Duan Lingtian like the wind. Milky white origin energy soared from its body before it merged with the earth concept that soared up. It transformed into a rolling khaki energy that coiled around its body and helped it raise its speed to the limit. Whoosh! At the same time, 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above the khaki puppet before another 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 7th level Void Interpretation Stage Origin Energy? 1st level Advance Earth Concept? Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Earlier, he was really worried that the group of puppets before him had 7th level Earth Concept fragments or above in their bodies. If that was the case, then he was bound to be unlucky today. The khaki energy that suffused the body of the puppet that charged towards Duan Lingtian quickly resonated with the earth. At this moment, there was no distinction between them. Whoosh! In the sky, another 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared beside the 300 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They can actually borrow the earth energy with their earth concept. Apart from the fact that they don't have intelligence and can't use spirit weapons, what's the difference between them and human martial artists? Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly as he stared blankly at the 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that pounced towards him. Whoosh! At the same time, the khaki puppet arrived before Duan Lingtian. Its speed was so fast that it was not affected by its seemingly cumbersome body at all. It swept its fist out and smashed towards Duan Lingtian's head like a cannonball that was shot out from a barrel. The puppet's fist was coiled with waves of vast khaki energy that rolled out. It was earth-shattering, and the air was compressed to the point it set off a wave of ear-piercing air explosions. Boom! 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 The energy that was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons swept out along with the continuous air explosions. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Duan Lingtian and was about to descend onto Duan Lingtian. Humph! Duan Lingtian, who had been accumulating strength since a long time ago, met the attack with his fist fearlessly. His origin energy exploded out, and 4 types of concepts followed like shadows. The energy that was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons swept out. Bang! As Duan Lingtian's fist and the puppet's fist collided, a loud sound reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot without moving. Duan Lingtian, the puppet's fist, Duan Lingtian. The Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, the puppet crashed to the ground and transformed into a pile of rubble. A yellow fragment was mixed in the rubble, and it was particularly conspicuous. Lingtian. Duan Lingtian Duan Lingtian. Although this first-level Earth concept fragment was of no use to him, it was still a concept fragment after all. Its value was extraordinary, and it might be of use to him in the future. So strong. The person hiding in the corner of the cave was a young man in blue clothes. He witnessed the scene of Duan Lingtian destroying the puppet with one punch, and his face couldn't help but change greatly. That puppet could exert the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons if it used all its strength. But it was still destroyed by his punch in a head-on collision. He's a disciple of the North Nether sect? When did such a person appear in the Dark North sect? The blue-clothed young man took a deep breath. There was a hint of fear between his brows. At the same time, he secretly guessed the identity of the purple-clothed young man in front of him. Looks like I can only wait for him to be besieged by the remaining puppets before I can retrieve the box that contains the treasure. Otherwise, once he discovers me, I'll definitely die. The blue-clothed youth made up his mind. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. After killing one of the puppets, he turned his attention to the remaining puppets. At this moment, the remaining group of puppets also began to move. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just when Duan Lingtian was tensed up, a group of puppets charged at him from all directions. Their speed was as fast as the puppet that was destroyed by Duan Lingtian earlier. Moreover, among these puppets, there were many existences whose strength far surpassed that puppet. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Along with the group of hundreds of puppets that surrounded Duan Lingtian were tens of thousands of ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged at him from all directions. The khaki-colored flames in the eyes of the puppets soared and raged as they stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they were going to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knew that there was only one direct method to deal with these puppets that didn't possess human intelligence, and that was to completely annihilate them. Only in this way would he be able to deal with the danger before him. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a sword that emitted waves of destructive aura. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that he obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. Although the strongest puppet among the group of puppets that pounced at him only had the strength of 700 ancient horn dragons after borrowing the earth energy, the strength of the strongest puppet was only comparable to the strength of 700 ancient horn dragons. However, the problem was that he was not facing one or two puppets, but over 100 puppets. Perhaps the strength of these puppets could not be combined, but once they covered the sky and covered the earth as they descended towards him, he would not be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. What he needed to do now was to charge out of the encirclement and destroy these puppets separately. If he were to go head-on with them, then he would definitely be courting death. Bang! 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 Over 100 puppets pounced at Duan Lingtian and punched out in unison, causing the air to be compressed and set off a wave of noise and ear-piercing explosions that continued without end for a long time. Moreover, at the same time that the explosions spread out, the airflow in the air was swiftly compressed, causing waves of invisible airwaves to surge out and set off a wave of vast gales that blew dust all over the cavern. 9 dragons' radiant flash. Faced with the encirclement of over 100 puppets, Duan Lingtian, who was already prepared since the beginning, looked straight to the side and flashed out. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook, and a vast energy swept out through it. Instantly, 3 material divine dragons whistled out. 3 pairs of eyes flashed brilliantly as they shot out 6 extreme flashes that blasted 6 puppets to death. As soon as the 6 puppets fell, a small gap appeared in the encirclement. Whirlwind. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Duan Lingtian executed his movement technique. It was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind and was blown out rapidly, dodging the encirclement of the group of puppets. However, after he left the encirclement, the group of puppets still chased after him. Although they did not have spiritual intelligence, they seemed to regard Duan Lingtian as an enemy that they would not rest until he was dead. It was as though they would not stop until Duan Lingtian was dead. Humph! Duan Lingtian, who had rushed out of the encirclement, snorted coldly in the face of over 100 puppets that were attacking him. His body moved like the wind, and in the next moment, he flashed toward more than 10 puppets that were not far away. 9 dragons' radiant flash. Sword drawing art. Every time Duan Lingtian swung the sword in his hand, either 3 divine dragons would surge out and shoot out 6 extreme flashes, or it would transform into a bolt of lightning and destroy a puppet. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I can't wait any longer. If I wait any longer, he'll definitely be able to slaughter all the remaining puppets. The blue-clad young man who was hiding in the corner gritted his teeth and made up his mind. When the blue-clad young man saw that Duan Lingtian's attention was not on the ceiling in the middle of the cavern, he took a deep breath and flew out. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning as he flashed toward the ceiling of the cavern. Duan Lingtian, who was one-sidedly crushing and destroying the group of puppets, was completely immersed in the battle. Naturally, he did not notice that someone had appeared, let alone that someone was going to take the exquisite box in the middle of the cavern. That exquisite box was the box that contained the treasure left behind by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. The 100 puppets that Duan Lingtian was facing now were the test that he had to go through in order to obtain the treasure. Now that Duan Lingtian was facing the test here, someone was secretly trying to take the treasure away. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand struck out like a bolt of lightning and like a venomous serpent. Every single time it flashed out, it would easily destroy one or a few puppets, and not a single puppet was able to survive under his sword. Boom, 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 boom. After their companions were killed, the puppets that did not have intelligence continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian without any fear. They would not rest until they were dead. However, without exception, there was only destruction in their end. At the same time, the blue-clad young man's figure had already approached the top of the cavern. He reached out at lightning speed and took the exquisite box that was embedded in the top of the cavern. A brilliant smile appeared on the blue-clad young man's face as he looked at the exquisite box in his hand. He had succeeded. After he fought with his life on the line and killed all the puppets, he'll only find out that the treasure has been taken away by someone else. I think he'll be so angry that he'll vomit more than 3 liters of blood, right? The blue-clad young man thought to himself as he glanced at Duan Tian with a smug expression on his face. However, when he looked over, he was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was because he noticed that when he took the exquisite box from the top of the cavern, the puppets that were charging toward the purple-clad young man stopped in their tracks and turned their heads to look at him. The khaki flames in their eyes continued to rise as though they were declaring their anger. Run! When the blue-clad young man saw that the group of puppets was about to give up on the purple-clad young man and charge toward him, horror dawned on his face. He did not dare to hesitate as he moved his body and fled into the distance. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the blue-clad young man made his move, the remaining khaki puppets gave up on Duan Tian and chased after him. What's going on? Duan Tian could not help but be stunned by the actions of the group of puppets. He instinctively turned his head to look at them. With just a glance, a layer of frost appeared on his face. You want to take something that belongs to me, Duan Tian? Chapter 953. Whoosh! The blue-clad young man's speed was very fast. As he fled, 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head. They were as fast as the wind. First-level void transformation martial artist. He had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. Is it someone who came in from another entrance? Duan Tian's eyes turned cold. He quickly overtook the group of khaki puppets and easily arrived behind the blue-clad young man. Whirlwind! Duan Tian moved again and caught up to the blue-clad young man. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook and turned into a flash of lightning. The sword whistled briefly. Cough! The blue-clad young man did not even have time to react when a clear sword mark appeared on his throat. As he coughed, the sword mark opened and blood spurted out. Boom! 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 Subsequently, the blue-clad young man fell to the ground along with a box that contained the treasure. He flew out from the inertia and only came to a stop after his body brushed against the ground for dozens of meters. At the same time, the exquisite box fell to the ground and opened with a pop sound. A fragment that was emitting a deep khaki energy appeared before Duan Tian's eyes. Earth Profundity Fragment. Duan Tian, who had just caught up, could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw the fragment. He raised his hand anxiously and used his origin energy to pull the fragment from the exquisite box into his hand. T. Almost at the same time when he held the fragment in his hand, Duan Tian extended his spiritual energy and sensed a familiar aura from the box. It was the aura of an inscription formation. Congratulations, young man. This 7th-level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment is yours. The martial monarch's voice resonated from the exquisite box. His voice spread far and wide with a terrifying penetrating force. It's actually an improved polyphony formation. Duan Tian frowned. Even if the polyphony formation was activated, the sound would only spread to a radius of 100 meters. However, the improved polyphony formation had a terrifying penetrating power. It could spread the sound to a distance of 10,000 meters in a short period of time and enter the ears of everyone within 10,000 meters. That Emperor Wu must have done it on purpose. Duan Tian was certain of this. As for the purpose, it was none other than to make it too easy for the person who obtained the treasure. Boom, 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 boom. Unknowingly, the remaining dozens of earth and yellow puppets had caught up and surrounded Duan Tian. Their stone fists pierced through the air and smashed towards Duan Tian. Humph! Duan Tian's expression was slightly cold, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook as he executed the 9 dragons' radiant flash and the sword-drawing art, instantly annihilating a small portion of the puppets. Kill! As Duan Tian's eyes filled with killing intent, the remaining puppets all died at his hands. When all the puppets fell to the ground, Duan Tian raised his eyebrows as though he had sensed something. Whoosh! 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 3 silhouettes ran from 3 different directions and arrived near Duan Tian in just a blink of an eye. They came to a halt and revealed their true identities. The three young men looked at each other before their eyes landed on Duanling Tian. 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. 3 pairs of eyes shot out 3 burning and greedy gazes as they focused on Duanling Tian. They completely ignored the puppets that had turned into rocks all over the place. They did not even notice the blue-clad young man's body that was completely crushed by the rocks. Hand over the profundity fragment you obtained. Otherwise die. Among the 3 young men, the young man who had a cold expression glanced at Duanling Tian indifferently and said coolly. Although the other 2 young men did not say anything, they were also glaring at the fragment in Duanling Tian's hand that was shining with khaki energy. They knew that it was the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. The martial monarch's voice came from afar and entered their ears. They had followed the voice and rushed over immediately. They're not the ones who came in with me. Duanling Tian glanced at the 3 young men who surrounded him. He immediately realized that they were not the ones who came in from entrance number 2 with him. Which entrance did you come in from? Duanling Tian asked bluntly with a gleam in his eyes. Entrance number 1. The young man who had a cold expression on his face answered. Entrance number 1? Duanling Tian came to a realization and asked again. Are all of you from the Northern Desert as well? Are you from the Northern Desert as well? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the other young man raised an eyebrow and questioned him in a condescending tone. He was not courteous at all. Duanling Tian did not care about the other party's tone. Now, he had confirmed the other party's origin from the other party's words. Do all of you want this profundity fragment? Duanling Tian weighed the fragment in his hand and asked calmly. Of course. The young man who questioned Duanling Tian earlier shouted as if it was a matter of course. But there are 3 of you. Who should I give this profundity fragment to? Duanling Tian glanced at the 3 of them and asked curiously. No matter who you give it to, you have to hand it over first. The words of the stern-faced young man were filled with an unquestionable tone. Then who should I give it to? Duanling Tian asked again. Leave it to me. The young man who questioned Duanling Tian earlier said. I have no objections. The young man who had remained silent all this while also chimed in. The minority obeys the majority. The young man in front looked at the young man with a cold expression and said with a smile. Hermph! Don't think that I don't know that all of you are Izumo sect's disciples. The Izumo movement skill that all of you displayed when you came in has already exposed your identities. The young man with a cold expression said in disdain. Then, does this mean that you're from North Nether sect? The 2 young men who were echoing each other earlier shifted their gazes to the young man with a cold expression and asked in a deep voice. That's right. The latter nodded and did not deny it. When our Izumo sect and Anika sect came in, your North Nether sect was nowhere to be seen. I can't believe that all of you actually made it in time. The Izumo sect's disciple who spoke rudely sneered. Izumo sect. Anika sect. North Nether sect. When Duanling Tian heard the conversation between the 2 young men, his eyes narrowed immediately. Before he left the 5-element sect, he had never heard of these 3 sections. However, during the 1 month he spent traveling to the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure in the southwest of the Northern Desert after leaving the 5-element sect, he had learned a lot about the Northern Desert from Huang Daniu and Chen Wei. In the Northern Desert, other than the eastern, southern and western regions, there were a bunch of third-rate forces that ruled supreme. In the central area of the Northern Desert and the northern area of the Northern Desert, there were 3 powerful second-rate forces. They were sects that had existed for thousands of years. Izumo sect in the central region of the Northern Desert. North Nether sect in the northern region of the Northern Desert. Other than these 2 sects, there was another sect that was located at the intersection of the central and northern regions of the Northern Desert. It was Anika sect. They're from Izumo sect and North Nether sect? Duanling Tian took a deep breath as realization dawned on him. No wonder they're so powerful. As it turns out, they're young powerhouses from second-rate forces. Senior Brother Su, why are we wasting our breath on him? Let's kill him first and then snatch the profundity fragment from that boy. Another Izumo sect's disciple suggested. All right. The moment the Izumo sect's disciple who was addressed as Senior Brother Su heard this, his eyes lit up. He immediately flew out and charged toward the North Nether sect's disciple who had a cold expression on his face. The other Izumo sect's disciple followed closely behind. Whoosh, whoosh. One of them used a sword while the other used a saber. They unleashed their full strength the moment they made their move. They attacked the North Nether sect's disciple who stood motionless in the distance as though he was scared silly. Whoosh, whoosh. More than 550 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above each of their heads, displaying their full strength. Both of them were first-level void transformation martial artists. When their origin energy exploded, it was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Both of them used Grade 2 spirit weapons that could amplify their strength by 78% on top of their origin energy. It was close to the strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. On top of that, both of them had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. Once they unleashed it, it was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. When the three of them were added together, it was equivalent to the strength of 550 ancient horned dragons. If that's the case, the blue-clad young man who wanted to seize the opportunity to take away the 7th-level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity fragment might be from Izumo sect, North Nether sect, or a Nika sect as well. Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side and being ignored by the two Izumo sect's disciples and the North Nether sect's disciple, could not help but recall the blue-clad young man whom he had killed with a single slash of his sword. The blue-clad young man was also a first-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. Moreover, he did not come in through entrance number 2 with him. Clang, 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 clang. At this moment, the sound of metal clashing resonated in his ears. Gusts of violent wind blew in his face, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. He saw that the North Nether sect's disciple was facing the two Izumo sect's disciples. His expression did not change at all. With his pair of iron fists, he easily blocked their attacks. Of course, the North Nether sect's disciple did not fight the two Izumo sect's disciples empty-handed. He used the Grade 2 spirit weapon glove that he wore on his hand and easily blocked the opponent's spirit saber and spirit sword. Faced with the scene before him, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. It was as though he was not surprised at all. Whoosh! Above the North Nether sect's disciple, the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes increased again until it reached more than 830. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward the two Izumo sect's disciples in a menacing manner. Second-level void transformation martial artist who has comprehended the second-level void transformation concept. I wonder if this North Nether sect's disciple is the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. Chapter 954. The North Nether sect's disciple did not use his full strength in the beginning. He only fought with the two Izumo sect's disciples with his strength that was on par with theirs. When the two Izumo sect's disciples saw this, they increased the speed of their attacks. Just as the two of them were getting closer to the North Nether sect's disciple, the North Nether sect's disciple who had successfully lured his enemies in had a chilling expression on his face. In an instant, his entire strength exploded. The strength of more than 830 ancient horned dragons gushed out from his iron fist, setting off a series of wind-whistling sound and air-exploding sound. Like a meteor falling from the sky, he smashed one of the Izumo sect's disciples. The punch was like a landslide. It was earth-shattering. Boom! A loud sound resonated in the air. The North Nether sect's disciple smashed the spirit saber in the Izumo sect's disciple's hand away with just one punch. The iron fist that was flying across the sky seemed to have transformed into a giant hammer as it continued to smash down on the Izumo sect's disciple's head. Bang! A loud explosion resonated in the air. The Izumo sect's disciple's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white matter splattered everywhere as the headless body fell to the ground. Why, you actually concealed your strength? The other Izumo sect's disciple who used a sword, the one who had been speaking in an unfriendly tone, turned horrified when he saw his junior brother's head exploding from just one punch from the North Nether sect's disciple. Without any hesitation, he immediately turned around and fled. What a joke! Even with his full strength, he only had the strength of more than 550 ancient horned dragons. His opponent, on the other hand, had the strength of 830 ancient horned dragons. It was impossible for him to defeat his opponent. However, the only thing on his mind right now was to flee. It did not cross his mind that with his strength, He would not be able to escape from this North Nether sect's disciple. The Izumo sect's disciple had just fled for more than 10 meters when the North Nether sect's disciple caught up with him. Shocked, his head exploded with just one punch and he followed in the footsteps of his junior brother. In just a blink of an eye, the North Nether sect's disciple had already killed 2 Izumo sect's disciples. His expression did not change at all. After taking the 2 spatial rings, his gaze finally landed on Duan Ling Tian. Boy, you're very smart. The North Nether sect's disciple with a cold expression looked at Duan Ling Tian and said nonchalantly, "It's a good thing you didn't run. Otherwise you'll die before them. But now, you should be on your way to accompany them." As he spoke, the North Nether sect's disciple looked at Duan Ling Tian with a chilling killing intent in his eyes. His killing intent soared to the heavens. "If I give you this profundity fragment, will you kill me as well?" Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, and an imperceptible gleam flashed in them as he asked with interest. "Of course," the North Nether sect's disciple said matter-of-factly. "If you survive and spread the news that I've obtained the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment, wouldn't I become everyone's target?" Only dead people don't talk nonsense. The moment his words left his mouth, the heaven and earth phenomenon above the North Nether sect's disciple's head began to fluctuate. The 830 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons became even more corporeal. They were ready to charge out at any time. "Thank you for reminding me." Duan Lingtian's squinted eyes suddenly opened. A brilliant smile appeared on his face as his gaze fell upon the North Nether sect's disciple. "What do you mean?" The North Nether sect's disciple could not help but ask in a deep voice when he saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face. "Only dead people don't talk nonsense." Duan Ling Tian repeated the North Nether sect's disciple's words. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, his body moved and shot out rapidly. Whirlwind. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a hurricane as he swept toward the North Nether sect's disciple in a menacing manner. A khaki energy vibrated on Duan Ling Tian's body. Accompanied by streaks of purple lightning and a vast green wind, it spread all the way to the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword in his hand. A sword whistle resonated in the air. An incomparably sharp aura appeared on the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword as if it could tear everything apart. Duan Ling Tian unleashed his full strength the moment he made his move. He did not hold back at all. Whoosh! As Duan Ling Tian charged out, the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword in his hand trembled. The heaven and earth energy above his head began to stir and gather into the heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes rushed out and pounced toward the North Nether sect's disciple with bared fangs and brandished claws. The North Nether sect's disciple only saw a flash in front of his eyes before the purple figure was already not far away from him. The 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky caused an inexplicable shock to rise from the bottom of his heart. The strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The North Nether sect's disciple was shocked. It had never crossed his mind that this purple-clad young man who looked like he was only 25 years old would actually possess such a powerful strength. It was obvious that the 2 Izumo sect's disciples had never seen the purple-clad young man before this. Moreover, the Izumo sect's disciple had said that they came in together with the Anika sect's disciple. If the purple-clad young man was an Anika sect's disciple, they would definitely recognize him even if they did not know him. Therefore, the purple-clad young man was neither Izumo sect's disciple nor Anika sect's disciple. Since he was a North Nether sect's disciple, he was almost certain that the purple-clad young man in front of him was not from the North Nether sect as well. Based on his words earlier, he revealed that he's also from the Northern Desert. The strongest forces in the Northern Desert are the 3 second-rate forces. There are North Nether sect, Izumo sect, and Anika sect. At this moment, the North Nether sect's disciple's mind began to spin. Don't tell me he's from a third-rate force? Such a thought suddenly appeared in the North Nether sect's disciple's mind. For a moment, an incredulous expression appeared on his face. Since when was there such a powerful young powerhouse in a third-rate force? Whoosh! The sound of a sword whistling reverberated in the air, causing the North Nether sect's disciple to regain his senses. He hurriedly threw out a punch to meet the swift sword ray that appeared briefly. Interesting. Seeing how the North Nether sect's disciple actually dared to dodge the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, a hint of coldness crept up the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. The sword that was originally going to dodge the opponent's fist suddenly trembled. Whoosh! The sword ray on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword skyrocketed as it met the iron fist of the North Nether Sect's disciple and directly pierced through it. The sword ray swept out in a destructive manner and mercilessly poured into the North Nether Sect's disciple's fist. Ha! When the North Nether Sect's disciple saw this, he suddenly shouted out loud. The energy in his fist skyrocketed as the strength of more than 830 ancient horned dragons surged out. He gave it his all and did not hold back at all. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The energy contained in Duan Lingtian's sword ray collided with the energy in the North Nether Sect's disciple's fist. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. At this moment, a vast airwave swept out like a ripple from the center of the collision between the two of them. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions continued to reverberate in the air. At the same time, it set off gusts of raging wind that blew in all directions, causing the entire cave to be filled with dust. Pa! 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 A series of crisp sounds reverberated in the air. A series of hideous and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground beneath the North Nether Sect's disciples' feet. The cracks continued to spread out like a gigantic spider web. On the other hand, not a single crack appeared beneath Duan Lingtian's feet. From this, one could see that the current collision did not cause any pressure to Duan Lingtian at all. Boom! In the next moment, the energy in Duan Lingtian's sword ray was completely released. The strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons completely crushed the North Nether Sect's disciple's strength of more than 830 ancient horned dragons as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The energy in his fist was completely dispersed. That was not all. Spurt! The quasi-royal grade spiritual sword was sent out from Duan Lingtian's hand. It pierced through the grade 2 spirit weapon glove on the North Nether Sect's disciple's fist and entered his arm. With a sudden shake, his entire arm was crushed into pieces. Humph! A muffled groan that was mixed with a hint of pain came out from the North Nether Sect's disciple's mouth. In the next moment, his entire body was sent flying backward and fell hard on the ground. He was in a sorry state. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stood there with his sword in his hand. He looked at the North Nether Sect's disciple coldly like an undefeatable god of war. "You've got some backbone." A hint of astonishment flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. His sword earlier went through the North Nether Sect's disciple's fist and entered his entire arm. It had completely crushed and crippled his arm. The pain he experienced was far from being comparable to having his arm chopped off. However, this North Nether Sect's disciple only let out a muffled groan from the beginning until the end. After he was sent flying, he even managed to catch his breath in a short period of time. It was truly frightening. In the next moment, the North Nether Sect's disciple's actions shocked Duan Lingtian so much that his eyes could not help but shrink. Wang! The North Nether Sect's disciple raised his left hand and turned it into a blade. Origin energy bloomed and transformed into a ray of white saber light. He decisively chopped off the broken arm that could no longer be restored to its original state. Humph! The North Nether Sect's disciple let out another muffled groan as he used his origin energy to stop the bleeding. At the same time, he consumed a healing pill. His extremely pale face finally regained some color. He can even be so ruthless to himself. This person is really terrifying. Upon seeing this, the cold gleam in Duan Lingtian's eyes became even more intense. The killing intent in his heart rose and was difficult to suppress. If he could be so ruthless to himself, it was needless to say that he would be even more ruthless to others. Although Duan Lingtian still admired this North Nether Sect's disciple from the bottom of his heart. However, his heart did not soften at all. Just like what the other party had said, only a dead person would not speak carelessly. What exactly is the sword in your hand? Even if it's a grade 1 spirit sword, it's impossible for it to destroy my gloves. The North Nether Sect's disciple took a deep breath and stared at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with dread. "You have a good eye," Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. "How can a mere grade 1 spirit sword be compared to the sword in my hand? Let alone your grade 2 spirit weapon, even if it's a grade 1 spirit weapon, I can still destroy it as long as I want to." A quasi-royal grade spirit weapon had broken through the shackles of an ordinary spirit weapon. Other than having a twofold increase in strength, it also possessed an indestructible and powerful characteristic. Chapter 955. Many of the materials used to refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon were difficult to refine even with the weapon fire of a grade 1 weapon craftsman. Due to this reason, the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon possessed the ability to destroy ordinary spirit weapons, including grade 1 spirit weapons. Even a grade 1 spirit weapon could be destroyed? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the North Nether sect's disciple could not help but narrow his eyes. Shock was written all over his face as he asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you?" "I'm just a nobody," Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. At the same time, he slowly raised the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. He was ready to kill the North Nether sect's disciple at any time. "I'm a North Nether sect's disciple. If you dare to kill me, the North Nether sect will never let you go," the North Nether sect's disciple threatened in a deep voice. Faced with a faintly discernible killing intent in the eyes of the purple-clad young man in front of him, he did not run away. This was because he knew he could not escape. His opponent's strength was far more powerful than his. "There's no third living person here. Do you think anyone will know that I'm the one who killed you if you die here?" Upon hearing the North Nether sect's disciple's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. He then looked at him as though he was looking at an idiot. Whoosh! In the next instant, Duan Lingtian directly killed him with his sword before he could even react. After killing the North Nether sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian took his spatial ring and the earth concept fragments from the hundreds of puppets. After putting the hundreds of earth concept fragments into Duan Lingtian's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared into the huge cavern that was as spacious as a training field. For a time, the only things left in the huge cave were some stones piled up everywhere, as well as 3 ghastly corpses. 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. Not bad. Duan Lingtian weighed the profundity fragment that was sparkling with khaki energy in his hand as he flew forward. He muttered to himself, together with the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, 3rd level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment, and 3rd level Monarch Stage Sword Profundity Fragment. I have all the profundity fragments that I can use. The most important thing now is to find a profundity fragment that I have no use for and hand it over to the sect. Duan Lingtian put away the profundity fragment in his hand that was glowing with an earthy yellow energy. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he searched around. Along the way, he also met some young experts from other forces. In addition to the young disciples from other forces who had entered through entrance number 2 with him, he also encountered many unfamiliar faces. These people should be the disciples from the second-rate forces who had entered through entrance number 1. Along the way, Duan Lingtian witnessed many battles. They were either fighting for grade 2 spirit weapons, grade 1 spirit weapons, or concept fragments that were above the 7th level. The battles were fierce, and there were young experts who died from time to time. However, Duan Lingtian did not interfere. Whether it was a grade 2 spirit weapon or a grade 1 spirit weapon, he was not interested in them at all. As for concept fragments, the only thing he lacked was a 9th level Earth concept fragment. However, he did not encounter it along the way, and he was not interested in the rest. When he was passing by a spacious cave, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and he suddenly came to a halt. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the sound of a saber chiming entered Duan Lingtian's ears. When Duan Lingtian heard the sound, he looked over and saw a muscular young man swinging the spirit saber in his hand and killing another young man easily. After the muscular young man succeeded with his saber, he looked at the 2 young men who were standing nearby with a grave expression on their faces and said disdainfully, "Now, are the 2 of you still coveting the 9th level Earth concept fragment in my hand?" When the 2 young men heard this, they looked at each other. For a moment, they did not dare to attack the muscular young man anymore. 9th level Earth concept fragment? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He was still wondering when he would come across a 9th level Earth concept fragment. He did not expect to encounter one in just a blink of an eye. For a moment, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and probed the muscular young man's cultivation base. Third level Void Transformation. After probing the man's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. The North Nether sect's disciple from before had a cultivation base at the second-level void transformation, and it had already shocked him. Now, he had encountered an even stronger existence, a young powerhouse at the third-level void transformation stage. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to study the muscular young man seriously. The muscular young man was dressed in green and had an ordinary appearance. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. Although he looked careless, his big eyes were gleaming with wisdom. It was apparent that he was not as simple as he seemed. Third-level void transformation. His strength is equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons when he fully explodes his strength. The spirit saber in his hand is a grade 2 spirit saber. Although its amplification strength is not as good as the spirit weapon that I personally refined, it's not weak either. It can amplify strength by at least 78%. After Duan Lingtian probed the man's cultivation base, he began to ponder in his heart. A 78% amplification on the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons is equivalent to the strength of 310 ancient horned dragons. In other words, he can unleash the strength of over 710 ancient horned dragons without using his concept. As long as he has comprehended the void transformation concept above the second level, I'm no match for him in terms of strength. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, he gasped. When he exerted his full strength and relied on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, the strength he could exert was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. If his opponent had comprehended the second-level void transformation concept, he would be able to exert the strength of 1,010 ancient horned dragons when he exerted his full strength. If that was the case, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of him and could fight him. However, if his opponent had comprehended the third-level void transformation concept or an even higher-level void transformation concept, Duan Lingtian knew he was no match for him. After all, his opponent was a third-level void transformation martial artist. It was not impossible. However, Duan Lingtian was a little reluctant to give up the 9th-level Earth concept fragment just like that. If you have the 9th-level Saber concept fragment in your hands, I'll be happy to exchange the 9th-level Earth concept fragment that I just obtained with you. If you don't scram. At this moment, the sturdy young man's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears again, causing Duan Lingtian's eyes to brighten up immediately. 9th-level Saber concept fragment? He happened to have one in his hands. It was the one he won from the sect leader of Sun Moon's sect before he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two young men standing at the side were originally anxious. However, when they heard the sturdy young man's words, they heaved a sigh of relief. They did not dare to stay any longer and left in a flash, disappearing into the cavern in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and the sturdy young man were left in the entire cavern. What? You want to snatch the 9th-level Earth concept fragment from me too? After noticing Duan Lingtian's presence, the sturdy young man raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. Sometimes, a wrong decision can cost you your life." When Duan Lingtian heard the sturdy young man's words, he could not help but laugh secretly. This person did not seem like a ruthless person. He had the attitude of, "I won't attack unless I'm attacked first." At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. "You said earlier, I can use the 9th-level Saber concept fragment to exchange for the 9th-level Earth concept fragment in your hands?" Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he narrowed his eyes. "That's right." The sturdy young man nodded. Then, as though he had recalled something, his eyes lit up immediately. "Brother, since you said so, could it be that you have the 9th-level Saber concept fragment in your hands?" When the sturdy young man reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with burning desire. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a fragment appeared in his hand. It was the 9th-level Saber concept fragment that he had won from the sect leader of Sun Moon's sect not long ago. 9th-level Saber concept fragment. When the sturdy young man saw the fragment that Duan Lingtian took out, an excited smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he took out a deep yellow fragment. It was the 9th-level Earth concept fragment. "Little brother, let's exchange." As though he was afraid that Duan Lingtian would go back on his words, The sturdy young man raised his hand and threw the 9th-level Earth concept fragment in his hand to Ling Tian. It was as though he was not worried that Duan Ling Tian would go back on his words after taking his concept fragment. Duan Ling Tian did not expect the sturdy young man to be so straightforward. He could not help but have a good impression of him. When he took the 9th-level Earth concept fragment, he threw the saber concept fragment in his hand to the other party as well. The sturdy young man reached out his hand to catch it, and put it away in his spatial ring as though he had just obtained a treasure. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and grinned. "My name is Peng Bao, and I'm a disciple of Anika sect. May I know how I should address you, brother?" Anika sect was one of the 3 major second-rate forces in the northern desert. Duan Lingtian, who had a good impression of Peng Bao, replied with a smile. "Duan Lingtian, a disciple of 5-element sect." 5-element sect. When Peng Bao heard this, his eyes gleamed as he asked in surprise, "Is it the 5-element sect in the southern of the northern desert?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded his head. "I've heard about your 5-element sect from my master before. It said that there was once a talented martial artist in your 5-element sect who had the potential to become a martial monarch. Unfortunately, he was injured more than 20 years ago, and he could not recover from the setback since then," Peng Bao said. Upon hearing Peng Bao's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Naturally, he could guess that the person Peng Bao was talking about was Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak in the 5-element sect. However, it did not cross his mind that Qi Yu was so famous that even the people from the second-rate forces in the northern desert knew about him. "That's the peak master of our 5-element sect's Wood Peak." Duan Lingtian smiled. Chapter 956. Upon hearing Peng Bao's reminder, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. The interaction between him and Peng Bao was nothing more than an exchange of equal value. The fact that Peng Bao was willing to do this meant that he was a friend worth making. "All right." Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. "Then I'll make a move first. Be careful." Peng Bao nodded at Duan Lingtian and left after bidding farewell to him. After Peng Bao left, Duan Lingtian left as well. However, he did not leave in the same direction as Peng Bao. There were 7 exits in this cavern that led to different places. He simply chose a different one from Peng Bao. In one of the thousands of caverns in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Boom, 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 boom. In an extremely humid cavern that was covered in vegetation, the sound of collision and explosion reverberated in the air. It was continuous and did not stop for a long time. 2 figures crossed each other constantly. They would collide and separate from time to time. For a moment, they seemed to be evenly matched. Unknowingly, a series of hideous cracks had appeared on the ground beneath their feet. The cracks were densely intertwined and spread out, forming a huge spider web. Is there any meaning in continuing like this? Why don't I give you a 7th-level concept fragment, and you give me the 2nd spirit fruit? What do you think? One of the figures said as he retreated. "Give it to me, and I'll give you an 8th-level concept fragment," the other figure said disdainfully. He continued to charge at his opponent. The energy from the fusion of origin energy and concept on his body soared and swept towards his opponent in a ferocious manner. "Humph! Then there's nothing more to say." The former snorted coldly and shot out to fight with his opponent again. Both of them continued to fight here. Sounds of explosions swept out from where they collided and set off gusts of violent wind. It blew until a plant in the damp cavern was on the verge of collapse. This plant was very special. It was not green like ordinary plants. Instead, it had 3 different colors. Its slightly exposed rhizome was golden. Its branches were purple. Its leaves were red. Most importantly, there were 3 different colored spirit fruits hanging on the plant. They were gold, purple, and red respectively. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this plant, he would be very surprised. 3 spirit fruits of different colors grew on one of the plants. It was extremely strange. Most importantly, these 3 spirit fruits were not of the same type. In other words, a cultivator could consume these 3 spirit fruits at the same time, allowing them to increase their cultivation without any diminishing effect. Now, the 2 young experts fighting in the cave were fighting because they had discovered these 3 spiritual fruits at the same time. Judging from the deep color of these three spirit fruits, it was clear that they had just ripened. Now was the best time to take it. Clang, 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 clang. The figures of the two young men constantly crossed each other, and the spirit weapons in their hands would occasionally collide with each other, emitting ear-piercing sounds that shook people's hearts. More than 550 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above their heads. Both of them were first-level void transformation martial artists who had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. The spirit weapons in their hands were all grade 2 spirit weapons that had a 78% boost in strength. The reason both of them were fighting was because of the three spirit fruits. If there were only 2 spirit fruits, they would have stopped fighting long ago after knowing their opponent's strength was on par with theirs. They would have gotten one each and everyone would be happy. However, there were 3 spirit fruits in total. Now, they wanted to use their own strength to decide who would get the spirit fruits. The loser would definitely die, and the winner would get all 3 spirit fruits. However, they were still unable to determine the winner even after fighting for a long time. I think we shouldn't continue like this. It won't benefit anyone if someone else tries to take a share of the loot from us. One of the young men retreated and said in a deep voice, "Sure. However, I must get 2 of the 3 spirit fruits." The other young man nodded in agreement, but he stated a condition that was difficult for his opponent to accept. "Humph. Since you're so greedy, I'll continue." The former's face darkened, and he snorted angrily before continuing to fight with his opponent. Time passed by quietly. Outside the cave, a white figure flew in and stopped at one of the entrances of the cave. His gaze landed on the 2 people fighting in the cave. They must be fighting here because of some benefits. The owner of the white figure was a white-clad young man. He looked at the 2 people fighting in the cave and muttered to himself, "Zishang boy, you're in luck." At this moment, a gloomy, hoarse, and old voice resonated in the depths of the white-clad young man's mind. The white-clad young man could not help but be stunned. The white-clad young man was none other than Zishang, who had fallen from the high platform below the entrance of the Emperor Wu's secret realm. He should have died after falling into the bottomless abyss, but he was still alive and well. Moreover, he had even entered the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. "Elder Ghost, what did you find?" Zishang's eyes lit up when he heard Ghost Flame's words in his mind. "Look at the inside of the cave. Do you see the tricolor plant?" Ghost Flame's voice resonated in Zishang's mind. When Zishang heard this, he immediately looked into the cave. With just a glance, he saw the tricolor plant with 3 different colored fruits hanging on it. It was especially eye-catching. Spirit fruits. Zishang's eyes flashed, and his breathing became hurried. Although I don't know what kind of spirit fruits they are, my soul energy can sense that they're not the same type of spirit fruits. Moreover, their medicinal effects are between the void interpretation stage's spirit fruits and the void transformation stage's spirit fruits. Ghost Flame's voice continued to resound in Zishang's mind. "What do you mean?" Zishang was puzzled when he heard Ghost Flame's words. "What I mean is, regardless of whether it's a void interpretation stage martial artist or a void transformation stage martial artist, those 3 spirit fruits can be consumed. If consumed by a void interpretation stage martial artist, the effect will be even greater." Ghost Flame explained. Spirit fruits that can be consumed by both void interpretation stage and void transformation stage martial artists? Zishang's eyes lit up. His originally hurried breathing became even faster, and he could not calm down for a long time. A spirit fruit that could be consumed by a void transformation stage martial artist would naturally have a strong medicinal effect. He was only a 7th level void interpretation stage martial artist. Once he consumed these 3 spirit fruits, would his strength not improve by leaps and bounds? The 2 types of concepts that he had comprehended were already void transformation concepts. Therefore, he did not have to worry that his cultivation base would not be able to enter the void transformation stage after quickly breaking through to the 9th level void interpretation stage. "These 3 spirit fruits are mine, Zishang." Zishang's eyes flashed as he glanced at the 2 people who were still fighting with disdain. He flew into the cave, and he did not intentionally conceal himself in front of the 2 people who were fighting. "Who's there?" As soon as Zishang appeared, he was noticed by the 2 young men who were fighting. Instantly, The two of them stopped fighting and stared at Xueqi. I, Xueqi, want those 3 spirit fruits. Xueqi glanced at the 2 young men and said indifferently. Xueqi glanced at the 2 young men and spoke indifferently. When he spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment, but his tone contained traces of an unquestionable tone. When they heard Xueqi's words, the 2 young men's faces changed drastically, and they said angrily, "Dream on." At this moment, Xueqi, who paused for a moment, had a cold gleam in his eyes. There was coldness in his voice. As for the 2 of you, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Don't even think about leaving this place alive. One had to admit that Xueqi's words were very domineering. At the same time, it completely infuriated the 2 young men. You're courting death. One of the young men's eyes was filled with killing intent. His voice was cold as though it came from an extremely cold ice cave. Whoever kills this kid will get the 2 spirit fruits. What do you think? The other young man took a deep breath and asked the former. Sure. The former did not refuse and nodded fiercely. For a moment, the 2 young men looked at Xueqi with a ruthless gaze. It was as though they were going to devour him. Kill. In the next moment, the 2 of them attacked at the same time with tacit understanding. The origin energy and concept on their bodies merged together and transformed into a vast and rolling energy. Together with the spirit weapons in their hands, they attacked Xueqi mercilessly. In the void above their heads, the heaven and earth energy rolled and rolled. In the end, it gathered into more than 550 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. There was a total of more than 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws at Xueqi. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Facing 2 first-level void transformation martial artists, Xueqi, who was a 7th-level void interpretation martial artist, was not afraid at all. A hint of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth as a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand out of thin air. Seeing the 2 young men charging at him without holding back, a cold gleam flashed in Xueqi's eyes. He shook the long spear in his hand and suddenly shot it out fiercely. Whoosh! Where the long spear was pointed, flames wrapped around the body of the spear as though it had transformed into a fire dragon that kept flashing around the spear body. Soon after, a gust of green wind appeared beside the fire dragon and pierced into the fire dragon's body. Whoosh! In an instant, the fire dragon soared with the help of the wind. At the same time, as the 7-foot-long spear in Xueqi's hand swept out like a bolt of lightning, 878 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons swept out from the void above his head. The 7th-level void interpretation martial artist's strength was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons when his origin energy was fully unleashed. With the boost from the Grade 2 Spirit Spear, it could be raised to the strength of 178 ancient horned dragons. Coupled with the 4th-level advanced wind concept that was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons, the 1st-level advanced wind concept that was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons, and the 1st-level advanced wind concept that was enhanced by the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons with the help of the wind through the fire. Currently, Xueqi could unleash the strength of 878 ancient horned dragons with his full strength. *T. Chapter 957. Unfortunately, it was already too late when the 2 young men realized what was going on. They had never imagined that this young man in white, who looked even younger than them, would be so powerful that he could completely crush them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xueqi shook the 7-foot-long spear in his hand. 2 spear rays flashed out like a pair of wind and fire dragons. They easily killed the 2 young men who overestimated themselves. He killed 2 first-level void transformation martial artists in just one move. If there was a 3rd person present, the person would surely turn pale with fright and be dumbstruck when such an accomplishment occurred on a 7th-level void interpretation stage martial artist. This was because this was almost impossible in the eyes of ordinary people. A martial artist at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage killing 2 martial artists at the 1st level of the void transformation stage in a single move. No matter who heard of this, they would only think that this was a fantasy story and a great joke. 2 pieces of trash. Xueqi, who kept the 7-foot-long spear in his hand, glanced at the 2 young men's corpses with disdain. Void transformation martial artists. That's all there is to them. At this moment, Xueqi seemed to have forgotten everything. Not long ago, he was forced by a void transformation martial artist to abandon the Devil Seal tablet fragment and escape into the bottomless abyss. That was how he managed to survive. Otherwise, he would have become a corpse now. These 3 spirit fruits. They're all mine now. Xueqi walked to the 3-colored plant in the innermost part of the damp cave and plucked the 3 spirit fruits of different colors. He held them in his hand and studied them carefully. According to my judgment, any one of these 3 spirit fruits is enough to help you advance from the 7th level void interpretation to the 1st level void transformation stage in one go. At the same time, Ghostfire's voice resonated in Xueqi's mind. The medicinal effect is so strong? Xueqi was shocked when he heard Ghostfire's words. After all, he was only at the 7th level void interpretation now. He was 3 levels away from the 1st level void transformation stage. 1 spirit fruit was enough to help him break through 3 levels in a row? At this moment, Xueqi's breathing quickened. Of course. As long as a void transformation martial artist is not at the 4th level void transformation stage or above, any one of these 3 spirit fruits can raise his cultivation base by at least 1 level. Ghostfire said matter-of-factly. All right. Don't try to convince me. Even if I only consume one of them, my strength will surpass that Duanling Tian once I break through to the 1st level void transformation stage. Xueqi's eyes flickered with a bright light, and then he gnashed his teeth and said, Duanling Tian, I'll surely kill you and seize the Devil Seal tablet. At that time, I, Xueqi, will soar into the sky. You are destined to be trampled under my feet. There's no rush to seek revenge from that Duanling Tian for now. You should first find a secluded place, consume the spirit fruit, and cultivate properly. Your priority is to raise your cultivation base to the 1st level void transformation stage. Ghostfire said. Yes. Xueqi nodded and agreed with Ghostfire's words. At the same time, he began to look for a secluded cave in the surroundings. He was prepared to consume the spirit fruit he had just obtained to increase his cultivation base. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of what happened here. Duanling Tian did not know that Xueqi, who should have fallen to his death in the bottomless abyss, was still alive. He also did not know that Xueqi had obtained 3 spirit fruits that could be considered as treasures, and that his strength would surpass his at any time. At this moment, Duanling Tian was shuttling through the caves, trying to determine the location of the palace that Emperor Wu left behind in the center of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. According to the Emperor Wu powerhouse, the palace where he died was located in the center of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Duanling Tian's target was the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment and the other 2 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments in the body of the Emperor Wu powerhouse. Apart from the 3 Profundity Fragments, there were only 5 Profundity Fragments in the entire Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Right now, he had obtained one of the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. There were 4 more. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find them. In Duanling Tian's opinion, he was already considered lucky to have obtained one of them. Otherwise, he might not have obtained it at all. I can't believe I didn't encounter a single 5-element sex disciple who's still alive. Duanling Tian's face turned slightly solemn as he moved. Although he had encountered a few 5-element sex disciples along the way, all of them were dead bodies. Moreover, they had all been killed a long time ago. He could not find the murderer even if he wanted to avenge them. Inside an incomparably spacious cave, 2 swiftly moving figures suddenly stopped in their tracks. There were countless rocks piled up around their bodies. Among the rocks, there were many red fragments mixed in. They were fire concept fragments, and there were hundreds of them. The 2 of them did not collect the fire concept fragments that were scattered all over the ground. Their eyes landed on the exquisite box at the top of the cave at the same time. Half of the exquisite box was embedded in the top of the cave. It was obvious that the treasure left behind by the powerhouse Emperor Wu was stored inside. The 2 young men quickly shifted their eyes away from the exquisite box. Lu Qi, I can't believe that your strength has improved so much. Looks like a Nika sect came prepared this time. You're quite ambitious, aren't you? One of the young men looked at the other young man and said in a deep voice, Isn't Izumo sect the same? The Anika sect's disciple who was called Lu Qi smirked. His eyes gleamed fiercely. Xiaoping, we fought once in the martial competition of the 3 sects. I lost to you that time. Today, not only do I want to avenge my humiliation, but I also want to kill you and take the treasure for myself. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Xiaoping replied indifferently. Almost at the instant Xiaoping's words left his mouth, Lu Qi made his move. He chose to make the first move and charged toward Xiaoping. A soft sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand out of thin air. Whoosh! The soft sword that was filled with a chilling intent pierced through the air and set off a series of piercing whistling sounds. The moment he made his move, he aimed for Xiaoping's vital point between his eyebrows. Whoosh! The heaven and earth energy swirled above Lu Qi's head as the heaven and earth phenomenon consolidated and formed. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Lu Qi's head one after another. There was a total of over 830 of them. Lu Qi's cultivation base was at the second-level void transformation stage. When the origin energy in his body burst out, it was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. With a 78% boost from the Grade 2 spirit weapon, it could be raised to the strength of over 230 ancient horned dragons. Moreover, Lu Qi had also comprehended the second-level advanced sword concept. It was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. Therefore, when Lu Qi unleashed his full strength, it was equivalent to the strength of over 830 ancient horned dragons. The sword that contained the strength of over 830 ancient horned dragons reverberated in the air wherever it passed. The airflow in the air stirred and set off a series of slight air explosions. Whoosh! He pointed his sword at Xiaoping's glabella, intending to kill Xiaoping in one strike. When Xiaoping saw Lu Qi had made the first move and displayed such strength, his face turned slightly solemn. However, there was no fear in his eyes at all. He took a step forward and charged forward. Whoosh! A narrow saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand. The saber ray bloomed and emitted waves of sharp aura as it charged toward Lu Qi's sword. Whoosh! The heaven and earth energy swirled in the air as the heaven and earth phenomenon consolidated and transformed into silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In just a blink of an eye, the number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons increased to over 800. Kill! Lu Qi's eyes gleamed coldly as he faced Xiaoping, who charged toward him. The soft sword in his hand raged as it charged toward Xiaoping's narrow saber. It was as though he wanted to fight head-on with Xiaoping. However, the confidence on his face soon froze. He could clearly see that the number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Xiaoping's head had increased to over 930 in just a blink of an eye. It was 100 more than him. No! Horror dawned on Lu Qi's face when he saw this. It did not cross his mind that Xiaoping had been concealing his strength since the beginning. It turned out that Xiaoping, who had a similar cultivation base to him and possessed Grade 2 spirit weapons, had already comprehended the third-level saber concept and completely suppressed his second-level sword concept. Clang! The sound of metal colliding reverberated in the air. It was extremely ear-piercing. Boom! At the same time, the two forces collided with each other. A loud bang reverberated in the air and set off waves of air that spread out like ripples. It caused gusts of violent wind to blow. Smack! 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 The floor beneath Lu Qi's feet shattered. Countless ferocious cracks appeared and spread out in all directions as though they had transformed into a huge spider web. Boom! Almost at the same time, Lu Qi's sword ray was crushed by Xiaoping's saber ray. In just a few moments, Lu Qi was completely enveloped by Xiaoping's saber ray and was cut into two. Lu Qi's broken body fell to the ground. His blood stained the ground like a small stream that flowed slowly. It was dazzling and eye-catching. Lu Qi was the Anika sect's disciple who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. His strength could be ranked in the top 5 among the 10 Anika sect disciples who entered this time. However, he still died in the hands of Azumo sect's disciple, Xiaoping. Lu Qi, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me, Xiaoping. Xiaoping sneered. He took 2 steps forward and squatted down, preparing to take the spatial ring from Lu Qi's hand. However, before he could reach out his hand, his body stiffened. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Xiaoping hurriedly turned around and looked at the young man who had appeared behind him without him noticing. His face turned slightly grave. Who are you? The young man ignored Xiaoping. His gaze landed on the exquisite box that was embedded in the ceiling of the cavern. His eyes gleamed with a scorching luster. "Leave. I don't want to kill you." Finally, the young man looked at Xueqi and said coldly. From the beginning until the end, his face remained cold. "May I know who you are?" Xueqi asked again. Emotion-severing sect, Zhongyan. Chapter 958. Emotion-severing sect? Upon hearing Zhang Yan's words, Xueqi could not help but be stunned. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "The third-rate force in the southern of the northern desert, the emotion-severing sect?" Zhang Yan's face remained cold, and he did not answer Xueqi. Xueqi, on the other hand, confirmed it himself. When he looked at Zhang Yan again, a mocking smile appeared on his face. "A disciple from a third-rate force dares to spout nonsense in front of me. Xueqi? What a joke! Do you know who I, Xueqi, am?" Zhang Yan still did not speak. "Let me tell you. I, Xueqi, am a disciple from Izumo sect, one of the 3 second-rate forces in the northern desert. You're just a disciple from a third-rate force, an ant-like existence. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me, Xueqi?" When Xueqi reached this part of the sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly as he shouted, "You'll definitely die today." The moment the words left his mouth, Xueqi no longer spouted nonsense. His body flashed as he charged toward Zhang Yan. The narrow saber in his hand seemed to have transformed into a venomous snake as it shot out rapidly to bite Zhang Yan's vital points. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared again. A total of 930 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky above Xueqi once again. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward Zhang Yan. Xueqi, Izumo sect's disciple. Among the 10 Izumo sect's young disciples who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time, his strength could be ranked in the top 3. Due to this reason, Xueqi was very confident in his strength. In his opinion, a mere third-rate disciple was just an ant-like existence in front of him. He only needed to meet face-to-face, and he could completely obliterate him from this world. In the face of Xueqi, who was charging at him menacingly, Zhang Yan's expression remained unchanged. However, his eyes turned completely cold as he quickly extended both of his hands. At that instant, a pair of spirit weapon gloves that were made of an unknown material appeared on each of Zhang Yan's hands. The moment the gloves appeared, a chilly aura exuded from them. Ice concept. When Xueqi sensed the chilly aura exuding from Zhang Yan's hands, his eyes narrowed as a hint of astonishment appeared on his face. The concept of ice could be considered to be the concept of nature with the greatest might, and unless one possessed extraordinary natural talent and fortuitous encounters, it was practically impossible to comprehend it. However, when Xueqi saw that there were only 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zhang Yan's head, he could not help but sneer. So it's only the first-level advanced ice concept. In his opinion, the first-level advanced ice concept posed no threat to him at all. However, his expression quickly changed. This was because at the same time that Zhang Yan's hand emitted waves of frightening cold air, Yuan power rose along with it, transforming into strands of raging flames that perfectly fused together with the cold air. In that instant, blue flames appeared on Zhang Yan's hands. They gave off a scorching hot aura and a cold aura. The contradictory combination gave off a formless pressure. Whoosh! At the same time, another 300 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zhang Yan. Among them, 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons belonged to the first-level advanced fire concept. The fire concept was born from the ice concept. This technique was one of the miraculous techniques of the top cultivation method that Zhang Yan cultivated, the supreme emotion forgetting technique. As for the other 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, they were triggered by Zhang Yan's 7th-level void interpretation cultivation base. Almost at the same time, another 78 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. It was the amplification ability of the Grade 2 spirit weapon gloves on Zhang Yan's hands. There was a total of 578 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. However, everything did not end there. Dual heaven of ice and fire. As Zhang Yan spoke coldly, The blue ice flame that was the combination of ice and fire on his hands suddenly soared and emitted waves of frightening aura. In that instant, another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 578 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zhang Yan's head. There was a total of 978 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. If the sect leader of emotion-severing sect, Pei An, was here, he would be shocked to see this. This was because this meant that his direct disciple, Zhang Yan, had mastered the mastery stage of ice and fire dual heaven. It could double the strength of the combination of ice and fire. The dual heaven of ice and fire was a technique in the supreme emotion forgetting technique. The initial stage could double the strength of the combination of ice and fire while the mastery stage could double the strength. Currently, Zhang Yan had mastered the mastery stage of ice and fire dual heaven. How's this possible? The reason why Xiao Ping's expression changed was because he saw this unbelievable scene. The 978 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above the emotion-severing sect's disciple's head had completely exceeded the strength of 930 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that he could display when he unleashed his full strength. At the same time, Xiao Ping's narrow saber that was charging toward Zhang Yan in a menacing manner showed signs of slowing down due to the shock in his heart. At this moment, a figure with a vast blue ice flame on his body appeared in front of Xiao Ping in just a blink of an eye. Horror dawned on Xiao Ping's face. Whoosh! Xiao Ping no longer dared to hesitate. The strength on the narrow saber in his hand skyrocketed as he charged toward Zhang Yan. It was as though he wanted to cut Zhang Yan into two. Humph! A cold snort sounded from Zhang Yan's mouth. In the next instant, Zhang Yan's hand descended like a cattail leaf fan. It was as fast as lightning as it pressed down on the narrow saber in Xiao Ping's hand. Slap! Zhang Yan swung his hand out and slapped the narrow saber in Xiao Ping's hand away from its original trajectory. His hand remained on the narrow saber. In an instant, a layer of frost covered the narrow saber. The frost swept and spread, covering Xiao Ping's body in just a blink of an eye. It caused Xiao Ping's body that was about to dodge to show signs of stopping. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhang Yan's other hand that was surrounded by blue ice flame swept out like a cattail leaf fan at lightning speed. It was aimed at Xiao Ping's head. No! Horror dawned on Xiao Ping's face when he saw Zhang Yan's palm that was surrounded by blue ice flame and contained the strength of 978 ancient horned dragons was about to land on his head. He wanted to defend himself, but he realized that his body had become a little sluggish due to the cold air that came from Zhang Yan's palm. It was impossible for him to defend himself in time. Slap! Zhang Yan's palm landed on Xiao Ping's head and cracked it like a watermelon. The red and white matter that splattered out was completely frozen by a layer of frost. It did not touch Zhang Yan at all. Xiao Ping's body fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The narrow saber in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows and casually took Xiao Ping's spatial ring and grade 2 spirit saber before putting them away into his spatial ring. Subsequently, he took Lu Qi's spatial ring and grade 2 spirit sword that had been dead for a long time. He also put away the fire concept fragments that were scattered all over the ground. There were a total of hundreds of fire concept fragments. A rare faint smile crept up on the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth after he put all of them away. Not bad. Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. This time, he could be considered as the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He was the fisherman that reaped the benefits. Soon after, Zhang Yan's gaze landed on the exquisite box at the top of the cavern. He flew out and took the exquisite box. I wonder what's inside. With curiosity in his heart, Zhang Yan lifted his hand and opened the exquisite box. After a short moment, a fragment that flickered with a deep fiery red energy appeared before his eyes, causing his eyes to light up and his breathing to become hurried. This isn't a concept fragment. Don't tell me it's a profundity fragment? Or a fire profundity fragment. Zhang Yan sucked in a cold breath. Almost at the same time, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice resonated from the box. When it entered Zhang Yan's ears, it carried a terrifying penetrating force that spread in all directions. Congratulations, young man. This 9th-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment is yours. Soon after, Zhang Yan reacted. He could tell that it was the voice of the martial monarch powerhouse, who left behind Emperor Wu's secret treasure. There's actually a polyphony formation in this box. However, the voice just now seems to have a strong penetrating force. I'm afraid it has spread to the surrounding area now? Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed when he thought of this. As soon as Zhang Yan reacted, he heard 3 swift sounds of wind whistling. In just a blink of an eye, they entered the cavern that he was in. A moment later, 3 figures appeared before his eyes. Junior brother Lu. One of the figures belonged to a young man in black. Horror dawned on his face when he saw Lu Qi's body on the ground. It was apparent that he was also a disciple of a Nika sect just like Lu Qi. Senior brother Xiao Ping. The other 2 young men looked at Xiao Ping's body. Horror dawned on their faces. When they looked at Zhang Yan again, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. After the 2 of them looked at each other, they seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. They quickly turned around and intended to escape. What a joke! The person who could kill senior brother Xiao Ping was not someone they could deal with. Since you're here, don't leave. Zhang Yan's cold voice resonated in the air. As he lifted his hands, 2 vast blue ice flames swept out and caught up to the 2 Izumo sect's disciples. They enveloped them and killed them instantly. The 2 bodies fell to the ground with 2 soft thuds and lifted a cloud of dust. Ice concept? Fire concept? The black-clad Anika sect's disciple's face turned solemn. His eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Zhang Yan. You're quite strong to be able to kill junior brother Lu and Izumo sect's Xiao Ping. However, you're still nothing in front of me. The moment the Anika sect's disciple's words left his mouth, his body shot out like an arrow that was released from a bow as he charged toward Zhang Yan. A spirit weapon appeared in his hand. Origin energy and concept followed him like a shadow and merged into the spirit weapon. At the same time, more than 930 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head and charged toward Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan. Chapter 959. This was a devastatingly beautiful woman. Just by standing there, it was as if everything around her paled in comparison. Her red robes fluttered even though there was no wind. Her graceful figure was enough to make one's imagination run wild. It gave one the urge to rush up and embrace her. However, the lady's appearance was so quiet that it did not alarm Zhang Yan and the black-clad Anika sect's disciple. Second-level void transformation stage? Comprehended the third-level void transformation concept? Zhang Yan, who had a grave expression on his face, could not help but sneer when he saw the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by the Anika sect's disciple's attack. He initially thought that the other party dared to say such words because he had a strength that surpassed Xiao Ping, the Izumo sect's disciple whom he had just killed. However, it seemed like the other party's strength was only on par with Xiao Ping. Perhaps in his impression, Xiao Ping's strength is not on par with him. Zhang Yan thought to himself. Xiao Ping, whose strength was on par with this Anika sect's disciple, was killed by Zhang Yan in just one blow. Naturally, this Anika sect's disciple would not be an exception as well. In just one blow, Zhang Yan's hand surged with ice flames and killed him directly. Fusion of ice and fire? When Zhang Yan killed the Anika sect's disciple, took his spatial ring and spirit weapon, and was about to leave, a soft and pleasant voice resonated in his ears all of a sudden. This voice was not unfamiliar to Zhang Yan, so his expression changed slightly. When did she appear? A strange thought rose in Zhang Yan's heart. He turned around and looked at the lady standing nearby, who looked like she had transformed into a fire spirit. It was Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu was not unfamiliar to Zhang Yan. A few months ago, Feng Tianwu had already displayed her extraordinary strength during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held in Skywolf Fort. However, compared to his strength, it was still worlds apart. It was not worth mentioning at all. It did not cross Zhang Yan's mind that Feng Tianwu actually possessed the strength to appear behind him silently after a few months. If Feng Tianwu made a move on him, he could not imagine the consequences. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Zhang Yan's forehead. Feng Tianwu. Zhang Yan calmly stood in confrontation with Feng Tianwu, and he didn't dare relax in the slightest when facing this young woman that admired Duanling Tian. The fact that the other party was able to silently appear behind him meant that the other party was no longer the same as before. Hand over the 9th level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment and leave. Feng Tianwu stood there. When she looked at Zhang Yan, her beautiful face was filled with calmness, as if no other emotions had arisen. She asked for the profundity fragment in Zhang Yan's hand. Obviously, she had also been attracted by the extremely penetrating message left by Emperor Wu. If you want me to hand over the profundity fragment, you'll have to have the ability to do so. Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed as he coldly spoke. If it was the Feng Tianwu of the past who said this to him, he would think it was a big joke. However, he did not dare to think that way now. The fact that Feng Tianwu was able to appear behind him without making a sound meant that her current strength was on par with his at the very least. She might even be slightly stronger than him. Whoosh! In the face of Zhang Yan's provocation, Feng Tianwu's eyes narrowed. The red dress on her body fluttered, making her look like a real fire elf. She was particularly eye-catching. Suddenly, strands of milky white origin energy rose from Feng Tianwu's body. It was like a milky white flame that twined around her body gently and rhythmically. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy stirred above her head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon quickly condensed into form. As a long whip that looked like a red spirit snake appeared in Feng Tianwu's hand, the heaven and earth phenomenon changed again. Some silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. This, looking at the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared above Feng Tianwu's head, Zhang Yan's cold face was slightly stunned. It wasn't that the heaven and earth phenomenon was extremely terrifying, but it was too out of his expectations. In the sky above Feng Tianwu, 60 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first, and then another 42 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage? Grade 3 Spirit Whip? A Grade 3 spirit weapon that provides a 70% amplification of strength? In next to no time, Zhang Yan's attention moved to descend onto the long whip that was like a red spirit snake in Feng Tianwu's hand, and his eyes were filled with surprise. A Grade 3 spirit weapon that provided a 70% amplification of strength could be said to be the best amongst the various Grade 3 spirit weapons. Zhang Yan found it difficult to imagine. Which weapons craftsman was actually capable of refining such an abnormal Grade 3 spirit weapon? Wait. In next to no time, Zhang Yan returned to his senses, and his eyes squinted. How could she possibly be so simple as a 4th level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist? If she's only a 4th level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist, then it's absolutely impossible for her to appear behind me without me noticing. This was something that Zhang Yan could determine. After a short moment, when Zhang Yan saw the milky white flames around Feng Tianwu's body transformed into a fiery red color, he finally obtained the answer and solved the puzzlement in his heart. The milky white flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose into a fiery red color before transforming into a true flame that covered the sky, and it enveloped her entire body within it while emitting strands of terrifying aura. At this moment, Feng Tianwu soared into the sky along with the flames, and her graceful figure stood in the sky. She who was enveloped by the flames that covered the sky seemed to have transformed into a true spirit of fire. Whoosh! In the sky above Feng Tianwu, the heaven and earth energy roiled once again at the side of the 102 ancient horned dragon silhouettes before converging into a new heaven and earth phenomenon. After a short moment, 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared before Zhang Yan's eyes. 1st level Advanced Fire Concept? Zhang Yan's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. In next to no time, Zhang Yan's pupils constricted successively, and in the end, he was slightly numb. Heavens! What did he just see? He saw the heaven and earth phenomenon in the sky above Feng Tianwu's head continue to rise until it reached 1,002 ancient horned dragon silhouettes before the heaven and earth energy in the sky disappeared, and the sky returned to its original calm state. 8th level Advanced Fire Concept. The scene before his eyes completely crushed the coldness on Zhang Yan's face, and he was so shocked that he could not help but be tongue-tied. The 8th level Advanced Fire Concept was equivalent to the strength of 900 ancient horned dragons. Such a concept appearing on a 4th level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist caused Zhang Yan to feel as if he was dreaming. In his opinion, this was something that was almost impossible. 4th level Void Interpretation comprehended the 8th level Void Transformation concept. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would definitely not believe this was real. No wonder you still ask me to hand over the profundity fragment after witnessing my strength. As it turns out, your strength is actually so strong. Zhang Yan said in a low voice. His gaze when he looked at Feng Tianwu again was extremely solemn. Whoosh! Almost at the instant Zhang Yan's words left his mouth, waves of soaring and raging flames rose from his body as well. Unlike the red flames on Feng Tianwu's body, the flames on his body were blue. Ice flame. Waves of scorching aura and waves of cold aura were emitted from the ice flame. The contradictory combination caused the air around Zhang Yan to tremble before it emitted a slight air explosion. Boom! Without warning, Feng Tianwu made her move. Her speed was so fast that only a fiery red could be seen. The scorching aura that covered the sky and earth swept out as the vast flames enveloped Zhang Yan. Whoosh! 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 The long whip in Feng Tianwu's hand that was like a red spirit snake swept out swiftly. It was as though it had transformed into a rain of fire that covered the sky as it rained down on Zhang Yan. Its speed was so fast that it was like bolts of lightning. Zhang Yan's expression was extremely solemn. His hands suddenly trembled as they danced swiftly in front of him. In the end, a thick shield condensed in front of him. It was a shield that was completely condensed from waves of ice flame. Boom! 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 The long whip in Feng Tianwu's hand transformed into a rain of fire that covered the sky as it swept down and landed on Zhang Yan's shield, causing the shield in front of Zhang Yan to tremble. In the end, it was unable to withstand the attack and was completely shattered. Whoosh! Almost at the instant when the shield was shattered, Zhang Yan swiftly retreated. He did not dare to hesitate at all. I can only fight head-on. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yan's gaze was slightly cold as he stared at the red-clothed lady in the distance who was rushing toward him. The red-clothed lady was surrounded by raging flames that gave him a formless sense of oppression. Whoosh! Seeing the red-clothed lady brandishing the long red whip in her hand once again, Zhang Yan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and met her head-on. In the next moment, Zhang Yan's hands, which were surrounded by wisps of ice flame, stretched out and grabbed the long red whip with lightning speed. Pa! A loud sound was heard as the long red whip ruthlessly landed on Zhang Yan's palms. The destructive flame energy swept out and pressed down on Zhang Yan's body. Wah! The vital energy and blood in Zhang Yan's body roiled as he directly spat out a mouthful of dazzling blood. However, even though his internal organs were injured, Zhang Yan still firmly held onto the Grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand. At the same time, an icy aura swept out from his hands with the intention of using ice concept to suppress Feng Tianwu's fire concept. Water countered fire. Ice was condensed in water, and it was colder than water. Therefore, ice was much stronger than water when it came to suppressing fire. Waves of icy aura spread out from Zhang Yan's hands and swept through Feng Tianwu's entire body through the Grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand. For a moment, the flames on Feng Tianwu's body paused slightly as if they were being suppressed. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. However, his pupils could not help but constrict as his expression changed drastically. Bang! The flames on Feng Tianwu's body paused for a moment before exploding abruptly. In a short moment, the icy aura that enveloped her body was melted and expelled. The raging flames surged into the long red whip and gave it an even stronger strength. The long whip shook as the flames soared and blasted Zhang Yan's hands away. Subsequently, a monstrous flame gushed out and seemed to have transformed into a flaming beast that pounced at Zhang Yan menacingly. Shit! Chapter 960. Zhang Yan's ice concept might be able to restrain the fire concept, but that was only if both of their strengths were on par. Presently, when faced with the 8th level advanced fire concept that Feng Tianwu had comprehended, Zhang Yan's ice concept was not worth mentioning at all, and it was easily defeated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Yan braced himself and slapped his palms out in the face of the flames that surged out of Feng Tianwu's whip. He exerted the strength of 978 ancient horned dragons. However, his strength was still slightly inferior in the face of the vast flames that contained the strength of thousands of ancient horned dragons that swept out from Feng Tianwu's whip. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the air and set off a series of ear-piercing explosions. The flaming beasts that filled the sky swallowed Zhang Yan and gradually disappeared after a while. On the other hand, Zhang Yan's body flew out. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. "Here you go." Zhang Yan's face turned grave when he saw Feng Tianwu was still flying towards him. He lifted his hand and threw the 7th-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity fragment that he took out from the exquisite box earlier. Slap! Feng Tianwu reached out her hand to catch it. Her eyes were cold as she stared at Zhang Yan with killing intent. "Oh no!" Zhang Yan's face changed dramatically when he saw Feng Tianwu's eyes that were filled with killing intent sweeping towards him. He finally realized that Feng Tianwu wanted to keep him alive to prevent him from spreading the news that she had obtained the profundity fragment. Run! Without any hesitation, Zhang Yan, who was shrouded in the blue ice flame, turned into a blue lightning and fled without looking back. After fleeing for a while, Zhang Yan slowed down a little when he did not notice any wind whistling behind him. At the same time, his forehead was still dripping with cold sweat. Why didn't she chase after me? Could it be that I'm being paranoid? Shaking his head, Zhang Yan's figure flashed once again. Then, he disappeared into another cave and completely disappeared. Due to the fact that Zhang Yan had fled quickly, he did not notice the unusual change that had occurred to Feng Tianwu after he fled. When Feng Tianwu caught the 9th-level Monarch Stage Profundity fragment that Zhang Yan threw out, she really wanted to kill Zhang Yan to prevent him from spreading the news that she had obtained the profundity fragment. Once the news of her obtaining a profundity fragment spread out, she would face a lot of trouble. Although she was not afraid of trouble, she did not like it either. However, just as she was about to attack Zhang Yan, she noticed that the profundity fragment in her hand seemed to have resonated with some kind of energy in her body, causing the origin energy in her body to become restless. At this time, she could only watch as Zhang Yan escaped from her eyes. At the same time, she hurriedly circulated her cultivation technique and tried her best to suppress the restless yuan power in her body. Is it the power of the fire spirit body at work again? It was not difficult for Feng Tianwu to guess this. For a moment, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a bitter smile. Ha! After finally calming down the restless yuan power in her body, something flashed in front of Feng Tianwu's eyes. She noticed that the profundity fragment in her hand flashed with a cold red light and cut her palm. For a moment, blood splattered out of her palm. The blood continued to flow out and dyed half of her palm red. Drip! Drip! Drops of blood dripped from Feng Tianwu's hand onto the ground, making a crisp sound. Just as Feng Tianwu's expression changed slightly, and she was about to stop the bleeding with her yuan power. However, she noticed that the profundity fragment in her hand that was flashing with a fiery red energy suddenly softened strangely, and turned into a pool of fiery red liquid that entered her body through the wound on her palm. At the same time, she noticed that the wound on her palm was healing on its own. If it was not for the blood, she might have thought that everything that happened earlier was just an illusion. Where's the profundity fragment? Feng Tianwu's expression changed immediately when she regained her senses. Only then did she recall that the 9th-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity fragment seemed to have merged with her palm and body earlier. At the same time, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something. Her beautiful eyes narrowed immediately. At this moment, she could clearly feel a scorching warm current entering her arm from her palm and spreading to her entire body. Not only that, but the power of the fire spirit body that was originally lurking in her body also became restless when it sensed the arrival of this scorching hot current. It was like a passionate host, welcoming the arrival of a guest. A moment later, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something again. With just a thought, a monstrous flame rose from her body. It burned and emitted a scorching aura. This is the 9th-level advanced fire concept? Almost at the same time when the flame rose, Feng Tianwu instinctively lifted her head to look at the sky above her head. The heaven and earth phenomenon had already formed there. 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were hovering there and descending. They were ready to attack at any time. At this moment, she did not use any origin energy or spirit weapon. She only used her fire concept to communicate with the heaven and earth energy to trigger such a heaven and earth phenomenon. She did not know when the fire concept she had comprehended had improved from the 8th-level void transformation concept to the 9th-level void transformation concept. Wait, I feel like it can be even stronger. At this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something. She shook her head in a daze and thought again. Boom! Almost at the same time when Feng Tianwu thought about it, the flame that was hovering around her body soared again. Its color became even darker. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred again. In the end, it gathered into the embryonic silhouettes of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Unfortunately, they disappeared again before they could form. When the 1,000 ancient horned dragons disappeared before they could form, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face changed abruptly. She was in so much pain that she could not help but cry out in pain. Earlier, when she was elevating her fire concept, she felt as though her entire body was burning uncontrollably. An inexplicable scorching energy rose in her body and almost made her explode. Due to this reason, she hurriedly stopped elevating her fire concept. At the same time, the inexplicable scorching energy that was spreading all over her body and almost made her explode finally calmed down. That's the energy from the fire spirit body. But it seems like there's another energy. Oh yeah, it's the energy from the 9th level monarch stage fire profundity fragment. Feng Tianwu's pretty face turned pale. She had never thought that after the profundity fragment had inexplicably turned into a liquid and merged with her body, it would cause such a huge change to her. First, her fire concept had inexplicably elevated to the 9th level advanced level. Then, when she communicated with the 9th level advanced fire concept, she could faintly feel that she could continue elevating her fire concept. The fire concept that had been elevated was twice as powerful as the 9th level advanced fire concept. Perhaps it could no longer be considered as the fire concept. Isn't that the energy that can only be obtained by comprehending the 1st level monarch stage fire profundity? Feng Tianwu could not help but gasp when she thought of this. The 1st level monarch stage fire profundity was twice as powerful as the 9th level advanced fire concept. Once she communicated with it and unleashed it, it was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. I can communicate and unleash the 1st level monarch stage fire profundity? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face froze when she recalled what had happened earlier. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. With just a thought, Feng Tianwu began to check the situation in her body. At the first possible moment, a deep-colored fiery red fragment appeared before her eyes. It was the fire concept fragment that had condensed in her body after she comprehended the advanced fire concept. Currently, it was already a 9th level fire concept fragment. Soon, Feng Tianwu noticed that the 9th level fire concept fragment in her body was different from the ordinary concept fragments. There was a small gap on it. Wisps of fiery red gang qi were flickering from this small gap, ready to burst out at any moment. Isn't this the energy flickering on the surface of the profundity fragment? My 9th level fire concept fragment is showing signs of transforming into a 1st level monarch stage fire profundity fragment? Feng Tianwu's eyes widened. Disbelief was written all over her beautiful face again. Although I can communicate and unleash the 1st level monarch stage fire profundity now, it'll trigger the energy from the fire spirit body in my body. It's going to explode my body. If I didn't withdraw the fire profundity in time earlier, I'm afraid my body would have exploded in no time. At that time, I won't even have to wait until I'm 30 years old. I'll be blown into ashes by the fire spirit body's energy. Feng Tianwu gasped when she thought of this. Fear still lingered in her heart. What's going on? Feng Tianwu could only smile wryly when she thought of the transformation that happened to her body. After a while, Feng Tianwu suppressed the throbbing in her heart and recalled the cause and effect. Soon, she had an answer in her heart. It's the 9th level monarch stage fire profundity fragment. It must be the energy from the fire spirit body in my body that melted it into liquid and merged with my body. Then, it caused me to undergo a transformation. After confirming the cause, Feng Tianwu could not help but sigh. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. I've successfully comprehended the fire concept to the 9th level advance. I can even risk my body exploding to communicate and unleash the 1st level monarch stage fire profundity by force. Feng Tianwu did not expect a profundity fragment to cause such an outcome. Chapter 961. Feng Tianwu sighed faintly. Her lovely and moving appearance aroused pity in others. Until now, She still had no idea why the 9th-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment would turn into liquid and enter her body. It resonated with the energy from the fire spirit body. However, it was no longer important to her. Elder Brother Duan. A purple figure suddenly appeared in Feng Tianwu's mind. It was a young man who always wore a purple robe. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. Even if the prophecy isn't true, Feng Tianwu, will never regret knowing you. Feng Tianwu blushed as she muttered to herself. It was as though blood was about to drip out of her cheeks. Her bashful look was enough to captivate all living things. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could not see Feng Tianwu's bashful look. He was currently shuttling through the caves as he continued to search for the direction of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He intended to head to the palace in the central area. That was the highlight of the treasure hunt for the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. In terms of value, the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in the Emperor Wu's body was more than the sum of all the other treasures including the 7 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments combined. So what if there's no other way? I must get the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, knew very well how precious the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment was. Even the reincarnation Emperor Wu only has 1 Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in the great treasure left behind by him. Moreover, it's not his. He used up his Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment when he was reincarnating. Through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew that when the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated the 3 lives reincarnation technique, he had to burn his own Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Therefore, the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not leave behind his Emperor Profundity Fragment. The Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu is only a first-level Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Moreover, I have no use for it. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something. Perhaps, the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in the body of the Emperor Wu expert, who left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, is something I can use. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian became more and more anxious. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian continued to search faster and faster, as if he was rushing to be reincarnated. Time passed quietly. Duan Lingtian was still searching non-stop. Along the way, the corpses of the 5-element sex disciples appeared before his eyes one after another, causing his expression to turn slightly unsightly. Some of the 5-element sex disciples were even Wood Peak's disciples that he was familiar with. Earlier, before he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, these Wood Peak's disciples were extremely respectful to him. They kept calling him Senior Brother Ling Tian and Senior Brother Ling Tian. He had to admit that every time he heard the group of Wood Peak's disciples calling him Senior Brother Ling Tian, he felt a little happy in his heart. After all, those Wood Peak's disciples were even older than him. Now, all of them had become corpses. Tian Wu, Su Li, Big Brother Zhang, Daniu, Chen Wei. All of you should be all right, right? A few figures flashed past his mind, and Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with worry. Up until now, the thing he felt most fortunate about was that there was no one he was familiar with among the pile of corpses he saw along the way. He could not help but feel fortunate. Time passed by quietly. A month's time passed by very quickly. Duan Lingtian continued to move through the various caves in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Along the way, he encountered some ignorant young powerhouses who took the initiative to attack him. However, without exception, all of them died in his hands. Up until now, the strongest young powerhouse Duan Lingtian had encountered was still that Anika sex disciple, Peng Bao. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that there were definitely other young powerhouses whose strength was on par with or even stronger than Peng Bao in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Peng Bao was from the second-rate force, Anika sect. There were also 2 other young powerhouses who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. Among the young experts from the 2 second-rate forces, there must be someone who could be mentioned in the same breath as Peng Bao, or even surpass him. Along the way, as long as it was someone who took the initiative to attack Duan Lingtian, they were basically all killed by him in one move. It's a pity that I didn't encounter the other 4 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little disappointed when he thought about this. However, he soon felt relieved. At the same time, He could not help but laugh at himself. I'm too greedy. I've already obtained one monarch stage profundity fragment, and I'm still thinking about the other 4. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed and soon entered a cave. With just a glance, he saw the 2 corpses lying on the ground. The bodies were already rotten and emitted a disgusting stench. Duan Ling Tian did not cover his nose, nor did he show any disgust on his face. In his previous life on Earth, as a weapons specialist, he had encountered many similar scenes. He had experienced many more disgusting scenes than this, so he was already immune to them. Initially, this cave was just a random place that Duan Ling Tian had passed by. He had encountered many similar scenes along the way, so it was not enough to surprise him. However, he suddenly stopped when he was about to move to the other exit of the cave. It was as if he had discovered something special. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's attention was completely attracted by a plant in the innermost part of the cave. It was an extremely unique plant. It was not the usual green color, but 3 other colors. Its slightly exposed roots were golden. Its branches were purple. Its leaves were red. Duan Ling Tian subconsciously felt that this unique plant was not simple when he saw it. He could not help but search through Reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of memories in an attempt to find the answer. Soon he found the answer. Tricolor tree? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed in an instant. Shock filled his face, and his eyes shone brightly as if he had seen a precious treasure. However, Duan Ling Tian's expression soon froze. This was because he saw 3 small holes on the plant. It seems like this tricolor tree has already borne the tricolor fruit. The tricolor fruit is not a single spirit fruit, but a collective name for 3 spirit fruits. They have different colors, and their medicinal efficacy will not decrease. Their medicinal efficacy is mild, and even a void interpretation martial artist can consume them. Any one of the fruits is enough to help a martial artist below the 4th level void transformation break through a level. If the 3 spirit fruits are consumed by a 1st level void transformation martial artist, they can even cross 3 levels in a short time and enter the 4th level void transformation in one fell swoop. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and frowned. Who is it? I can't believe he's so lucky. Looking at the holes on this tricolor tree, the spirit fruits have been harvested for at least a month. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian carefully observed the tricolor tree and muttered to himself, if I were that person, I would definitely look for a remote place to consume the spirit fruits and cultivate after obtaining the 3 spirit fruits. After all, in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the stronger one is, the longer one can live and obtain more precious treasures. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed when he thought of this. Perhaps, I can search for the person who obtained the 3 spirit fruits nearby. He must be consuming the spirit fruits and cultivating in a remote place nearby. It's impossible for him to consume all 3 spirit fruits in such a short time. Of course, Duan Ling Tian did not think that perhaps the 3 spirit fruits were obtained by 3 people and had become part of the origin energy in their bodies. However, after he carefully observed the 2 bodies in the cave, he noticed that they were killed by the same weapon and method. It was obvious that the person who killed them was the same person. It should be the same person. Even if it's not, I still have to take a gamble. If I make the right bet, I'll be able to obtain at least 1 spirit fruit. If I make the wrong bet, I'll just waste some time. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian made a decision in his heart. Although he had made the decision, Duan Ling Tian was not in a hurry to leave. His gaze fell on the 3-colored tree, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Looks like the person who took away the tricolored fruit is not someone who knows what's good for him. Although this tricolored tree itself is not as precious as the 3 spirit fruits, as long as some medicinal herbs are added to it, it can be refined into a tricolored pill that can slightly increase one's cultivation. There was nothing ordinary about the tricolor tree. In fact, even if he used his spiritual energy to examine it, he would not be able to discover anything special about it. However, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory told Duan Ling Tian that the tricolor tree, as the carrier of the tricolor fruit, had accumulated a lot of heaven and earth origin energy over the years. The heaven and earth origin energy had merged perfectly with the tricolor tree. Only by using a special refining method could one mobilize the heaven and earth origin energy accumulated in the tricolor tree to refine the tricolor pill. The tricolor pill is not a difficult pill to refine. A grade 3 alchemist can refine it as long as they know the method. Let alone a grade 1 alchemist like me. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. He already had a plan in his heart to refine the tricolor pill. It just so happened that he had the other medicinal herbs to refine the tricolor pill. If it's just the medicinal efficacy of the tricolor pill, it won't be enough to help me break through. However, the medicinal efficacy of the tricolor pill can trigger the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill. It won't be difficult for me to break through to the second-level void transformation. That was exactly what Duan Lingtian was thinking at this moment. After he had entered the void transformation stage, the speed of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy had increased a lot. It was not something an ordinary void transformation stage martial artist could compare to. However, there was still a limit to it. If he wanted the rebirth pill to unleash its overbearing medicinal efficacy, he still needed the medicinal efficacy of the spirit fruit to trigger it. Chapter 962. At this moment, the main medicinal catalyst, the tricolor tree, was right in front of Duan Lingtian. Coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian had the other medicinal materials he needed to refine the tricolor pill, he was able to refine the tricolor pill. Therefore, he decided immediately. He would refine the tricolor pill. In terms of grade, the tricolor pill was a grade 3 pill. Only alchemists above grade 3 could successfully refine it. If one was not an alchemist above grade 3, it would be useless even if one knew how to refine it. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was an existence that had fused with the lifetime worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor, and inherited the lifetime worth of the rebirth martial emperor's medicine refinement methods and experience. He was a qualified grade 3 or above alchemist. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the first-level void transformation, he could condense a grade 1 pill fire with the help of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's refining skills and experience. For this reason, he was now a grade 1 alchemist. A grade 1 alchemist was extremely rare even in the foreign lands. They usually only existed in some first-rate forces, and there were very few of them. It was rare for a first-rate force to have a grade 1 alchemist. Some first-rate forces did not even have a grade 1 alchemist. If they wanted a grade 1 pill, they could only ask for it from a grade 1 alchemist outside. They would have to pay a high price. However, even then, they were still scrambling for it. The preciousness of a grade 1 medicinal pill was not something a grade 2 medicinal pill could compare to. Let alone those grade 3 medicinal pills and medicinal pills below grade 3 that were not even comparable to grade 2 medicinal pills. Regardless of Duan Lingtian's achievements in martial Dao, just the fact that he had become a grade 1 weapons craftsman before the age of 30 was enough to shock many people. However, with the pill fire I have now, I need a grade 1 cauldron to refine the pill. After all, an ordinary cauldron can't withstand my pill fire. When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a purple flame lit up in his hand. There was a golden border around the purple flame. Violet gold pill fire. It was a grade 1 pill fire. Only a grade 1 cauldron could contain a grade 1 pill fire. A low-grade cauldron would be melted into a puddle of liquid in just a blink of an eye when it was enveloped by a grade 1 pill fire. Not to mention concocting medicinal pills. It's not difficult for me to refine a grade 1 cauldron now. However, I don't seem to have enough materials to refine a grade 1 cauldron. Duan Lingtian frowned when he thought of this. Ever since his cultivation base had broken through to the void transformation stage, not only could he use his origin energy to condense a grade 1 pill fire, but he could also condense a grade 1 weapon fire. As someone who had fused with the Rebirth Martial Emperor's lifelong memories and had also inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor's methods and experience in refining medicine and weapons, Qin Wentian had also inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor. From the moment he was able to condense a grade 1 pill fire and a grade 1 weapon fire, he could be considered a qualified grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapons craftsman. Moreover, since he had a grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapon craftsman on Cloud Continent, he could be considered as one of the top alchemists and grade 1 weapon craftsmen since he had a grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapon craftsman. Let's talk about refining pills first. If he could refine a grade 1 pill with a purity of 90% and above, could other grade 1 alchemists do the same? Let's talk about weapon refining. If he could easily refine a grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification, could other grade 1 weapon craftsmen do the same? Since he had a grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapon craftsman, he was like the reincarnation of Emperor Wu when it came to refining pills and spirit weapons. He could easily refine the best of the best. I do have quite a few spatial rings with me. I haven't opened many of them yet. Perhaps I can find the materials I need to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He took out a pile of spatial rings from his spatial ring and performed a blood ownership claim on them. He intended to look for the materials he needed to refine a cauldron in these spatial rings. These spatial rings were his spoils of war in the past. He usually threw them into his spatial ring and did not bother to look for them. After looking through more than 30 spatial rings, Duan Lingtian stopped what he was doing. He had gathered all the materials he needed to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. I should perform a blood ownership claim on the remaining spatial rings when I'm free in the future and take out the things inside. Otherwise, I won't know what's inside at a critical moment. After this lesson, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Since he had gathered all the materials, Duan Lingtian began to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. He did not deliberately look for a remote place. With the weapon crafting attainments he inherited from Emperor Wu of the Reincarnation era and his current status as a grade 1 weapon craftsman, he could ignore the interference from the outside world to a certain extent. Even if there was interference from the outside world, it would at most affect the quality of the medicinal cauldron that he refined. The grade 1 spirit cauldron was an auxiliary spirit weapon instead of an offensive spirit weapon, so it did not need to be of high quality. Generally speaking, the higher the quality of the spirit artifact medicinal cauldron, the higher the chances of forming a pill. However, Duan Lingtian, who had absorbed Emperor Wu's memories and inherited Samsara Emperor Wu's lifetime of artifact forging skills and experience, did not need to care about the quality of spirit artifacts at all. Even if the quality of the cauldron was even worse, when refining pills, he could still produce pills with a 100% success rate. All of this was because he had not only inherited the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's refining skills and experience, but he had also inherited the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's refining skills and experience. The Reincarnation Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes. In terms of weapon crafting Dao and medicine refining Dao, he stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian, who had absorbed his memories, was naturally not inferior to him. Begin! Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He took out the spirit artifact medicinal cauldron from before, and began to refine the grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron with another pile of refining materials. One by one, the materials turned into puddles of liquid and floated in the air under Duan Lingtian's guidance. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's hands moved at lightning speed. The extremely mysterious refining technique was at his fingertips. His speed was so fast that ordinary people would not be able to see his movements at all. Soon, all the liquids merged together. As time went by, the embryonic form of the spirit artifact medicinal cauldron began to appear. After Duan Lingtian continued to refine it, a grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron was formed very quickly. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian only spent 3 hours. If the other grade 1 weapons craftsmen on Cloud Continent witnessed this refining speed with their own eyes, they would be so shocked that they would not be able to regain their senses for a long time. An ordinary grade 1 weapons craftsman would need at least 3 to 5 days to refine a grade 1 spirit artifact like the medicinal cauldron. If they were to refine it carefully, it would not be strange if they spent more than 10 days. However, Duan Lingtian had successfully refined the grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron in just 3 hours. Due to the fact that there was no one to disturb him, the quality of the medicinal cauldron was extremely high. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and grabbed the medicinal cauldron. After glancing at the cauldron, he looked at the few exits of the cave and muttered to himself, "It seems like there aren't many living people left in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It's been 3 hours, but there's no one else who came here." There were many treasures in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was enough to make the group of young powerhouses who came in from the outside go crazy. At the same time, the group of young powerhouses would naturally fight for the treasures. Deaths and injuries were inevitable. Along the way, Duan Lingtian saw no less than 50 corpses. They came here for the treasures. When they first came in, they must have had good dreams. However, dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. In the end, they all lost their lives here. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh when he recalled the corpses that he saw along the way. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's gaze returned to the Grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron in his hand. A smile appeared on his face. Now, I can start refining the tricolor pill. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian slowly pulled out the tricolor tree. After cleaning the soil on it, he rolled it into a ball and tossed it into the medicinal cauldron. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian took out some herbs. They were all ordinary herbs. Although the tricolor pill was a good grade 3 pill, due to its low grade and the fact that it mainly relied on the main herb, the tricolor tree, the other herbs were not rare. After gathering the herbs, a purplish gold flame appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. It was a grade 1 pill fire. As a grade 1 alchemist, naturally, refining a grade 3 pill like the tricolor pill did not pose any pressure to him. Following the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Ling Tian's hand moved faster and faster. It was as though he had transformed into two streaks of lightning that crossed each other. Even the airflow in the air was stirred. Faint sounds of air explosions reverberated in the air. The compressed airflow swept out and set off gusts of strong wind that blew the flowers and plants in the damp cave. Even if it was another grade 1 alchemist, it would only take 3 to 4 hours at most to refine a grade 3 pill like the tricolor pill. However, Duan Ling Tian was a grade 1 alchemist. Naturally, other grade 1 alchemists could not compare to him. It only took him an hour to retract his pill fire. Smack! As Duan Ling Tian's hands landed on the medicinal cauldron, a pill shot out from the medicinal cauldron. It was a strange pill. The reason why it was strange was because its surface was a mixture of 3 colors: gold, purple, and red. They were the 3 colors of the tricolor tree. Tricolor pill. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian hurriedly threw the tricolor pill into his mouth. Then he sat cross-legged at a low altitude and closed his eyes to begin cultivating. When Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was at the void interpretation stage, he cultivated the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form. Apart from helping him comprehend the sword concept, the Sword Dragon form also came with a set of heaven-rank advanced sword skill, the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. It was an extremely domineering sword skill. Now that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had broken through to the void transformation stage, he naturally no longer cultivated the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form. Chapter 963. The 8th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Roaming Dragon form. The origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body started to circulate according to the mental cultivation method of the Roaming Dragon form. In just a short moment, it had completed 1 cycle. At the same time, the medicinal effect of the tricolor pill entered his body through his throat and started to come into contact with his origin energy. The overbearing medicinal effect of the rebirth pill that was hidden in Duan Ling Tian's dantian seemed to have noticed something and suddenly rushed out. It merged with the origin energy and merged with the medicinal effect of the tricolor pill. At that moment, the origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body started to circulate faster like a bolt of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, it had completed a few cycles according to the mental cultivation method of the Roaming Dragon form. Gradually, Duan Ling Tian's mind started to sink into his cultivation. Of course, his spiritual energy was constantly on guard against the outside world. Once someone came near, he would immediately wake up and attack. Seeing that the origin energy in his body was circulating according to the mental cultivation method of the Roaming Dragon form and everything was on the right track, Duan Ling Tian finally had time to think about other things. Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens is the heaven-rank advanced martial skill that comes with the 8th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Roaming Dragon form. Its foundation is the Spirit Serpent movement skill and Whirlwind. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat as he muttered, however, if I want to use Whirlwind as the foundation to cultivate Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens to the initial stage, it's still slightly lacking. Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens was similar to ordinary martial skills. It was divided into 4 stages: rudimentary stage, initial stage, mastery stage, and perfection stage. If it was only the rudimentary stage Dragon Soaring through the 9 Heavens, then in terms of speed, it was even inferior to the perfection stage Whirlwind that Duan Ling Tian had grasped. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian didn't directly cultivate the dragons soaring through the 9 heavens. During this period of time, following the memories left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he wanted to use whirlwind as the foundation to master dragons soaring the 9 heavens to the initial stage in one go. At that time, his speed would be even faster, and it would not be a problem for him to traverse the strength of more than 10 ancient horned dragons. In addition, the 8th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form, had a very special characteristic. It emphasized the use of wind to nurture fire, and relied on the wind concept to comprehend the fire concept. Once he comprehended the fire concept, he would be able to master the ability to use the fire concept with the help of the wind concept, allowing the might of the fire concept to increase. Duan Ling Tian was no stranger to using the wind to fuel the fire. His sworn enemy in the past, Zi Shang, had mastered such a technique. It was able to increase the strength of the fire concept by 50%, and it was similar to how the earth concept relied on the earth energy. At some point, a fragment appeared in each of Duan Ling Tian's hands. A deep cyan fragment and a deep purple fragment. They were the 9th level advanced wind concept fragment and the 9th level advanced thunder concept fragment. They originated from the body of the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, one of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the northern desert. The sect leader of Crimson Moon sect was killed by Guo, the sect leader of 5 Element sect, and Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak. The 2 concept fragments were in Qi Yu's hands, and he gave them to Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian held the 2 concept fragments in his hands. While comprehending the 2 types of concepts at the same time, he was silently cultivating the mental cultivation method of the 8th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form. Not long after, Duan Ling Tian discovered a problem. While he was cultivating, he discovered that the elevation of his wind concept was a little strange. It was completely out of his expectations. The speed of the advancement was far faster than before. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian thought that he had been enlightened. However, he soon realized that it was not him who had suddenly been enlightened. The reason this happened was entirely due to the mental cultivation method of the 8th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form. When the origin energy in his body circulated according to the mental cultivation method of the 8th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form, the speed at which he comprehended the wind concept was much faster than before. At this moment, he was completely certain. The 8th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form, could help him to comprehend the fire concept to a certain extent and help him comprehend the wind concept as well. This is not recorded even in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Although the 9 dragons war sovereign technique was created by the reincarnation Emperor Wu after 2 lifetimes, he had never truly cultivated it. After Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself in his heart for a while, he completely immersed himself in his cultivation. His cultivation base rose rapidly. His wind concept and thunder concept were also quietly rising. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, a soft sound came from Duan Ling Tian's body. It was the origin energy that was guided by the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and broke through the bottleneck of Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base that was leading to the 2nd level void transformation stage. After the bottleneck was broken, his cultivation base broke through to the 2nd level void transformation stage in one fell swoop. At the same time, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill returned to Duan Ling Tian's dantian. As for the tricolor pill's medicinal efficacy, it had long been exhausted. It was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to complete the breakthrough in such a short period of time with just the tricolor pill's medicinal efficacy. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. I feel like my wind concept and thunder concept are going to break through soon. My harvest this time is not bad. As he felt the origin energy in his body that had undergone a transformation, Duan Ling Tian probed to sense the advancement of his wind concept and lightning concept, and for a time, his face revealed a satisfied smile. With these 4 9th level concept fragments, I don't need to deliberately search for another concept fragment. Unknowingly, 2 more concept fragments appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. They were the 9th level earth concept fragment and the 9th level sword concept fragment. Duan Ling Tian weighed the 4 9th level concept fragments in his hand, and the smile on his face grew brighter. Senior Brother Wei, these are the 9th level concept fragments. Suddenly, A hurried and unpleasant voice clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to wake up immediately. At the same time, he put away the 4 concept fragments in his hand. I see them. 4 9th-level concept fragments. Another cold voice sounded, mixed with a hint of greed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who stood up hastily, saw 2 young men appear in the cavern with just a glance. They were staring at him covetously. Between the 2 of them, the skinny young man stood in front, and a young man with a ferocious and terrifying face stood slightly behind him on his right. His appearance was extremely ugly. Boy, there's no need to hide anymore. We've already seen the 4 9th-level concept fragments in your hand earlier. The young man with the terrifying face looked at Duan Lingtian and grinned. However, his grin was extremely ugly. It was even uglier than crying, and his voice was extremely unpleasant to the ears as well. It was the owner of the first voice earlier. When Duan Lingtian heard the words of the young man with the ferocious and terrifying face, he raised his eyebrows lightly. However, he did not pay any attention to the other party. At the same time, his spiritual energy swept out immediately and probed the cultivation base of the 2 young men. Haha! Senior Brother Wei, look at him. He's scared silly by us. When the young man with the terrifying face saw Duan Lingtian did not make any movement and stood still on the spot, he laughed complacently. His laughter became even more arrogant. Senior Brother Wei, leave this boy to me. After I kill him, I only want the 9th-level fire concept fragment in his hand. I'll give the rest to you. When the young man with the terrifying face reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the strong young man with a humble expression. All right. The strong young man who was addressed as Senior Brother Wei nodded indifferently. From the beginning until the end, he did not look Duan Lingtian in the eye at all. It was as though he did not take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. Of course, this was also because Duan Lingtian only looked to be around 25 years old. It was inevitable that people would look down on him when he was so young. When the young man with the terrifying face heard the strong young man's agreement, his eyes lit up. With a raise of his hand, a thick and heavy spiked club appeared in his hand. Origin energy raged within it before it was entwined with a ball of flame. Brat, to be able to die in my hands, you can consider yourself lucky. As the young man with the terrifying face looked at Duan Lingtian, his figure flashed out as though he had transformed into a cannonball that shot out swiftly. His entire body was suffused with vast flames as he fiercely smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 Everywhere he passed, the spiked club that was entwined with flames would be swung, causing the airflow in the air to be compressed before it exploded. It set off a series of explosive sounds that sounded like thunder. At the same time, waves of scorching airwaves turned into gales and blew in all directions, causing the temperature of the entire cave to rise by a few degrees. Whoosh! After a short moment, the young man with the terrifying face arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He swung the spiked club that was entwined with flames in his hand and smashed it towards Duan Lingtian like a falling meteor. At the same time, more than 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws above the terrifying young man's head as they charged towards Duan Lingtian menacingly. First level Void Transformation Stage. First level Advanced Fire Concept. Grade 2 Spirit Weapon. This was the strength of the terrifying-looking young man. Smack! Just when the terrifying young man thought that Duan Lingtian would be killed by his spiked club, he was shocked to find that the spiked club that he had swung out violently had stopped in mid-air. When he focused his eyes and looked forward, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his entire life. God! What did he just see? The purple-clad young man that he had not taken seriously since the beginning had unknowingly raised one of his hands and forcefully grabbed the spiked club that he had swung out earlier. After all, the swing of his club contained the strength of more than 500 ancient horned dragons. How's this possible? The terrifying young man's expression changed drastically. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he exerted force in his hand in an attempt to pull back the spiked club that was grabbed by the purple-clad young man. Chapter 964. Duan Lingtian had already detected the terrifying young man's cultivation base before he even made his move. He was not afraid at all. Duan Ling Tian watched as the terrifying young man coveted the 9th-level concept fragment in his hand and attacked him. Duan Ling Tian did not get angry. Instead, he smiled coldly. The mace in the young man's hand contained the strength of more than 500 ancient horned dragons. It was ferocious like a falling meteor. However, Duan Ling Tian was not afraid at all. In his eyes, the strength of over 500 ancient horned dragons was nothing at all. With a casual raise of his hand, he caught the mace in his hand effortlessly. Duan Ling Tian easily grabbed the spiked club in the terrifying young man's hand, and the latter's expression changed drastically when he failed to pull the spiked club back even after using all his strength. Duan Ling Tian made his move again. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's hand that was holding the mace shook. He easily lifted the mace and the young man who was holding it. In the next moment, a terrifying energy bloomed in Duan Ling Tian's hand and swept out. No! The terrifying young man's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He hurriedly let go of the mace in his hand and tried to escape. At this moment, the purple-clad young man before him was a god of death. A god of death that could take his life at any time. Boom! A loud noise reverberated. It was a khaki energy that was entwined with green energy that swept out. In the blink of an eye, it drowned the terrifying young man and killed him. After the young man was killed, his body continued to fly out like an arrow that left the bow. Bang! His body crashed into the cave wall in the distance, leaving behind a pool of dazzling blood. He fell to the ground with a loud crash. He was dead. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon condensed into form above Duan Ling Tian's head. A total of 700 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. They wriggled and fell. Awesome! Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief, feeling a burst of joy in his heart. Earlier, he'd only utilized 2 concepts, the 2nd-level advanced wind concept and the 9th-level intermediate earth concept. Of course, the combination of these 2 concepts was only equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. However, apart from using these 2 concepts, Duan Ling Tian had also used his 2nd-level void transformation stage origin energy that had just undergone a transformation. Once the origin energy at the 2nd level of the void transformation stage was utilized, it gave Duan Ling Tian a completely new feeling, and the hot blood in his body seemed as if it was completely boiling at that moment. I underestimated you. At this moment, a cold voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. When Duan Ling Tian heard the voice, he focused his gaze and looked over. His gaze landed on the sturdy young man standing not far away. It was the senior brother of the young man with the terrifying appearance. When the young man with the terrifying appearance was killed by Duan Ling Tian, not only was the sturdy young man not enraged or sad, he did not even have the slightest hint of agitation. It was as if the person who had just died in Duan Ling Tian's hands was not his junior brother, but someone who had nothing to do with him. He's actually not running away? When Duan Ling Tian saw the sturdy young man staring at him coldly, he could not help but be stunned. Earlier, under the circumstances that he did not use any spirit weapon, he had demonstrated a strength that was equivalent to the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons. This 2nd-level void transformation stage martial artist actually did not feel afraid after witnessing his attack with his own eyes. When Duan Ling Tian had probed the cultivation base of the young man with a terrifying appearance, he had already probed the sturdy young man's cultivation base. It was the 2nd-level void transformation stage. In his opinion, a 2nd-level void transformation stage martial artist would usually comprehend the 1st or 2nd-level void transformation concept. Even if he had comprehended the 2nd-level void transformation concept, without using any spirit weapon and with his origin energy, he would only be able to unleash the strength of 600 ancient horned dragons at most. It was far inferior to his strength of 700 ancient horned dragons. It was precisely because of this that Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. How could this sturdy young man be so confident in front of him after witnessing his strength? Whoosh! Soon after, the heaven and earth energy above the sturdy young man's head stirred and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Ling Tian obtained his answer. The origin energy on the sturdy young man's body raged and transformed into waves of khaki energy. It was the perfect combination of the earth concept and origin energy. Subsequently, the khaki energy that rolled around the sturdy young man's body seemed to have resonated with the entire cavern. The color became darker and seemed to have an additional trace of destructive aura. At the same time, 300 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the sturdy young man's head before another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. In the end, 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. The second-level void transformation stage had the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons when his origin energy was fully unleashed. The third-level advanced earth concept had the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. With the help of the earth energy, the earth concept strength would increase by 50%. In other words, it was the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Without using any spirit weapon, the sturdy young man's strength was equivalent to the strength of 900 ancient horned dragons. It completely overpowered the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons that Duan Ling Tian displayed earlier. I see. Upon seeing the strength that the sturdy young man displayed, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why the sturdy young man was so confident. The sturdy young man had actually comprehended the third-level void transformation concept. Moreover, it was the earth concept. However, Duan Ling Tian's expression did not change when he saw the sturdy young man's strength. Instead, he muttered to himself with interest, interesting. Dang. At this moment, the sturdy young man glared coldly at Duan Ling Tian before he shouted coldly and took a step forward. The moment he took a step forward, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. When the khaki energy on his body surged into the 3-foot-long blade, the 3-foot-long blade seemed to have been bestowed with life. It suddenly trembled and emitted a series of clear sword chimes. Whoosh! In an instant, another 230 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 900 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above the sturdy young man's head. It was obvious that the 3-foot-long blade in his hand was a Grade 2 spirit sword. On top of the foundation of the second-level void transformation stage's origin energy, it had a 78% increase in strength. It was equivalent to the strength of 230 ancient horned dragons. In other words, at this moment, the Grade 2 spirit sword in the sturdy young man's hand contained the strength of 1,130 ancient horned dragons. Whoosh! Almost at the instant when the Grade 2 spirit sword chimed, the sturdy young man made his move. He flew out and stuck close to Duan Ling Tian like a shadow. If it was the Duan Ling Tian before he made a breakthrough to the second-level void transformation stage, he might panic in fear when facing the sturdy young man. He might not even be a match for him. However, the current Duan Ling Tian did not panic at all. Instead, his face was as calm as still water. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword that emitted a destructive aura. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. In the next moment, the origin energy on Duan Ling Tian's body skyrocketed and transformed into waves of khaki energy. Similar to the khaki energy on the sturdy young man's body, it resonated with the entire cavern. Soon after, streaks of deep purple lightning appeared on the surface of the khaki energy. There were also gusts of fierce green wind that emitted waves of terrifying aura. The khaki energy that was intertwined with the lightning and wind gushed into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in an unstoppable manner. It caused the sword ray on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword to skyrocket and emit a sword chime. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. When the heaven and earth energy above Duan Ling Tian's head began to stir, the sturdy young man had already appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes with his sword. He was only a foot away from Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh! A sword that was filled with extreme coldness came from the west. The fierce sword chi raged like gusts of cold wind blowing on Duan Ling Tian's face. It caused Duan Ling Tian to squint his eyes. Sword drawing art. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian shook the sword in his hand. It seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning and blocked in front of him. Clang! Almost at the same time, the Grade 2 spirit sword in the sturdy young man's hand collided with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. The tip of the sword touched the body of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Humph! A cold snort that was faintly mixed with dread resonated in the air. The sturdy young man's attack did not succeed. His body quickly flashed backward and retreated far away. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, clean and efficient. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Ling Tian's head finally condensed into form and appeared before the sturdy young man's eyes. He was so shocked that his eyes narrowed slightly. In the void above Duan Ling Tian's head, 1,250 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were hovering there. They were accumulating their strength and were waiting to attack. It gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Impossible! The sturdy young man quickly returned to his senses. Horror dawned on his face as he said in disbelief, "Nothing's impossible." At the instant when the sturdy young man's expression changed, Duan Lingtian made his move. It was as though he had transformed into a ghost as he flashed toward the sturdy young man. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand flashed out like a shadow. Run! In the face of the menacing Duan Lingtian and the 1,250 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head, horror dawned on the sturdy young man's face again. He no longer had any intention to fight and turned around to flee. Trying to flee? Upon seeing the scene before his eyes, Duan Lingtian laughed wantonly. Whoosh! At the same time, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand had already shot forward. 9 dragons' radiant flash. A violent energy surged out and transformed into 3 khaki divine dragons that were surrounded by lightning and green gales. The eyes of the 3 divine dragons flashed, and 6 ultimate radiant flashes shot out. Whoosh! 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 6 ultimate radiant flashes pierced through the sky at a terrifying speed. One had to admit that the sturdy young man's reaction was very fast. Almost at the instant when Duan Lingtian struck out, his entire state turned around temporarily, and the grade 2 spirit sword in his hand flashed out in an attempt to defend. Clang! He blocked the ultimate radiant flashes, and the grade 2 spirit sword in his hand fell from the impact. The palm of his hand that was holding the sword was lacerated and dripping with blood. However, he did not have the chance to stop the bleeding. Chapter 965. Spurt. 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 After the 5 blood arrows were shot out from the 5 vital points on the lean young man's body, his eyes that were originally shining dimmed completely. His body trembled and began to sway. Boom! In the end, his body still fell and crashed hard on the ground. He was no longer breathing. At the same time, the 3 khaki-colored divine dragons that were surrounded by purple thunderbolts and green gale disappeared into the air as if they were never there. Duan Lingtian put away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand and looked at the lean young man's body. A gleam flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "If my cultivation base hadn't broken through to the 2nd-level void transformation stage, I wouldn't be a match for him." Duan Lingtian was certain about this. Of course, even if he was certain about this, Duan Lingtian did not feel afraid at all. Even if he was not a match for his opponent and did not have the ability to escape from his opponent, the person who would die in the end would not be him. He had 2 extremely terrifying talismans in his hand. They were the talismans that his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing, had left for him. It was not difficult for him to kill a 2nd-level void transformation stage martial artist. Due to this reason, he was fearless. In his opinion, he would just waste a talisman for the sake of his life. After all, nothing was more important than his life. These 2 people, they should be from a second-rate force as well. Duan Lingtian could not help but guess after he put away the terrifying young man and the lean young man's spatial ring and spirit weapon into his own spatial ring. If they were not from a second-rate force, it was impossible for them to have such powerful strength. That was exactly what Duan Lingtian guessed. Their strength. Even among the group of young disciples from their respective factions, I'm afraid they can be considered to be among the best. Duan Lingtian guessed again. Now, it's time to look for the person who obtained the tricolored fruit. If there's really one person who obtained the 3 spirit fruits, he would have at most consumed one of them. With a thought in mind, Duan Lingtian began to search in all directions with the damp cave as the center. He wanted to find the person who obtained the tricolor fruit. If it was a person, once he found it, he would be able to obtain an opportunity because of it. If I can obtain 2 of the tricolored fruits and use the medicinal efficacy of the 2 spirit fruits to activate the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, I might be able to break through to the 5th-level void transformation stage in one go. Duan Lingtian had no doubt about this. Through the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, he knew the effects of the tricolored fruit very well. The tricolored fruit was enough to help him break through to the 4th-level void transformation stage in one go. Coupled with the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, It was almost 100% certain that he would be able to break through to the 5th level void transformation stage, and there was even a certain chance that he would break through to the 6th level void transformation stage. 5th level void transformation stage. 6th level void transformation stage. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a surge of emotions. His speed increased even more. I hope there's really only one person who obtained the tricolored fruit. Moreover, he did find a secluded place nearby to cultivate. That way, I'll have a chance to find him and snatch the remaining spirit fruits from him. Duan Lingtian prayed in his heart as he searched in all directions. Meanwhile, in a secluded cave not far away from the damp cave, there was a small dark and gloomy cave. There was a person sitting cross-legged inside as he cultivated quietly. This cave was located in the corner of a secluded cave. It was extremely well hidden. Most people who passed by here would most likely miss this place. Looking at the hole in the ceiling, it was not too shabby. It was obvious that it was man-made not long ago. Nobody knew when a sigh of relief came from the dark and gloomy cave. I've finally broken through to the 1st level void transformation stage. A voice that was filled with excitement and joy resonated in the cave. The owner of the voice was none other than Zishang, who obtained the 3 spirit fruits a month ago. A month ago, after Zishang obtained the 3 spirit fruits, he was prepared to find a secluded place to cultivate. However, after searching for a long time, he still could not find a suitable place. In the end, he found this inconspicuous secluded cave and opened up this small cave in an inconspicuous corner of the cave ceiling. The small cave was backlit. Not a single ray of light could enter the cave. It was almost impossible for the people outside to discover this small cave that Zishang opened up unless they searched thoroughly. Therefore, Zishang stayed inside and cultivated peacefully. After a month, he finally digested the medicinal efficacy of one of the spirit fruits and successfully broke through to the 1st level void transformation stage from the 7th level void interpretation stage. Quickly consume and absorb the other 2 spirit fruits. Only then will you be able to do something in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Otherwise, even if my soul is in your body, you might not be able to deal with those outstanding young disciples from the second-rate forces. A gloomy, hoarse and old voice echoed in Zishang's mind as it reminded him. Yes, Elder Ghost. Zishang replied respectfully when he heard the voice. He did not dare be negligent in the slightest as he hurriedly took out the other spirit fruit and consumed it to cultivate. Soon after, he immersed himself in cultivation again, and his cultivation rose rapidly. Currently, Zishang did not know that his sworn enemy, Duan Lingtian, was searching in all directions with the damp cave where he found the 3 spirit fruits a month ago as the center. It would not be long before they arrived here. In the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, in a cavern that was as vast as a martial arts practice field. Shattered rocks were piled up on the cavern's floor. Mixed together with the shattered rocks were numerous azure-colored fragments. There were over 100 of them, and all of them were wind concept fragments. There were 3 groups of people standing in confrontation in the cavern. At this moment, most of them had their gazes on the exquisite box that was half exposed on the ceiling at the center of the cavern. Obviously, they were filled with curiosity and yearning for the treasure stored inside. Dainyu, are you confident? At this moment, a red-clad young man standing beside a tall and robust young man took a deep breath and asked in a light voice. A third young man that was close to middle age stood at the side, and traces of dread arose in his gaze as he looked at the other 2 groups of people. We can only give it a try. The tall and robust young man was none other than the 5 Elements Sex Wood Peak's disciple, Huang Dainyu. His expression was solemn as if he was facing a formidable enemy. As for the people standing beside Huang Dainyu, they were the Blade Sex disciples, Su Li and Zhang Shouyong. They knew each other because of the same person and became friends. Since everyone wants that treasure, then let's fight. At this moment, one of the groups of people shouted out explosively, and his figure flashed out and flashed towards the other group of people. In the blink of an eye, the 3 people in the former group easily suppressed the 2 people in the latter group, and in just a short moment, they caused one of the people in the other group to be in danger of death. T. Huang Dainyu and the other 2 did not expect that the 3 people in the former group would actually have such a formidable strength. At the same time that they completely surpassed the 2 people in the other group, they also surpassed the 3 of them. Once the 2 people in the other group were killed, the fate of the 3 of them could be imagined. Let us help all of you. Huang Daniu and the other two flew out and joined the battle, and they helped the two people in the other group to resist the three small groups that were stronger than them, causing them to fall into a disadvantageous position for a time. Humph. In next to no time, the blue-clothed young man that hadn't made a move all along suddenly erupted and revealed his 9th-level Void Interpretation Stage Cultivation and 9th-level Intermediate Earth Concept to turn the situation of the battle around. For a time, the three people in their group fought Huang Daniu's group of 5, and they were evenly matched. However, because there was a 9th-level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist that had comprehended 9th-level Intermediate Earth Concept amongst the three people, Huang Daniu's group gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Damn it! The expressions of Huang Daniu and the others were extremely unsightly. In the end, they were forced to retreat far away, and they looked at the three people in the distance from afar with faces filled with unwillingness. But no matter how unwilling they were, they had no other choice, as they weren't a match for the three people. Humph! The young man with the strongest strength amongst the three people glanced at Huang Daniu and the others with disdain, and then he flew up to take down the exquisite box that was at the center of the cavern. Under the envious gaze of Huang Daniu and the others, the young man opened the exquisite box. A fragment that flickered with a green energy appeared before the eyes of everyone present. That's... Huang Daniu's eyes widened. A concept fragment? It doesn't seem like it. There doesn't seem to be any energy flashing on the concept fragment, right? Don't tell me that's a profundity fragment? Zhang Shouyong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and guessed with an aghast expression. Profundity fragment? The moment Zhang Shouyong's words left his mouth, Huang Daniu and Su Li were dumbstruck. It's indeed a profundity fragment. At this moment, one of the two young men standing next to Zhang Shouyong and the other two said. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the fragment that was flashing with green energy in the exquisite box in the distance. It was as though it had taken root and sprouted on it. Congratulations, young man. This 8th-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment is yours. Just when Zhang Shouyong and the other two were wondering why this young man from an unknown force would recognize the Profundity Fragment, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered their ears. The voice came from the exquisite box that was opened, and it was mixed with a strong penetrating force that spread far and wide. 8th-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. Huang Daniu's eyes narrowed. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at the young man holding the exquisite box in the distance. However, a hint of helplessness soon appeared on his face. Apart from comprehending the same Earth concept as him and being able to borrow the Earth energy, the other party was also a 9th-level Void Interpretation martial artist. Therefore, he was no match for him. Damn it! It's actually an 8th-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. Chapter 966. At this very moment, even Su Li and Zhang Shouyong were completely stupefied. The Profundity Fragment had already surprised them. After all, no matter how weak the Profundity Fragment was, it was still a martial monarch powerhouse's body. To them, a martial monarch powerhouse was a legendary existence that was out of their reach. However, the voice of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left the Emperor Wu's secret treasure behind reminded them that the Profundity Fragment was not an ordinary Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. An 8th-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. The Monarch Stage Profundity was divided into 9 levels. Each level was more powerful than the previous one. A first-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment could help a 9th-level Void Transformation martial artist who had comprehended the corresponding 9th-level Void Transformation concept to break through to the Martial Monarch stage and become a Martial Monarch powerhouse. Not only could the 8th-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment help a 9th-level Void Transformation martial artist achieve the Martial Monarch Stage cultivation base, it could also help a person quickly raise the profundity they comprehended to the 8th level after breaking through to the Martial Monarch stage. One could imagine how precious an 8th-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment was. Ha 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 ha. The young man who was holding the exquisite box and staring at the 8th-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment in the box could not help but laugh out loud. After a while, he stopped laughing and stared at Huang Daniu and the other 4 whose faces were pale. Finally, his gaze landed on the 2 young men next to Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. The people from Anika sect are really trash. The young man said slowly. His tone was filled with mockery. You! The two Anika sect's disciples who were mocked had a drastic change of expression. They were so angry that they could not speak for a long time. Anika sect. Huang Daniu and the other two were shocked when they heard the young man's words. They did not expect the people they helped earlier to be Anika sect's disciples. No wonder both of them were so powerful. Even people from second-rate forces are here? Huang Daniu and the other two exchanged glances. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Although they knew there were other entrances to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they did not know who would come in from the other entrances. Now, it seemed like there were even people from second-rate forces here. The people from Anika sect are trash. Izumo sect's people aren't that strong either. Suddenly, an indifferent voice echoed in the cave. A figure silently appeared in front of everyone. This was a young man dressed in black. His appearance was strange, and his face was cold. His eyes seemed to be lifeless, but they were actually filled with killing intent. He gave off an invisible pressure. No one knew when the black-clothed young man had appeared. It wasn't until the black-clothed young man spoke that everyone, including Huang Daniu, noticed him. Who are you? The Izumo sect disciple who was holding the exquisite box could not help but have a change in expression. He then looked at the black-clad young man with dread and asked in a deep voice. Dead people don't need to know who I am. The black-robed young man spoke again. His voice was still cold. Before the crowd could react, he moved and disappeared before their eyes. Where is he? Just as Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong were bewildered, they saw a flash before their eyes. Boom! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground entered their ears. Subsequently, they saw something. They did not know when the Izumo sect disciple who was holding the exquisite box that contained the 8th-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment had fallen to the ground. There was no trace of injury on his body. However, everyone, including Huang Daniu, could see that he was no longer breathing. It was obvious that he had been killed. The black-clothed young man stood next to the Izumo sect disciple's body. His face was calm as if the Izumo sect disciple's death had nothing to do with him. The exquisite box that was originally in the Izumo sect disciple's hands was now in his hands. The 8th-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment on it was constantly flashing with green energy. So fast. When Huang Daniu and the others looked at the black-clothed young man again, their eyes narrowed in shock. From the beginning until the end, they did not catch any trace of when the black-clothed young man killed the Izumo sect disciple. This was because his speed was just too fast. Even a first or second level void transformation martial artist. His speed might not be so fast, right? Huang Daniu thought to himself. Very soon, Huang Daniu's expression changed drastically. This was because he noticed the black-clothed young man's cold gaze swept past them after he put away the exquisite box in his hand. Killing intent flashed. For a moment, everyone, including Huang Daniu, felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. If you can block one of my attacks and not die, you can live. At this moment, the black-clothed young man opened his mouth. His voice was as cold as before, but it caused Huang Daniu and the others to panic. Before they could react, the black-clothed young man had already lifted his right leg and stomped on the ground at lightning speed. It was as if he had a deep grudge against the ground. Bang! As the black-clothed young man stomped on the ground, a loud sound spread out. The terrifying sound wave caused Huang Daniu and the others' expressions to change drastically. Smack! In the next moment, everyone saw countless cracks spreading out in all directions from where the black-clothed young man's foot landed. It was as if they had formed a gigantic spider web. As the cracks spread out, there were 7 extremely terrifying forces contained in them. They spread out along with the cracks and rushed toward the 7 people, including Huang Daniu. T. Huang Daniu and Zhang Shouyong's expressions changed drastically. They were both martial artists who had comprehended the Earth concept, so they had a keen sense of the Earth concept. They could clearly sense that the 7 forces were the Earth concept. Moreover, it was the advanced Earth concept. Its level was not low at all. At the instant when both of their expressions changed, they only had time to hastily mobilize and control the Earth concept that they had comprehended to resonate with the ground in an attempt to resist the domineering Earth concept. Su Li, fly up. The instant Huang Daniu made his move, he suddenly shouted to remind Su Li. When Su Li heard the black-clothed young man's words, his nerves had already tensed up. When he heard Huang Daniu's sudden shout, he did not hesitate and hurriedly stepped into the air. Boom, 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 boom. Almost at the instant when Su Li leaped up, a series of explosions resonated in the air. All Su Li could feel was a terrifying impact from the bottom of his feet that pushed his entire body up to the top of the cavern. He was caught off guard and crashed onto the top of the cavern with a loud bang, causing him to feel dizzy. As for Huang Daniu and Zhang Shouyong, due to the fact that they had cast the earth concept in time and resonated with the ground, they were not affected too much. They only spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact. As for the remaining 2 Izumo sex disciples and the 2 Anika sex disciples, they were not as lucky as them. The 4 of them exploded, leaving behind broken bodies and fresh blood all over the ground. All of you are pretty lucky. The indifferent voice resonated again without any emotion as it entered Huang Daniu and the other 2's ears. It was the black-clothed young man's voice. The instant the words left his mouth, the black-clothed young man's figure disappeared before Huang Daniu and the other 2's eyes. Damn it! Just wait until I, Huang Daniu, surpass him in strength. I'll never let him go. Huang Daniu was a little flustered and exasperated. What the hell happened? Su Li, who had finally managed to stabilize his body, flew down from the air and stared at the 5 big pits that appeared on the cavern's vast ground. He asked with his eyes wide open. That fella used his earth concept to attack us. Other than Zhang Shouyong and I, who managed to communicate with the ground with our earth concept in time and received protection to resist his earth concept, the rest of the earth concepts that were flying towards you were all detonated. Huang Daniu said with dread on his face. I was scared out of my wits earlier. Fortunately, Daniu, you reminded Su Li in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid Su Li's ending would be the same as theirs. Zhang Shouyong's face was filled with lingering fear as he looked at the broken bodies and bloodstains all over the ground. Daniu, thank you. Su Li thanked Huang Daniu sincerely. Earlier, he had indeed heard Huang Daniu's reminder. That was why he flew up in time and dodged the earth concept that exploded. There's no need to thank me. I only reminded you subconsciously. Most importantly, you were able to react at the first moment and fly up in time. Otherwise, even with my reminder, you wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. Huang Daniu shook his head as he spoke. When he reached the end of his sentence, Huang Daniu's face turned grave. Who the hell is that fella? He simply doesn't care about our lives at all. Even after he obtained the profundity fragment, he still wanted to kill us. When Su Li and Zhang Shouyong heard this, their faces turned grave. With just a few words, the black-clothed young man from earlier had already controlled their fates in his hands. That kind of feeling made them very unhappy. In Emperor Wu's secret treasure, in another cavern that was extremely far away from the cavern where Huang Daniu and the other 2 were at, a series of loud noises resonated in the air. It was only after a long time that it fell into a dead silence. 2 young men stood in the cavern. Around their bodies, the ground was filled with broken stones. There were hundreds of blue fragments mixed among them. They were none other than the water concept fragments. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize them at first glance. These 2 young men were the 2 young disciples of the Sun Moon sect who had survived. They were Hu Lin and Zhang Ping. Hu Lin, the treasure that's guarded by so many puppets. I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? Zhang Ping raised his head and looked at the ceiling in the middle of the cavern. There was an exquisite box inlaid on top of it. It was obvious that there was an extraordinary treasure stored inside. Why don't we just take it down and have a look? Hu Lin said nonchalantly. His body moved as he tried to take the exquisite box down. Whoosh! At this moment, a burst of extreme coldness and scorching heat came from the air. The combination of contradictory auras stopped Hu Lin. At the same time, it made both Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's faces turn grave. A moment later, a figure appeared in front of them. It's you! Looking at the young man in front of them, Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's faces turned grave. This young man was no stranger to them. Chapter 967. So, it's the both of you. Zhang Yan stared at the two Sun-Moon sect's disciples in front of him with a cold expression and said indifferently, "Both of you are pretty lucky to actually encounter a profundity fragment." Profundity fragment? Hearing Zhang Yan's words, both Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's pupils involuntarily shrunk. Their expressions also became somewhat sluggish. After a while, Hu Lin was the first to regain his senses. He immediately stared at the exquisite box that was embedded in the ceiling of the cave and muttered, "You mean, the treasure in that exquisite box is a profundity fragment? Whether the profundity fragment is inside or not has nothing to do with you anymore." In the face of Hu Lin's question, Zhang Yan continued to speak. His voice was as calm as before. It was hollow and did not contain any emotion. "Why?" Zhang Ping, who had just regained his senses, instinctively asked in a daze. "Because a dead man doesn't need to know so much." Zhang Yan spoke calmly again. The moment his words left his mouth, he suddenly made a move. He raised both of his hands abruptly and bent both of his arms backward while his back trembled. Both of his arms and his back were like a strong bow that was pulled back. His trembling back was more like a bowstring that was pulled to its limit. It trembled slightly and was ready to shoot the arrow that was pressed against it at any time. Shameless boasting. Upon hearing Zhang Yan's words, Zhang Ping completely regained his senses. Hu Lin, on the other hand, sneered. Origin energy rolled out from his body as his concept followed him like a shadow. Whoosh! In the next instant, a 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Grade 2 spirit sword that he always carried with him. Whoosh! Hu Lin's eyes turned cold as he turned into a gust of wind and slashed his sword at Zhang Yan mercilessly. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered into more than 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced at Zhang Yan in a menacing manner. First level Void Transformation Stage. Second level Advanced Sword Concept. This was Hu Lin's true strength as the strongest person among the younger generation in Sun-Moon sect. Whoosh! The moment Hu Lin made his move, Zhang Ping also regained his senses. A Grade 2 spirit saber appeared in his hand out of thin air. His origin energy raged as his concept merged with it. Without any hesitation, he joined forces with Hu Lin and charged at Zhang Yan together. There were more than 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zhang Ping's head. It was exactly 100 silhouettes of them. First level Void Transformation Stage. First level Advanced Saber Concept. Zhang Ping was the second strongest person among the younger generation of the Sun-Moon sect. His strength was only below Hu Lin. Hu Lin and Zhang Ping dashed out. With a saber and a sword, they attacked Zhang Yan mercilessly, aiming for his vital points. Zhang Yan's back trembled slightly as he clenched his hands into palms and pulled his arms back like a strong bow. Wisps of blue flames appeared around the Grade 2 spirit artifact gloves on his hands. The scorching hot and icy cold aura coexisted. The contradictory combination caused the airflow in the air to be squeezed. Waves of soft air explosions involuntarily rose and fell in succession. Whoosh! Just as Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's Grade 2 spiritual sword and Grade 2 spiritual saber were about to attack Zhang Yan, the turbulent power of heaven and earth above Zhang Yan's head finally gathered into a heaven and earth anomaly. 978 ancient horned dragon silhouettes spiraled down and accumulated force while waiting to attack, and it gave others an extremely strong oppressive feeling. No! Hu Lin and Zhang Ping, who were originally full of confidence and thought they could kill Zhang Yan, turned pale when they saw the heaven and earth anomaly that appeared above Zhang Yan's head. Zhang Ping even cried out in horror. Boom! Boom! Just as Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's faces turned pale and Zhang Ping cried out in shock, Zhang Yan finally made his move. His arms, which were pulled like a strong bow, shook, and his back stopped trembling. His palms, which were filled with blue flames, quickly swept out and enveloped Hu Lin and Zhang Ping, meeting the two's fierce attacks head-on. Between Hu Lin and Zhang Ping, Hu Lin was the strongest. However, even if Hu Lin attacked with all his might, his strength was only equivalent to over 600 ancient horned dragons' strength. This little bit of strength was easily crushed by Zhang Yan's over 900 ancient horned dragons' strength. One could easily imagine the outcome. Bang! Bang! In a flash, Hu Lin and Zhang Ping were killed by Zhang Yan without any surprise. After the two of them were killed, Their bodies flew out without slowing down and crashed into the cave wall in the distance like an arrow that was released from a bow, stirring up a cloud of dust. From then on, all the Sun Moon sect's disciples who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure were annihilated. After killing Hu Lin and Zhang Ping, Zhang Yan casually stepped into the air as though nothing had happened and took down the exquisite box from the ceiling of the cave. He was not in a hurry to open the box. For some reason, his eyes could not help but land on the hundreds of water concept fragments that were mixed among the rubble on the ground of the cavern. According to my previous experience, the profundity fragment in this box should be the water profundity fragment. Zhang Yan's breathing quickened when he thought of this. The fire profundity fragment was useless to him. However, the water profundity fragment was extremely meaningful to him. He could use it to comprehend the water profundity in the future. After all, since he had cultivated the supreme emotion forsaking technique, he could easily condense water into ice and convert ice into water. To him, comprehending the water concept and water profundity was equivalent to comprehending the ice concept and ice profundity. Zhang Yan took a deep breath and opened the exquisite box. Zhang Yan could not help but narrow his eyes as soon as the box was opened. A fragment that was shining with aqua-blue energy appeared before his eyes. Young man, congratulations. This 8th level Monarch Stage water profundity fragment is yours. At the same time, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered Zhang Yan's ears. It carried an extremely terrifying penetrating force as it spread far and wide. *T. Zhang Yan did not dare to delay when he heard the voice. He immediately flew out and left the cave immediately. He did not dare to take the risk again after he learned his lesson. Previously, he had obtained a fire profundity fragment with great difficulty. However, it had fallen into Feng Tianwu's hands because of Feng Tianwu's appearance. As the saying went, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. In order not to repeat the same mistake, Zhang Yan immediately fled. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Zhang Yan left, 2 ghostly figures appeared in the cave at the same time. Both of them frowned at the same time when they saw the water concept fragments all over the ground. You have the water profundity fragment? Both of them looked at each other tacitly and asked in unison. Both of them looked at each other deeply before they left to look for the person who had obtained the 9th level Monarch Stage water profundity fragment. Inside one of the caves in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Whoosh! A figure that looked like a bolt of purple lightning flashed into the cave quickly. He looked around carefully, not missing any detail. It was as though he was looking for something. The owner of the figure was none other than Duanling Tian. Another 10 days had passed since he had made a breakthrough to the 2nd level void transformation stage. During this period of time, Duanling Tian held 2 concept fragments in his hands and comprehended 2 types of concepts at the same time. At the same time, he was searching in all directions in an attempt to find the person who had obtained the tricolor fruit. Even if I find that person now, I'm afraid he has already consumed 2 spirit fruits. After searching the cave for a while and confirming that he did not find anything, Duanling Tian flew away and entered another cave. Duanling Tian searched the caves one by one. He was very patient. Soon after, Duanling Tian flashed into a relatively remote cave and began to search around again. He did not miss any corner. In an inconspicuous corner at the top of the cave, a white-clad young man was sitting cross-legged in a small dark cave. He was cultivating quietly. Zishang boy, you and this Duanling Tian are really enemies on a narrow road. Suddenly, a gloomy, hoarse and old voice resonated in the white-clad young man's mind, waking him up from his cultivation immediately. Duanling Tian? The white-clad young man was none other than Zishang. When he heard the voice in his mind, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes in the dark as though he was about to devour someone. Duanling Tian. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with this name. From the time he was in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom until now, that person was like his destined enemy. No matter where he went or how high he stood, that person would always appear in front of him. Moreover, he was always at a disadvantage in the many times he fought with that person, causing him to feel extremely aggrieved. Originally, he was possessed by the remnant soul of a powerhouse and possessed powerful strength. However, he was restrained by a stone tablet in that person's hand, causing him to almost go crazy. Duanlington, it's really you. Sitting cross-legged in the small dark cave, Zishang's eyes immediately landed on the purple figure outside the cave. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Almost at the instant when Zishang focused his eyes on Duan Lingtian frowned. He felt as though someone was spying on him. At the same time, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the remote corner at the top of the cave. A pitch-black cave that could accommodate one person appeared before his eyes. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to use his spiritual energy to investigate the cave, he noticed a white figure suddenly flew out from the cave and slowly descended before his eyes. Zishang. When Duan Lingtian saw the white-clad young man before him, his eyes widened in shock. Why, you're not dead? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was extremely shocked. Previously, when he had just entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Zishang had launched a sneak attack on him on the high platform and both of them had fallen into the bottomless abyss. Moreover, they had fought in the bottomless abyss. During that battle, he had used the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons to suppress Zishang's strength of 878 ancient horned dragons. He had almost killed Zishang. At the critical moment, Zishang took out the fragment of the Devil Seal tablet that was lost outside. After interfering with him, it fell into the bottomless abyss. Duan Lingtian thought he would definitely die. Chapter 968. You're not dead yet, so how can I, Zishang, die? Zishang sneered. Duan Lingtian, it seems like enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. To think that we can even meet here. Today, I, Zishang, will settle all the grudges from the past with you. I, Zishang, will make sure that you die a graveless death today. Zishang's face was filled with confidence as killing intent shot out from his eyes. At this moment, it was as though he had transformed into a bloodthirsty beast that could pounce on Duan Lingtian at any time. Die a graveless death? Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned when he heard Zishang's confident words. He did not know where Zishang's confidence came from. It was only when he extended his spiritual energy that he obtained the answer he wanted. First-level void transformation. This Zishang has actually broken through to the first-level void transformation. After probing Zishang's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. There was a hint of undetectable shock in his eyes. He knew about Zishang's cultivation base. That day, when they had just entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, although Zishang had displayed extraordinary strength, he mainly relied on two types of void transformation concepts. His cultivation base was only at the 7th level void interpretation. How long had it been? And Zishang had already crossed 3 levels and broken through to the 1st level void transformation. Wait a minute. Just when Duan Lingtian was feeling inexplicably shocked, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. He immediately thought of the reason he found this place. This Zishang is hiding in such a secluded little cave. He's cultivating inside? He crossed 3 levels in such a short period of time and broke through to the 1st level void transformation in one go. Could it be that he obtained the tricolor fruit? Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but narrow when he thought of this. Could it really be such a coincidence? At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall that the wounds on the 2 corpses in the damp cave where he found the tricolor tree were caused by the same person. The person who attacked them used a weapon like a spear or a spear. What Zishang used was a spear. Looks like it really is such a coincidence. Not only do I and Zishang meet on a narrow road, even the thing I've been looking for over 10 days is in his possession. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's gaze on Zishang became even colder. If you want me to die without a burial place, then bring it on. I will let you know that if I could make you flee that day, I can still kill you today. Duan Lingtian sneered in response to Zishang's provocation. His face was filled with disdain. Haha, Duan Lingtian, do you really think I'm still the same old me? When he saw the disdain on Duan Lingtian's face, Zishang couldn't help but roar with laughter. His laughter was arrogant, and as he finished speaking, his tone carried a trace of ghastly ruthlessness. Today, allow me, Zishang, to send you on your way. Duan Lingtian. Remember this in your next life. Don't provoke me again. Zishang said sternly. As soon as his words left his mouth, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. It was his Grade 2 Spirit Spear. As soon as the Grade 2 Spirit Spear appeared, it was entangled by a milky white origin energy. The origin energy quickly merged with the fire concept and transformed into a vast flame that swam around the body of the spear like a fire dragon. Soon after, the wind concept transformed into a gust of wind that surged into the fire dragon, causing the fire dragon to expand and emit an even more powerful aura. The fire borrowed the power of the wind. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred, and a heaven and earth phenomenon appeared. In the end, it converged into over 1,050 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that wriggled down in an imposing manner. Previously, when Xueqi's cultivation base was at the 7th level void interpretation. Relying on his 3rd level advanced wind concept, 1st level advanced fire concept, and the method of borrowing the power of the wind from his fire, he could exert the strength of 876 ancient horned dragons when combined with a Grade 2 Spirit Spear. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the 1st level void transformation, his origin energy was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons when fully unleashed. Compared to his strength when he was at the 7th level void interpretation, it was 100 ancient horned dragons' strength more. Coupled with the 78% boost from the Grade 2 Spirit Spear, he had a total of 178 ancient horned dragons' strength more than before. It was precisely because of this that Xueqi, whose cultivation base had broken through to the 1st level void transformation, had the strength of 1,050 ancient horned dragons when he unleashed his full strength. Xueqi, who held the Grade 2 Spirit Spear in his hand, had a confident expression on his face. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's full strength that day was only equivalent to 1,000 ancient horned dragon strength, which was more than 50 ancient horned dragon strength compared to his current strength. It would be easy for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, die. Xueqi's eyes turned cold. At the same time, his face was filled with killing intent. He shouted loudly, and the Grade 2 Spirit Spear in his hand that was entangled with the wind and fire energy suddenly shook before it pierced towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! As Xueqi's figure flashed out, the Grade 2 Spirit Spear shook, and spear rays covered the sky like a meteor shower. Their target was Duan Lingtian. You're not who you used to be. Don't tell me you think I'm still who I used to be? Faced with the spear rays that covered the sky, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he spoke nonchalantly. His expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Deliberately mystifying. Xueqi's eyes gleamed when he saw Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all in the face of his attack that contained the strength of 1,050 ancient horned dragons. The strength of the Grade 2 Spirit Spear in his hand skyrocketed again. Whoosh! 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 The wind and fire spear rays that covered the sky seemed like it was raining as they completely enveloped Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that they wanted to kill Duan Lingtian completely. Whether I'm deliberately mystifying or not, you'll find out soon enough. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. With a raise of his hand, a sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword that faintly emitted a destructive aura. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. The moment the quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body surged and transformed into a khaki energy that was intertwined with purple thunderbolts and green gales before it completely merged with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Whoosh! In an instant, the sword ray on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword soared and emitted a series of clear and crisp sword cries. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head stirred and began to condense the heaven and earth phenomenon. Before the heaven and earth phenomenon could fully condense, Xueqi's spear rays that covered the sky had already arrived. They fell menacingly on Duan Lingtian's head. Wherever the spear rays passed, apart from causing a series of ear-piercing whistling sounds, it also set off countless rolling airwaves, causing a violent wind to blow in the cave and dust to fill the air. The violent wind gushed out and caused Duan Lingtian's purple robe to flutter, making him look even more graceful. Faced with the violent wind that was attacking him, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. His gaze was fixed on the spear rays that covered the sky and fell on him. At this moment, it seemed like the world in his eyes was only left with these spear rays. Die! Seeing that Duan Lingtian was enveloped by the spear rays and was about to be killed, Xueqi's face revealed a wanton smile. He shouted excitedly, and the energy on the grade 2 spirit spear in his hand continued to surge out. However, in the next moment, the smile on his face completely froze. He clearly saw that Duan Lingtian had made his move in the face of the spear rays that he had unleashed. With just a flash of his sword, the spear rays were shattered wherever the sword passed. Impossible! Seeing this, Zishang hurriedly shook his head. He was unwilling to believe that everything before his eyes was real. When he inadvertently saw the 1,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that had completely condensed above Duan Lingtian's head, he was stunned. He was stunned, completely stunned. It had never crossed his mind that Duan Lingtian's improvement would be greater than his in such a short period of time. The strength that Duan Lingtian displayed now was more than 200 ancient horned dragon strength compared to the last time. It was far from what his improvement could compare to. Of course, Zishang did not know that Duan Lingtian was still holding back when he displayed the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons. Otherwise, once he borrowed the earth energy with the earth concept, he would be able to gain another 50 ancient horned dragon strength. It was equivalent to half the strength of the earth concept that he had mastered now. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's sword swept out. Without using any martial skill, he easily shattered the spear rays that covered the sky and fell on him one by one as if he was playing a game. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how brilliant the martial skill was, it would be useless. At this moment, the strength contained in Duan Lingtian's sword was more than 140 ancient horned dragon strength than Zishang's. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Zishang. After destroying the spear rays that covered the sky, the momentum of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand did not decrease. It swept toward Zishang rapidly without using any martial skill. Whoosh! The sword that contained the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons caused the airflow in the air to surge and set off a series of ear-piercing explosions. Airwaves and gales swept out. Whoosh! Facing Duan Lingtian's sword, Zishang did not dare to be negligent. He held his spear and charged forward with a solemn expression. The wind and fire energy on the spear sword. The spear ray swept out like a divine dragon, opening its bloody mouth in an attempt to swallow the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Clang! Finally, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and the spear in Zishang's hand collided. The two terrifying forces collided and set off a series of terrifying loud noises. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air and set off rolling airwaves. It caused gales to sweep out in all directions and wreak havoc in the entire cavern. Not a single corner was spared. Slap! 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 Zishang's face was extremely pale. His body suddenly trembled. With his feet as the center, countless cracks spread out and transformed into a ferocious and terrifying spider web. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stood at a low altitude with a calm expression. He casually placed the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand on the tip of the grade 2 spirit spear in Zishang's hand. Get lost! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian roared. The energy in the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand soared instantly. It gushed out in an unstoppable manner and drowned Zishang. Boom! In the next moment, Zishang flew out with his spear and crashed into the cavern wall at the side. Chapter 969. Elder Ghost. Although he had the grade 2 spirit spear to support him, he was still kneeling on the ground with one knee. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth. The blood splattered on the ground and formed a dazzling stream in front of him. At this moment, he felt like all the energy in his body had been sucked out. He no longer had the strength to fight with Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, he could only place his hopes on the ghost fire hidden in his body. However, the ghost fire did not respond to him this time. Elder Ghost, Elder Ghost. Zishang continued to call out in an anxious tone. However, the ghost fire still did not respond. It was as though it had completely disappeared. At this moment, Zishang also felt that something was amiss. He could not help but raise his head with difficulty and look at the purple-clad young man who was walking towards him step by step. When he saw the stone tablet with a chipped corner in the purple-clad young man's hand, his heart trembled. He finally understood why the ghost fire was ignoring him. Since Duan Ling Tian had taken out the devil seal tablet that could restrain the ghost fire, it meant that the ghost fire would not help him. Duan Ling Tian. Zishang could not help but clench his teeth as he stared at the purple-clad young man standing not far away from him. Apart from the anger in his eyes, there was also a hint of bitterness. He knew that he was finished. With the enmity between him and Duan Ling Tian, even if he begged for mercy, Duan Ling Tian would not let him go. Due to this reason, Zishang stood up with difficulty with the help of the Grade 2 Spirit Spear. He glared at Duan Ling Tian with hatred in his eyes. Duan Ling Tian. Even if I die, I'll never let you go. I'll never let you go even if I become a ghost. Duan Ling Tian, who was holding the Devil Seal tablet in one hand, and guarding against the remnant soul that was suspected to be Emperor Wu in Zishang's body in the other hand, stared at Zishang coldly. He only needed to use the sword in his hand to kill Zishang. Now, when Zishang's words entered his ears, he couldn't help but laugh. After that, he glanced at Zishang with disdain and said indifferently, Zishang, do you think I wasn't afraid when you were alive, so why would I be afraid when you're dead? Ha ha ha. Right at this moment, Zishang laughed strangely, and his laughter was wanton and undisguised. What are you laughing at? Duan Ling Tian frowned and stared coldly at Zishang. At this moment, Zishang's laughter gradually stopped, but his face was still covered in a smile, a gloomy smile. Then, Zishang looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he was looking at a dead man and sneered. Duan Ling Tian, so what if you kill me? As long as the higher-ups of Sky Wolf Fort know that the Devil Seal tombstone is in your hands, they won't let you go. I'll be waiting for you on the path to the Yellow Springs. I'll definitely be waiting for you. Zishang chuckled as he spoke. It was as though he could already see Duan Ling Tian being killed by the upper echelons of Sky Wolf Fort. Then you can wait patiently. Duan Ling Tian sneered. He raised his hand and thrust his sword at Zishang. Zishang's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He could not help but let out a muffled groan. Duan Ling Tian did not kill Zishang immediately. Instead, the sword in his hand landed on Zishang's right wrist and gave it a jerk. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Duan Ling Tian had severed the tendons on Zishang's wrist. Zishang, who only had one hand left, was on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, Zishang could still hold the Grade 2 Spirit Spear tightly with his other hand. Otherwise, he would definitely fall to the ground and fall flat on his face. Whoosh! Unfortunately, when Duan Ling Tian's second sword landed and severed the tendons on Zishang's remaining hand, Zishang could no longer hold on. He fell to the ground with a loud thud, looking extremely miserable. Duan Ling Tian, if you're a man, then give me a quick death. If you don't give me a quick death, then you're a bastard raised by a whore. Zishang let out a muffled groan again. He raised his head with difficulty and glared at Duan Ling Tian, who was looking down at him. He shouted harshly, intending to infuriate Duan Ling Tian so that Duan Ling Tian would give him a quick death. As soon as Zishang finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were instantly shrouded in a layer of scarlet red. It was fine for others to scold him. However, he was not allowed to curse his mother. If you want a quick death, then I won't let you have it. I'll let you die a slow and painful death. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's voice was extremely cold as if it came from an ice cave. It made one's hair stand on end. Zishang, who had wanted to infuriate Duan Ling Tian, did not expect to make a fool of himself. His expression changed drastically. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian swung his sword again and slowly crippled one of Zishang's legs. During this process, Zishang could no longer hold it in and screamed in pain. Duan Ling Tian, you're the devil. You're the devil. Zishang only regained his breath when Duan Ling Tian put away his sword and shouted harshly. Whoosh! Soon after, the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand descended again. Zishang's other leg was crippled and he continued to scream in pain. His face was pale. He only looked better after he used his origin energy to stop the bleeding. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's expression was cold. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he swung his sword again and crippled Zishang's dantian. Ah! This time, Zishang fainted after he screamed in pain. At the same time, the origin energy on Zishang's body was annihilated. Blood flowed out ceaselessly from the wounds on his limbs. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to have transformed into a river that drowned his entire body. Even until now, the fierce light in Duan Lingtian's eyes did not fade. When he was on Earth in his previous life, he was an orphan without parents. After he came to this world, he had a mother, Li Ro. Li Ro's love for him caused him to completely take Li Ro as his own mother. If one were to ask who he cared about the most in this world, it would undoubtedly be Li Ro, his mother in this life. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched it would die. His mother was his reverse scale. Earlier, Zishang had insulted his mother, and it caused him to be completely enraged. He was enraged to the extreme, and his emotions were difficult to control. Whoosh! When he saw Zishang was about to bleed to death while unconscious, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a fierce light. With a raise of his hand, he took out a jar of unopened wine from his spatial ring. Duan Lingtian lifted the seal on the wine jar and poured the wine on Zishang's head. The icy cold wine caused Zishang to shudder and completely wake up. However, Zishang, who had just woken up, only felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from all over his body. He continued to scream miserably, and he no longer had the carefree appearance from before. Zishang, whose cultivation had been crippled, could no longer circulate his origin energy to stop the bleeding on his wounds. He could only watch as blood flowed out from his body. Soon, Zishang's eyelids rolled back, and he fainted again. Duan Lingtian patiently poured the wine on Zishang's head again and again, causing Zishang to wake up time and time again. Moreover, Zishang let out waves of miserable screams before fainting again. Duan Lingtian, give me a quick death. I beg you. I beg you. In the end, Zishang's face was pale and his aura was weak as he begged endlessly. From the moment you insulted my mother, you should have known there would be such a consequence. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Zishang and continued to torture him. After half an hour, Zishang's head swung and fell hard on the ground. He died from excessive bleeding, and there was no sign of him at all. Zishang was dead. He was completely dead. When Zishang died, Duan Lingtian's rage gradually dissipated. When he looked at Zishang again, although his eyes still flickered with a cold light, it was no longer as deep as the ocean as before. Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly absent-minded as he looked at Zishang's corpse. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the scene when he first met Zishang all those years ago. At that time, Zishang rode a flying demon beast and arrived at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 7-star sword sex Dubhe Peak with the intention of seducing his fiancée, Kerr. After that, conflict arose between him and Zishang, and they even made a 2-year agreement. During the 2-year agreement, he relied on his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, and easily defeated Zishang, whose cultivation base was a few levels higher than him, causing Zishang to be unwilling to leave. The next time he met Zishang was during the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition, and the conflict between him and Zishang deepened. After glancing indifferently at Zishang's corpse, Duan Lingtian casually put away Zishang's spatial ring. Chi! Subsequently, a strand of violet flame with golden edges lit up in Duan Lingtian's hand. He was prepared to sprinkle it on Zishang's corpse and make Zishang disappear from this world. Wait! Right at this moment, a ghastly hoarse and aged voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was filled with anxiety. Duan Lingtian, don't burn it yet. Don't burn it yet. What? Old man, are you afraid? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer as he spoke indifferently. Duan Lingtian, if you're willing to let me go and let me live in your body temporarily, I'll definitely help you in the future. As long as I'm here, you'll definitely. This voice was naturally the remnant soul of the powerhouse suspected to be Emperor Wu in Zishang's body. It was the voice of Ghost Fire. Now that its host, Zishang, had been killed, it urgently wanted to find its next host. Otherwise, its remnant soul would completely dissipate. However, before it could finish speaking, it stopped abruptly. After pausing for a moment, it anxiously said, "You, what are you doing?" No. Unfortunately, Ghost Fire was destined to be unable to finish speaking. This was because when Ghost Fire's voice paused, the flame in Duan Lingtian's hand had already sprinkled on Zishang's corpse and ignited the strong wine on Zishang's body. The flames surged and engulfed Zidecease. At the same time, the ghostly fire was unable to continue speaking. It disappeared from this world along with Zidecease. Zishang and Ghost Fire were both dead. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's expression was cold. Naturally, he had heard Ghost Fire's voice clearly, but he did not pay any attention to it. He did not know anything about Ghost Fire. If he allowed Ghost Fire to possess him, he did not know what kind of potential danger he would face in the future. Therefore, he did not dare to take the risk. That spirit fruit. Chapter 970. Just as Duan Lingtian had guessed, only one of the 3 spirit fruits that grew on the tricolor tree was left. Zishang had consumed 2 of them. Zishang probably only had time to digest the medicinal efficacy of 1 spirit fruit. Otherwise, his cultivation base would have definitely risen to the 2nd level void transformation stage once he digested the 2nd spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy. Duan Lingtian secretly rejoiced when he thought of this. Once Zishang had broken through to the 2nd level void transformation stage, he would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent to him. Earlier, it was precisely because he possessed the strength to crush Zishang that he was able to heavily injure Zishang in 1 blow. Otherwise, it would not have been so smooth. If I didn't find the tricolor tree, or if Zishang had plucked the tricolor tree at the same time when he plucked the 3 spirit fruits, I wouldn't have been able to come here in time and encounter Zishang who was hiding here. Duan Lingtian could not help but have a hint of dread in his eyes when he thought of this. Once Zishang had absorbed and digested the 3 spirit fruits, his cultivation base would have definitely broken through to the 3rd level void transformation stage. At that time, I'll definitely lose if I encounter him. If I want to kill him, I'll have to use a talisman. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more shocked he became. After he calmed down, he could not help but rejoice. He rejoiced that he had saved a talisman that his cheapskate father had left behind. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's attention shifted elsewhere. Looking at the spirit fruit in his hand that was so red that it seemed as though it would drip blood, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. After I consume this spirit fruit and improve my cultivation base, I'll continue to search for the central area. Duan Lingtian instinctively looked at the side of the remote cavern's ceiling when he thought of this. The black hole in the inconspicuous corner was where Zishang had hidden earlier. I'll cultivate here. Duan Lingtian flew out and entered the black hole in a blink of an eye. He noticed that it was empty inside and could easily accommodate his entire person. This small cavern is obviously newly opened. Looks like it's Zishang's work. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Zishang's death also made Duan Lingtian heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it would be like a fishbone stuck in his throat. And that ghost elder, he was truly too strange. But fortunately, I annihilated him as well, and he no longer posed any threat to me. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. This time, 20 disciples of Sky Wolf Fort all died in my hands. You can say that I took back some interest from Sky Wolf Fort for myself. If the Vice Fort Masters of Sky Wolf Fort knew about this, they would be so angry that they would vomit 3 liters of blood. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt a burst of joy in his heart. Back then, because the people of Sky Wolf Fort coveted the Devil's Seal tablet in his possession, they had almost killed him and caused an innocent person to die for him. From that moment onwards, his hatred towards Sky Wolf Fort was already deeply rooted in the bottom of his heart. In the future, so long as his strength improved, he would surely go to the ancient desert city to look for Sky Wolf Fort to properly settle the score. Not to mention the others, the 4 vice fort masters of Sky Wolf Fort that led the group to pursue him would surely die. Meng Li, Ning Kan, Yu Kong, Feng Wei. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly and spat out the names of the 4 vice fort masters of Sky Wolf Fort word by word, and his eyes were filled with extreme coldness. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian, who caught his breath, stuffed the red spirit fruit in his hand into his mouth and swallowed it. The medicinal strength transformed into a warm current that instantly fused into his body. In next to no time, The origin energy in his body started to roil, and the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill that was hidden deep within his dantian rose up along with this and completely fused with his origin energy. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Roving Dragon Form. For a time, Duan Ling Tian was completely immersed in his cultivation, and his cultivation advanced at an extremely terrifying speed under the dual boost of the medicinal strength of the spirit fruit and the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill. Right when Duan Ling Tian was concentrating on his cultivation, in a certain cavern in the outer area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Bang! 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 Numerous loud bangs resounded out without end, and the entire cavern was enveloped by gusts of violent winds that caused sand and dust to fly, causing it to be difficult to see the situation inside clearly. Within the cavern, there were 2 figures that were constantly crossing each other, and they were evenly matched. One of them condensed a domineering saber light every time the saber in his hand flashed out, and it carried the might of splitting Mount Hua. The other person wore spirit weapon gloves on his hands, and every time he punched out, his fists were coiled with violet lightning, and every time he punched out, it was like a thunderclap exploding out. Peng Bao, hand over that profundity fragment. Otherwise, I'll surely kill you today. The sturdy young man who punched out like thunder had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his voice was loud and clear. Lei Jun, everyone knows how to boast. If you have the ability, kill me and take away the profundity fragment in my hand. However, although the profundity fragment in my hand is an 8th level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment, it's suitable for you as well. However, as far as I know, there seems to be a lot of people who have comprehended the 9th level advanced thunder concept among the senior officials of Izumo sect, right? Even if you obtain this profundity fragment, it'll only benefit someone else. Why do you have to risk your life like this? The young man who kept shooting out the domineering saber light in his hand was not bothered by Lei Jun's threat. Instead, he advised Lei Jun. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would definitely recognize him. This young man was none other than Peng Bao, the Anika sect's disciple whom he had made a deal with before. The current situation was obvious. Peng Bao had obtained one of the profundity fragments in the periphery of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Not only that, it was an 8th level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment. It attracted Lei Jun, the Izumo sect's disciple, to fight for it with him. He and Lei Jun were evenly matched. It was hard to tell who would win. After fighting for a while, Lei Jun seemed to have realized that it was difficult for him to defeat Peng Bao. His tone changed and became calmer. Peng Bao, as far as I know, none of the senior officials of Anika sect have comprehended the 9th level advanced thunder concept. Even if you bring it back, the senior officials of Anika sect won't be able to use it. How about this, you name your condition. As long as you're willing to give this 8th level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment to me, I'll promise you anything that Izumo sect can do. When Lei Jun reached the end of his sentence, he sounded eager to obtain the profundity fragment in Peng Bao's hand. Unless you can help me obtain the profundity fragment that the senior officials of Anika sect need and exchange it with me. Otherwise, it's impossible for you to obtain the thunder profundity fragment in my hand. Peng Bao said nonchalantly. What a joke. The Anika sect that he was in and the Izumo sect that Lei Jun was in had always been at odds with each other. If he gave up the thunder profundity fragment in his hand, there was no doubt that Izumo sect would have another martial monarch powerhouse. At that time, Izumo sect would be able to suppress Anika sect. Therefore, even if nobody in Anika sect could use the thunder profundity fragment, it was impossible for him to give it to Izumo sect. Upon hearing Peng Bao's words, Lei Jun's face turned slightly grave. His body moved and he suddenly retreated. Seeing Lei Jun retreating, Peng Bao did not pursue him. He stood in the same spot and looked at Lei Jun calmly. Peng Bao, I can promise you. Lei Jun took a deep breath and agreed. From this moment onward, the two of us will join forces to search for and fight for the second profundity fragment. A smile appeared on Peng Bao's face when he heard this. Lei Jun was the second strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect. His strength was not inferior to his. Once he joined forces with Lei Jun, they would be able to sweep away all obstacles and obtain the profundity fragment that Anika sect needed. However, from now on, other than continuing to search for and fight for the other profundity fragments in the periphery, We also have to confirm the direction to the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure and head to the central area," Peng Bao said. Then, the small team that was temporarily formed by Peng Bao and Lei Jun began to move rapidly in the periphery. Unfortunately, their dream of finding the other 4 profundity fragments in the periphery would not come true. The 4 profundity fragments already had their own owners. While Peng Bao and Lei Jun were searching for the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the group of survivors in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure were also searching for it. The central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure was the resting place of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who had left the secret treasure behind. According to the message left behind by the Emperor Wu powerhouse, his body should be there. Putting aside the many treasures that might be there, just the 3 profundity fragments in the Emperor Wu powerhouse's body were enough to make people go crazy for it. 1 Emperor stage profundity fragment and 2 Monarch stage profundity fragments. While the people in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure were searching for the central area and heading to the central area, Duan Lingtian was still immersed in his cultivation. It was as though he had forgotten about the time. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Roaming Dragon Form. The origin energy in his body circulated rapidly according to the roaming dragon form's mental cultivation method, causing his cultivation base to rise rapidly. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and his eyes that were hidden within the darkness flashed with a strand of bright light. Still lacking a little. After the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill returned to his dantian, Duan Lingtian woke up and stopped cultivating. As for the red spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy, it had already been depleted by him. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 3rd level void transformation stage. Even the bottleneck to the 4th level void transformation stage had appeared and was on the verge of collapsing. Wind. All of a sudden, the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the small dark cave. It grew louder and louder as it went on. 3rd level advance wind concept. I finally comprehended it. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. As soon as the words left his mouth, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew out of the small dark cave and appeared in the spacious cave that was as bright as day outside. Now, it's time to continue searching for the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Chapter 971. Duan Lingtian, who had made a breakthrough in his cultivation base and comprehended the 3rd level advance wind concept, transformed into a bolt of lightning, and the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head followed him like a shadow. The khaki-colored energy rolled under Duan Lingtian's feet as though it resonated with the earth. He took a step forward and passed through a few caves. Other than the strands of purple lightning that raged around the khaki-colored energy, there were also strands of solid green wind that followed him like a shadow. Not only that, when Duan Lingtian flew out, there was a faint layer of energy on his body that led the way. Upon closer inspection, it was a solid sword-shaped energy. Above Duan Lingtian's head, ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky followed him in a menacing manner. Due to the fact that the speed was too fast, it was difficult to see how many ancient horned dragon silhouettes there were. As long as Duan Lingtian stopped moving, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head could be clearly seen. There was a total of 1,150 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The 3rd level void transformation stage's origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons when fully unleashed. The 3rd level advance wind concept was also equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. The other 3 9th level void interpretation concepts were equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons when added together. Altogether, it was equivalent to the strength of 1,100 ancient horned dragons. As for the additional strength of 50 ancient horned dragons, it was the earth energy that Duan Lingtian borrowed from the resonance between his earth concept and the earth. It was half the strength of the earth concept itself. Duan Lingtian, who was propelled by the strength of 1,150 ancient horned dragons, was as swift as the wind and lightning. His speed was so fast that many martial artists could not see his movements clearly. Ha! After an unknown period of time, Duan Lingtian stopped moving. His face was slightly pale. Chen Wei. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed a ghastly coldness as though he was about to devour someone. He was not unfamiliar with Chen Wei. It was to the extent that he already knew Chen Wei before he joined the Five Elements sect. Although the first time he met Chen Wei was not pleasant, it was also because Chen Wei was deceived by his biological younger brother. Chen Wei himself was very much to his liking. Before entering the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Chen Wei was still alive and kicking. But now, he had turned into an ice-cold corpse, and it was obvious that he had been dead for many days. Bang! At some point, Duan Lingtian, whose face was gloomy, lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. Rumble! Rumble! Instantly, a hideous crack split open on the ground where Duan Lingtian had landed, and it extended all the way to Chen Wei's corpse, causing Chen Wei's corpse to fall into it. As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, his origin energy fused with earth force surged and collided with the side of the cavern wall. Stone fragments swirled in the air, accompanied by some rubble that fell down. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand once again, and the stone fragments and gravel were guided by his power, filling up the crevice where Chen Wei was buried, allowing Chen Wei to peacefully rest underground. Rest in peace. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he lowered his head and looked at the crevice that was filled up. What's he doing? I came earlier, and I just happened to see. He seems to be burying someone's corpse. It should be a senior brother from the same sect who was on good terms with him. Unknowingly, the commotion caused by Duan Lingtian had attracted many onlookers. These people stood in the distance and whispered among themselves. Duan Lingtian frowned and was about to leave. It's Duan Lingtian. Two people who had just entered the cavern and joined the onlookers could not help but exclaim in surprise when they saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard them. With just a glance, he recognized the two of them. They were the two secular disciples from the Empyrean Temple. Although he did not know the two of them, he had some impression of them. Duan Lingtian nodded at the two of them. It could be considered fate for them to meet here since they had entered from the same entrance. After nodding his head and greeting the two of them, Duan Lingtian was about to leave again. However, before he could move, he realized he was surrounded by three figures who shot out at lightning speed. After the three of them surrounded him, their eyes lit up as they stared at him greedily. It was as though he was a rare treasure. You're Duan Lingtian? The strongest person among the younger generation in the Five Elements sect in the eastern district of the Northern Desert? I heard you obtained a profundity fragment. After the three of them surrounded Duan Lingtian, they spoke one after another. Their breathing quickened as they spoke. That's right. How could I have forgotten? Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. I heard he obtained a profundity fragment some time ago. I heard about it too. Duan Lingtian, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Five Elements sect, obtained a profundity fragment not long ago. So he's that Duan Lingtian. At this moment, apart from the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples, everyone else was staring at him. The other onlookers were glaring at Duan Lingtian like a tiger watching its prey. They could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the profundity fragment from his hand. Ha! When Duan Lingtian heard the discussion around him, he frowned and looked at the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples immediately. At once, the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples' expressions changed drastically. They shook their heads and said in a panic, Duan Lingtian, I didn't know you obtained a profundity fragment. That's right. If we had known that you had obtained a profundity fragment, we wouldn't have exposed your identity. The two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples were flustered when they spoke. They had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength before. If Duan Lingtian wanted to, he could kill both of them in just one move. Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. He was not blaming the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples for exposing his identity. Instead, he was curious how the others knew he obtained a profundity fragment. Most importantly, apart from the fact that they had never seen him before, all of them knew his name and where he came from. When I obtained the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment, I even extended my spiritual energy to investigate the surroundings. Apart from me, there's no one else alive who knows I obtained a profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian recalled the scene when he obtained the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. He was certain of this. There was no one else alive who knew he obtained a profundity fragment. In that case, there was only one possibility. Someone's trying to frame me with the intention of making me the public enemy of the group of young powerhouses who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He wants me dead. Duan Lingtian was certain of this as soon as he thought about it. His eyes turned red as soon as he confirmed it. At that moment, he could not help but be enraged. What he wanted to do the most at that moment was to find the person who spread the rumor and kill him. Although he was not worried about the impact the rumor would have on him, he was annoyed that the person was trying to frame him secretly. Duan Lingtian realized something again when he regained his senses. Apart from the 2 Empyrean Temple's monk disciples who were standing far away and trembling in fear, the other 4 people who surrounded him in the beginning had surrounded him as well. The 7 of them surrounded him. At that moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized what was going on. Apart from the 3 people who were together in the beginning, the other 4 people were also divided into 2 small groups with 2 people in each group. In other words, these 7 people came from 3 different forces. There were a total of 6 forces who came from entrance number 2. Apart from the 20 disciples from Skywolf Fort who were killed by him, he had some impression of the people from the other 5 forces even if he did not know them. However, he had no impression of the 7 people in front of him at all. Are all of you disciples from Anika sect, Izumo sect, and North Nether sect? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the 7 young powerhouses whose origin energy and concepts were rising from their bodies. These young powerhouses could attack him at any time. That's right. Why? Are you scared? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a few young powerhouses who surrounded Duan Lingtian had a smug smile on their faces. As disciples from a second-rate force, they had a sense of superiority when faced with a disciple from a third-rate force like 5-element sect. It seems like there are only 2 entrances to Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The people from Anika sect, Izumo sect, and North Nether sect came from entrance number 1. Meanwhile, the rest of us came from entrance number 2. So far, I haven't met anyone who came from the 3rd entrance. Duan Lingtian muttered in his heart as he vaguely confirmed this. Who's the Anika sect's disciple? Duan Lingtian did not show any signs of fear when he was surrounded by the 7 people. Instead he asked slowly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm, and his face was calm as though he would not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. We're Anika sect's disciples. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a young man and a young woman answered nonchalantly. The young man's face was cold as he stared at Duan Lingtian greedily. The young woman's face was calm, and one could not tell if she was happy or angry. Considering that I know Pang Bao, both of you can leave now. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 Anika sect's disciples indifferently. His tone was calm and did not contain any emotions. Pang Bao was the Anika sect's disciple he met previously. His cultivation base was at the 3rd level void transformation, and his strength was extraordinary. At that time, although he and Pang Bao had only made a deal that was beneficial to both of them and could only be considered as a chance encounter, he had a good impression of Pang Bao's straightforwardness. Now that he knew the 2 people before him were Anika sect's disciples, he remembered Pang Bao and was willing to let them live. Otherwise, he would not have wasted his breath on them. You know senior brother Pang Bao? The female Anika sect's disciple who had a calm expression since the beginning could not help but exclaim softly. Yes, I do. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. When the female Anika sect's disciple heard this, she nodded her head and retreated. Senior brother Pang Bao saved my life before. Since you're his friend, I won't make things difficult for you today. Humph. So what if you know senior brother Pang Bao? The profundity fragment in your possession is mine. Chapter 972. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear the Anika sect's disciples' words at all. He glanced at the 6 people surrounding him and said nonchalantly, "The 6 of you, come at me together." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing the indifference on his face, the 6 young powerhouses from second-rate forces had a drastic change of expression. They were completely enraged. A disciple from a third-rate force actually dared to challenge 6 disciples from second-rate forces? Provocation. A blatant provocation. Since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. We'll let you know that a disciple from a third-rate force like you is just an ant in the eyes of disciples from second-rate forces like us. Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass for us. The 6 disciples from second-rate forces attacked Duan Ling Tian almost at the same time. The origin energy on their bodies skyrocketed, and their concepts followed them like shadows. The spirit weapons in their hands were all out as they attacked Duan Ling Tian with all their might. Several hundred silhouettes of ancient horned dragons condensed above their heads and followed them to attack Duan Ling Tian, who was surrounded in the middle. More than 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons formed a circle and pounced toward Duan Ling Tian with bared fangs and claws. Boom! 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 The 6 disciples from second-rate forces attacked with all their might, causing the airflow in the air to rapidly compress and set off a series of thunderous air explosions. At the same time as the sound of the air exploding rang out, waves of vast air waves swept out in all directions, transforming into gusts of wild wind, causing the robes on everyone present to flutter, making fluttering sounds. Kill! The spirit weapons in the hands of the 6 disciples from second-rate forces seemed to have transformed into the scythe of the Grim Reaper at this moment as they charged toward Duan Ling Tian in an attempt to reap his life. The female Anika sex disciple who was watching by the side had a calm expression on her face. In her opinion, it was impossible for the purple-clad young man, Duan Ling Tian, to survive in the face of 6 young powerhouses from forces that were not inferior to her. However, when her eyes inadvertently landed on the 2 people who were watching by the side, she noticed that the 2 of them were looking at the 6 young powerhouses from second-rate forces with pity in their eyes. Ha! Her heart could not help but skip a beat as an ominous feeling rose in her heart. Could it be that the purple-clad young man had the strength to deal with the 6 of them? The moment this thought appeared in her mind, she felt that it was a little absurd. A disciple from a third-rate force, even if he was the strongest person among the younger generation in the third-rate force, would not be able to withstand the siege of 6 young powerhouses whose strength was not inferior to hers. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. Then, her face flushed red as if someone had grabbed her by the neck. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at the scene before her. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. God! What did she just see? Under the siege of the 6 young powerhouses whose strength was not inferior to his, the purple-clad young man stepped into the air at a leisurely pace. In the next instant, a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was a sword that exuded a terrifying aura. This is definitely not a second-grade spirit sword. At this moment, such a thought appeared in her mind subconsciously. However, what shocked her the most was the purple-clad young man's next move. The origin energy on the purple-clad young man's body skyrocketed and transformed into a vast khaki energy. It was surrounded by bolts of purple lightning and was accompanied by waves of solidified green wind. Not only that, but the purple-clad young man's body also exuded waves of fierce aura. Sword concept. As a martial artist who had comprehended the sword concept as well, the Anika sex female disciple was very familiar with the sword concept. He has comprehended so many concepts? Not only that, but their levels seem to be quite high as well. In a flash of lightning, the Anika sex female disciple could only have this thought in her mind. In the next moment, she saw a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. In the days that followed, she would be awakened by this scene many times in the middle of the night. At that time, she was so glad that she had made the right choice today. At the same time, the Anika sex female disciple saw it clearly. As the purple-clad young man lifted his hand and swung his sword, the terrifying sword ray twisted and flashed past like a flash of lightning. In the next moment, the 6 young powerhouses who were charging at him aggressively were sliced into 2 at the waist. Their broken bodies collided with each other due to inertia. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. All 6 of them were dead. None of them even had the time to scream. The Anika sex female disciple was stunned. She was completely stunned. After a while, she snapped back to her senses. Fear was written all over her face. She could not help but mutter to herself, "Senior brother Peng Bao, I owe you another life." She knew. If the purple-clad young man had not mentioned Peng Bao and caused her to retreat today, there would definitely be more than 6 dead people. She would not have survived either. Boom, 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 boom. The broken bodies that were sliced into 2 at the waist fell to the ground loudly. In just a short while, the place where they landed was dyed into a river of blood. It was a ghastly sight. The two Empyrean Temple's disciples were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Their bodies were trembling. Although they had long expected this scene to happen, they still could not help but feel terrified when they saw it with their own eyes. It took them a long time to recover from the shock. Although the 6 young powerhouses were disciples from second-rate forces, in their opinion, Duan Ling Tian from 5 Element Sex Cultivation Base had long surpassed the ordinary young disciples from second-rate forces. Unless they were the top young powerhouses from second-rate forces, it was impossible for them to be a match for Duan Ling Tian. As for the top young powerhouses from second-rate forces, although they had never seen them before, they could tell with their naked eyes that the 6 people who killed Duan Ling Tian were definitely not at that level. The 6 of them could only be considered as the more outstanding young disciples from second-rate forces at most. However, the fact that Duan Ling Tian killed 6 first-level void transformation disciples from second-rate forces in just one move still terrified them from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Ling Tian seems to be even more powerful now. The two of them looked at each other and could see the same thought in each other's eyes. The depth of their eyes was filled with fear from the bottom of their hearts. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Duan Ling Tian's cold eyes swept across the 6 broken bodies on the ground. A hint of coldness crept up the corner of his mouth. His spiritual energy had long detected the cultivation base of the 6 people. All of them were first-level void transformation martial artists. They were not worth mentioning at all in front of him now. With a raise of his hand, waves of origin energy swept out. Duan Ling Tian kept the 6 people's grade 2 spirit weapons and spatial rings. These were his spoils of war. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian casually glanced at the female Anika sex disciple and the 2 Empyrean Temple's monk disciples. Duan Ling Tian, we'll never tell anyone that you've obtained the profundity fragment. When the 2 Empyrean Temple's monk disciples saw Duan Ling Tian looking at them, they hurriedly pricked their fingers. 2 drops of blood shot up into the sky as they swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was speechless. Since when did he ask them to swear on it? He knew very well in his heart. Since the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment was purposely leaked out by someone, it must have spread to most of the young powerhouses who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Other than those who were ill-informed, the rest of them must have known about this news. I don't care who it is. How dare they plot against me, Duan Ling Tian. Just wait for my endless fury. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold as the fury in his heart soared. Whoosh! Under the fearful gaze of the 2 Empyrean Temple's monk disciples and the female Anika sex disciple, Duan Ling Tian moved and disappeared before their eyes in just a blink of an eye. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. At this moment, the 3 of them could not help but heave a sigh of relief. In front of Duan Ling Tian, they felt oppressed from the bottom of their hearts. He was a killing god who sent chills down their spines. When their eyes landed on the 6 mutilated bodies in front of them, their faces could not help but turn pale. A hint of fear that came from the bottom of their hearts could be seen in their eyes. Both of you. Did you already know that he's so powerful? The female Anika sex disciple looked at the 2 Empyrean Temple's monk disciples and asked calmly. Of course. When he just entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he already killed 48 young disciples from third-rate forces whose strength is not inferior to ours with just 2 swords. He's a monster. I have to say that you made the right choice. Otherwise, you would have ended up like them. When the 2 Empyrean Temple's monk disciples reached the end of their sentence, their eyes landed on the mutilated bodies piled up in the blood river again. Their bodies trembled for no reason. He killed 48 young disciples from third-rate forces with just 2 swords? The female Anika sex disciple could not help but narrow her eyes. Since they were young disciples sent by third-rate forces to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they must be the best among the younger generation of third-rate forces. No matter how weak they were, they would not be too weak. He only killed 48 young disciples from third-rate forces with just 2 swords. She knew she might not be able to do that with her strength. Even if she could, she knew she would not be able to do it so cleanly. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother Pang Bao, what kind of monster do you know? The female Anika sex disciple had a bitter smile on her face. If the other party had not mentioned Peng Bao in time, and she had retreated from the battle in time due to the fact that Peng Bao had saved her life in the past, she would have been dead already. Right now, she could not be any more dead. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not have the time to figure out the thoughts of the female Anika sect's disciple and the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples. At this moment, he continued to search for the direction to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Naturally, along the way, he could not help but speculate who the person who framed him was. He knows my name and my background. The person who framed me could only be one of the 6 major forces who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure with me. The 19 disciples from Skywolf Fort were all killed by me as soon as they entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Could it be that Zishang spread the news? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought about this, he frowned. In his opinion, this was the most likely possibility. Although he had killed Zishang, who knew if Zishang had framed him and spread the news that he had obtained the profundity fragment? No! Chapter 973. The wisp of soul remnant hiding in Zishang's body. It's very likely that it came from the Devil Seal tablet. After all, he used to have a fragment of the Devil Seal tablet in his possession. Most importantly, the soul remnant in Zishang's body that's suspected to be Emperor Wu seems to recognize the Devil Seal tablet. It's very likely that he knows about the Devil Seal tablet. If that's the case, he must know about the Devil Seal tablet's value. In other words, it's impossible for Zishang to frame me like that. Otherwise, the Devil Seal tablet would fall into someone else's hands if I was killed. Duan Ling Tian thought about many things in just a short while. First, he was certain of one thing. Zishang knew the value of the Devil Seal tablet. Previously, Zishang had used the Devil Seal tablet to lead the 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort to hunt him down. Perhaps, Zishang wanted the people from Skywolf Fort to get the Devil Seal tablet first before he thought of another way to take it back. With the help of the soul remnant that's suspected to be Emperor Wu, it wouldn't be difficult for him to have a strength that surpasses Skywolf Fort in the future. However, it's different in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Once he spreads the news that I have the profundity fragment and frames me, he might not even know who killed me, let alone take the Devil Seal tablet back from the person who killed me. Duan Ling Tian was completely certain when he thought about this. The person who framed him was not Zishang. As long as Zishang was interested in the Devil Seal tablet in his possession, he would not do such a stupid thing. But if it's not Zishang, who could it be? While he was flying, Duan Ling Tian frowned. He still could not figure out who framed him even after thinking for a long time. Could it be the 2 disciples from Sun Moon sect? Soon after, Duan Ling Tian thought of the 2 remaining Sun Moon sect's disciples. Without a doubt, their motive was the greatest. After all, the other 18 disciples from Sun Moon sect had died in his hands. If the 2 of them wanted to avenge the 18 people, they indeed had the motive to do so. In addition to them, the people of the emotion-severing sect also have a motive. When he first entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, not only did he kill 19 disciples of Skywolf Fort and 17 disciples of Sun Moon sect, he also killed 12 disciples of emotion-severing sect. Among the remaining emotion-severing sect disciples, there might be someone who wants to avenge the dead emotion-severing sect disciples. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Soon, Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile bitterly. And that Blade Sect's disciple Lian Xiong had one of his arms severed by Tian Wu before he even entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure because of me. Although he reattached his broken arm later on, he must have hated me. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he continued to think about suspicious people. He realized that if he continued to think about it, regardless of whether it was the Blade Sect's disciples, the Empyrean Temple's disciples, or even the 5 Elements sect's disciples, it seemed like all of them could have framed him. This is really a headache. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and no longer thought about it. However, his eyes gleamed coldly. No matter who it is, if they dare to plot against me behind my back, as long as I find them, I'll definitely make sure they die a horrible death. Duan Ling Tian's speed was as fast as the wind as he shuttled through the caves one after another. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian heard many young powerhouses who were lucky enough to survive talking about him wherever he passed by. They were all talking about how he had obtained the profundity fragment. After spending half a month, Duan Ling Tian finally confirmed the direction of the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure and began to make his way to the central area. "I've finally confirmed the direction. The palace left behind by Emperor Wu is over there." Duan Ling Tian's speed as he made his way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure soared to the maximum, leaving behind only his purple, lightning-like silhouette for the young powerhouses along the way. "That person's speed is so fast." "That's right. I can't even catch his trace at all. Such a fast speed. I'm afraid his strength is at least at the 4th level void transformation stage or above." Looking at the purple silhouette that flashed past, the young powerhouses along the way could not help but sigh and feel ashamed of their inferiority. While Duan Ling Tian was making his way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, many young powerhouses in various places of Emperor Wu's secret treasure had also figured out the direction of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure and began to make their way to the central area. "Brother Ling Tian has obtained a profundity fragment?" Two figures were making their way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. One of them could not help but be surprised when he heard the young powerhouse's discussion along the way. "Peng Bao, do you know that Duan Ling Tian?" The other person was Lei Jun, the second strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo sect. The former was Peng Bao, the second strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in a Nika sect. "Yes, I do. He's a friend of mine. However, I didn't expect him to have the strength to obtain a profundity fragment." Peng Bao nodded. When he reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but be surprised. He would never have thought that the young man he had met once before would actually have such a powerful strength. As the person who obtained a profundity fragment at the periphery of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he knew very well that in order to obtain a profundity fragment, one would need to have sufficient strength in addition to luck. Otherwise, those puppets guarding the profundity fragment would be enough to give one a headache. Other than the puppets, the box that stored the profundity fragment would also emit a piercing sound that would attract the people nearby to rush over. If one could not fend off the people who came later, the profundity fragment would have to change owners. For this reason, if one wanted to obtain a profundity fragment, luck was secondary. Strength was the most important factor. "If I meet him and I snatch the profundity fragment from him, you won't interfere, right?" Lei Jun's eyes flashed as he asked in a deep voice. "If I meet him, I'll ask him what kind of profundity fragment he obtained. If it's something that our Nika sect needs, I'll exchange it with the profundity fragment in my hand." Peng Bao said nonchalantly without answering Lei Jun's question. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun's eyes lit up. The profundity fragment in Peng Bao's hand was undoubtedly something that he desperately wanted to obtain. It was impossible for him to obtain the profundity fragment since it was in Peng Bao's hand. However, if it was in the hands of the disciple from the third-rate force, 5-element sect, would it not be a piece of cake for him to snatch it away? Even if a young disciple from a third-rate force was the strongest person among the younger generation in the third-rate force, how could he, the second strongest person among the younger generation in the second-rate force, Izumo sect, lose to him? Lei Jun was very confident in his strength. "Now, I can only hope that the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand is something that Anix's sect needs. Even if it's not, I'll still snatch the profundity fragment from his hand." A cold gleam flashed across Lei Jun's eyes as he muttered to himself. "An ant from a third-rate force. He doesn't have the right to obtain the profundity fragment." Whoosh! Whoosh! Peng Bao and Lei Jun's speed was very fast as they made their way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At the same time, many people were making their way to the central area as well. Whoosh! A fiery red figure filled with a scorching aura swept past the caves in just a blink of an eye. Her speed was so fast that many young powerhouses along the way felt embarrassed. Elder brother Duan should be making his way to the central area now, right? The figure that flew out was a woman in red. When she moved, she was like a fire spirit dancing gracefully in the air. The lady's appearance could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. She looked like she was only in her early 20s, and there was a hint of anticipation between her brows as she hurried along. The figure of the purple-clad young man appeared in her mind, causing her to blush instantly. It was very pitiful. Whoosh, whoosh. On the other side of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, two figures flew out side by side at an extremely fast speed. They were a red-clad young man and a blue-clad young man. They looked exactly the same, and it was obvious they were twins. However, their facial expressions were as different as heaven and earth. The red-clad young man's expression changed a lot, but the blue-clad young man's expression was extremely cold. From the beginning until the end, there was no change in his expression at all. Duan Ling Tian obtained a profundity fragment? A hint of surprise appeared on the red-clad young man's face. It seems like his luck is not worse than ours. The blue-clad young man raised his eyebrows, but he did not say anything. The profound assimilation formation we found in Emperor Wu's secret treasure is much more powerful than the profound assimilation formation we went through in the sect. Just by looking at the improvement in our comprehension of concepts, we can tell that there are many concept fragments that have merged with the profound assimilation formation. Not only that, but they're of a high level as well. The red-clad young man sighed. These twin brothers were none other than the Nangong brothers from the Five Elements sect. The blue-clad young man with the cold expression was naturally Nangong Chen. As for the red-clad young man with the exaggerated expression, he was Nangong Yi. The two brothers, one was quiet while the other was active. After they entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, apart from obtaining a grade 1 spirit weapon each, they had also entered a profound assimilation formation that activated on its own. After spending 3 hours in the profound assimilation formation, their concepts had improved tremendously. Compared to the time when they were in the profound assimilation formation of the Five Elements sect, the difference was like heaven and earth. The Five Elements sect's profound assimilation formation was nothing compared to the profound assimilation formation in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It's a pity that the profound assimilation formation can only be activated once. Otherwise, we might be able to comprehend our concepts to the 9th level advance if we enter it again. Nangong Yi sighed and said with a regretful expression on his face. Greedy. Nangong Chen spat out 2 words coolly. Don't tell me you don't want to? Nangong Yi glanced at Nangong Chen in disdain. However, speaking of which, the fortuitous encounter we obtained is still better than Duan Ling Tian. Although he obtained a profundity fragment, he still has to hand it over to the sect. It's very difficult for him to survive. Nangong Chen said as if his words were as precious as gold. That's right. We didn't expect the people who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure from another entrance would be from the 3 second-rate forces. Chapter 974. Since they had heard that Duan Ling Tian had obtained the profundity fragment, it was only natural that the young powerhouses from the second-rate forces had heard about it as well. Right now, Duan Ling Tian must have become the target of public criticism. It was not difficult for them to figure this out. Although Duan Ling Tian's strength is strong, I'm afraid he won't be able to defeat the top young powerhouses from the second-rate forces. Nangong Yi took a deep breath. Based on his words, it was obvious that he was fearful of the few top young powerhouses from the second-rate forces. With his current strength, he could easily deal with ordinary young powerhouses from the second-rate forces. However, he had no confidence in dealing with the top young powerhouses from the second-rate forces. Other than having a martial monarch powerhouse, the reason why the second-rate forces were called second-rate forces was because the young powerhouses they nurtured were much stronger than the young powerhouses nurtured by third-rate forces like the Five Elements sect. It was rare for Nangong Chen to nod his head and agree with Nangong Yi's words. At the same time, more and more people in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure confirmed the direction of the central area and rushed to the central area. Ha! Duan Ling Tian, who was rushing to the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, saw 3 familiar figures in the distance as soon as he passed through a cave. The 3 of them were heading in the same direction as him. It was obvious that they were heading to the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure as well. Dainyu, Su Li, Big Brother Zhang. Duan Ling Tian was as fast as lightning. He caught up with the 3 of them like a ghost and greeted them with a smile when he arrived next to them. The 3 of them were none other than Huang Dainyu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. Duan Ling Tian did not expect to meet the 3 of them here. He did not expect the 3 of them to be together. Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian. The appearance of Duan Ling Tian gave Huang Dainyu, Su Li, and Zhang Xiuyong a great surprise. Seeing Duan Lingtian again, the three of them were excited. Duan Lingtian, you're really something. I thought you'd already been killed. Huang Daniu jokingly scolded. Duan Lingtian, did you really obtain a profundity fragment? Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a burning gaze. Zhang Xiuyong also looked at Duan Lingtian. If I said that I didn't, would you believe me? Upon hearing Su Li's question, Duan Lingtian knew that Su Li and the others must have heard the rumor of him obtaining a profundity fragment. He could not help but smile wryly. Although he had obtained a profundity fragment, no one else knew about it. As for the news that was spreading like wildfire now, it was completely a case of someone framing him. No. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, let alone Su Li and Zhang Xiuyong, even Huang Daniu could not help but feel shocked. Someone is framing me. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. However, I don't know who it is for now. However, I'm sure it's the person who came in from entrance number 2 with us. If I find out who it is, I'll definitely kill him. Duan Lingtian's words made Huang Daniu's face turn grave as he waved his fist in anger. It's obvious that the person wants to kill you by framing you like this. That person must have a grudge against you. Could it be the 2 surviving disciples of the Sun Moon sect? Su Li speculated. It could also be Lian Xiong. Zhang Xiuyong's eyes gleamed as he said in a deep voice. Everyone in the Blade sect knows that Lian Xiong is a vengeful person. Previously, he suffered such a huge loss in front of brother Ling Tian. I'm sure he won't let it go so easily. I've thought about all the people that you mentioned. Even the emotion-severing sect's disciples and other people are all possibilities. The person who framed me might not necessarily have a grudge against me. It could also be that he's just jealous of me and doesn't want me to survive in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Lingtian opened his mouth slowly and revealed his speculation in the end. At once, Huang Daniu and the other 2 fell silent. That person is really cunning. He put you in danger with just one sentence. Right now, those young powerhouses from second-rate forces must be looking for you. Huang Daniu said with a fearful expression. Second-rate forces? Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. None of the disciples from second-rate forces that he had encountered or fought with were a match for him. All of them had died in his hands. Even if it's that Peng Bao from a Nika sect. With my current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for me to defeat him. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian recalled Peng Bao whom he had met once in the past. At that time, his spiritual energy detected that Peng Bao was a 3rd-level void transformation martial artist. If it was him at that time, he would not have much confidence in defeating Peng Bao. However, he was different now. Unless Peng Bao had encountered a fortuitous encounter, it was impossible for Peng Bao to defeat him. Duan Lingtian, did you find anything else along the way? Huang Daniu could not help but ask curiously along the way as the 4 of them made their way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Not bad. I obtained a 9th-level Earth concept fragment and a spirit fruit. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, but he did not mention the 7th-level Monarch Stage Earth concept fragment. Otherwise, he would have to admit that the person who framed him was telling the truth. At that time, that person would not be framing him, but telling the truth. That was something he did not want to see. What about you guys? After Duan Lingtian told him about his gains, he looked at Huang Daniu and the other 2 and asked, how did the 3 of you encounter each other? I met Su Li first, Huang Daniu said. Su Li nodded. Yes. Su Li nodded. After that, Daniu and I met Big Brother Zhang together. The 3 of us then traveled together, and we did have some gains. Until now, we've basically collected all the 9th-level concept fragments that we can use. It seems like you guys have a good gain as well. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian, you don't know. Apart from these gains, the 3 of us also encountered a profundity fragment. And it's an 8th-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity fragment. Huang Daniu sighed as he spoke. His face was filled with pity. 8th-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked when he heard Huang Daniu's words. Although he also had a Monarch Stage Wind Profundity fragment, It was only a third-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity fragment. It was far from comparable to the 8th-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity fragment. You guys didn't obtain it? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed when he saw Huang Daniu sighing. He asked curiously, since you guys didn't obtain it, it means the person who obtained the profundity fragment is more powerful than all of you. However, why did he let all of you go? Isn't he worried that all of you would spread the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment? He wanted to kill us, but we managed to escape with great difficulty. Besides, he didn't seem to care that we spread the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment. Zhang Shouyong smiled wryly. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was puzzled. In his opinion, since that person wanted to kill Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, it meant that he was worried that the three of them would spread the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment. However, why did Zhang Shouyong say that person did not care that they spread the news? Wasn't this contradictory? Soon after, Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on after listening to Su Li's explanation. You mean? He merely lifted his foot and shook the ground to kill the few Izumo sect and Anika sect's disciples? Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. He could guess from Su Li and the other two that the few Izumo sect and Anika sect's disciples were the weakest among the group of disciples from the second-rate forces that entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. However, the black-clad young man was actually able to kill them with just a lift of his foot. Moreover, he almost killed Su Li and the other two as well. This shocked him from the bottom of his heart. I'm afraid that person's strength is at least at the second or third level of the void transformation stage. Most importantly, he has comprehended the earth concept and can borrow the earth energy. Huang Daniu said with a fearful expression. According to what you said, he's at least at the third level of the void transformation stage. Not only that, but the earth concept he has comprehended is at least at the third level advanced stage. Duan Lingtian speculated based on the knowledge in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. It's bad luck to talk about him. Huang Daniu shook his head. Duan Lingtian, now that the news of you obtaining the profundity fragment has spread out, why don't you not go to the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure? That's right. Duan Lingtian, what you need to do now is to protect yourself. Su Li agreed. Brother Lingtian, I also think you shouldn't go. Once you're there, human greed will make you a target for everyone. Zhang Shouyong added. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he heard their concern. Just when he was about to say something. Humph! You're Duan Lingtian? A cold snort resonated from the entrance of the cavern in front of Duan Lingtian and the other three. It clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw a black silhouette appear on the path the four of them were taking. It was a young man in black. He had a cold expression, and his eyes seemed to be dim. However, in reality, they were filled with killing intent. He gave off an oppressive aura. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He extended his spiritual energy in an attempt to probe the other party's cultivation base. It's you! At this moment, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong exclaimed in surprise. It shocked Duan Lingtian so much that his spiritual energy almost collapsed. It made Duan Lingtian curious from the bottom of his heart. Huang Daniu and the other two knew this black-clad young man? Duan Lingtian, he's the person we mentioned to you before. It's just that we didn't expect him to be nearby. Not only that, but he also overheard our conversation. Su Li's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears and answered the question in Duan Lingtian's mind. Then, does this mean that the 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment is with him? When he heard Su Li's words, Duan Lingtian's burning gaze stared at the black-clothed young man who stood nearby and blocked their path. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.